The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching Dolly Vision.
Chopping up Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene blast feel so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, there's the route down known. Dolly Vision headlines, King of Peace. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Mark the truth while live on their light. Chopping up Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene blast feels so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, there's the route down known. Dolly Vision headlines, King of Peace. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shouting, echoes in the night. Mark the truth while live on their light.
What is up, YouTube? Good morning, and welcome to court. Welcome to court. Today is day one of Leilani Simon's trial. Okay, it starts in just 30 minutes. So we got 30 minutes before the trial begins. They are on a 30-minute delay, right, of court. So it won't start streaming until 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. We will be here to cover the whole trial today. I want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in. I got my lazy ass up this morning to cover this trial. You know, I spent a lot of time down there in Georgia at Leilani's house. So what better person to hear from than somebody that's hung out with Leilani, knows the scoop. Look at Messenger. Okay, give me 1 second, PJ. I'm trying to keep up with everything this morning. Okay, okay. All right. So we will have it in just a few minutes for you guys. 10:30. We're going to start the trial. Justice for Quinton. Absolutely. Right. Justice for baby Quinton. Now I'm going to give a little recap of what went down before this starts. 49er girl. Thank you so much. You know, I was watching the news. I had just came back from Fruitland, Idaho, and Quinton Simon had went missing. He was reported to have ran away or been kidnapped. But in the news interview, Billy Joe came out and said that she couldn't always trust her daughter. Sometimes she was good. Sometimes she was bad. All right. And soon as I heard that, I was like, this ain't something that a normal mother would say. That something is going on here, right? Let me share the screen real fast. All right, hold on. I got a call coming in. Hello. All right, telemarketer. All right, so basically, her mother said, let me cut my phone off so it ain't vibrating and doing all that stuff, that she couldn't always trust her daughter. Right then, I knew something was wrong, okay? Something wasn't right. So I was like, I'm going to Georgia to look for this kid. All right. So I book a plane ticket down to Savannah, fly down to Savannah. Okay. My phone is just blowing up this morning. And I get down there, and of course, come to find out, the first day I get there, the baby's still just missing. She's reported him as being kidnapped. We heard Danny on his phone call, and let me go to this other screen here. And basically, the kid wasn't kidnapped. It came out the next day that Leilani was the number one suspect in the disappearance of little Quinton Simon. All right. So basically what she did is, while I was down there, the locals said, yo, she was seen in the trailer park that morning. Right. So come to find out, I go to the trailer park, which is Azalea Trailer Park, which is about 1.5 miles down the road from Leilani's house. All right. So when I get out there, I start talking to locals out there, and they're like, somebody seen her throw something in the dumpster, and we believe it was the baby wrapped up in a blanket. Okay. So of course, I go live just a little shortly after that, and I tell people, hey, I heard the rumor that she's done thrown this baby away. So shortly after that, the news starts reporting it, that she was seen in the trailer park. I guess they went and verified the things I was saying, or a witness came forward to them also and said, hey, they seen somebody throw something away in the dumpster, and it was wrapped up in a blanket, and it was her. But here's the thing. She has trash, right? She has trash pickup at her house. So why would she be throwing something away in the dumpster if she has a trash can outside her house? And why would she be in this trailer park so early in the morning? So then the police, of course, Chatham County Police, started searching the Superior landfill for Quinton Simon. But this landfill is huge. It's massive. I also took you guys to that landfill. And basically, they started the search. This starts basically the protest outside of Quinton Simon's house. Okay. And a lot of you guys watched me live for that protest that went down out there at Quinton Simon's. So first it started off just me and Betty out there. And that was it. It was just me and her filming the house. And when occasionally they would come out, we would say something to them like, where's the baby? Right. And of course they would not pay it much attention at first. Leilani pretty much hid the whole entire time, right? She wouldn't come out the house. She was just kind of hiding. But we stood out there, and as we stayed out there, people were watching, and then people started to come out there with us. So within the first couple of days, a pretty big group formed outside of Quinton Simon's house. All right. So then, I went out, bought some teddy bears, and I put them out in the yard. And then, of course, other people started bringing teddy bears. And then the memorial grew in the front yard. First, it was by the mailbox, okay, because I didn't want to go up in their yard. So we set the first little teddy bears by the mailbox. But, of course, the teddy bears started to grow into the thousands. I mean, it was tons of them, right? So eventually, the weather was getting bad, or it's going to get bad. But in the process of this, Billy Joe would come out every now and then and say something effed up to Betty, or her friend would. Billy Joe had one of her friends that would, open the gate, let them ride out. They didn't really want to go outside because we was out there filming. At first, they didn't really want to be seen on camera. So that lady would come out, say some mean shit, and basically go in there, get Billy Joe. They'd get in the car and they'd leave. So eventually, I guess Billy Joe got tired of what people were saying, and she started to come out. And, basically, she never really said too much to me while I was out there. She really didn't like Betty. Okay. She just didn't like Betty. She'd say a few words to Betty. They get in a little screaming match, and then she would go back inside. So a lot of people seen the sign, right? The sign that said, Leilani, will you marry me? Right. Well, actually it said Leilani, will you marry me? And it had the rings on it. Well, that was just a big joke, because one of the people that were out there, right? Billy Joe's ex-husband, when he left, he married a new chick, or got with a new woman. And that woman worked at a sign company. And she is the woman that brought all the signs that you've seen, the ones that were like honk for Quinton and all that stuff. And she brought me the sign, joking, right? So, which the sign played its part, believe it or not, because the sign is what got Leilani to come out there and talk to me. Well, not at first, but the whole story behind the sign is she came up, gave me the sign. I never had the turtle mask and the sign. They were both given to me by other protesters right there. Law and crime. Yeah, I know. We're going to watch court TV. It starts 30 minutes late, which will start in like 20 minutes. Okay. From the beginning, it's just delayed. So when Leilani wouldn't come out, she would stay in the backyard, and believe it or not, her and Billy Joe would be in the backyard a lot because at this time they thought the house was bugged. All right. They thought the house was bugged, so they really didn't want to be in the house. So what they would do is they would stay in the backyard. Hold on a second, guys. Let me pull this up. All right, here we go.
Thank you. Any objection?
Your Honor, I always lodge an objection to that since we've invoked the rule of sequestration, but I understand that is in fact what Georgia law is. So I note my objection.
Here we go.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hilliard. With that, is there anything that we need to take up before bringing in the jury and swearing?
There's
them in?
Leilani.
Okay. Please bring in the jury.
She's not crying. She don't look all sad. Good morning, everybody just coming in. Make sure you hit the like on the video.
Jury's hearing.
Now she put the sad face on. Look, as soon as she seen the jury, she turned on the sad face. See? Don't cry now. You wasn't crying just a second ago. She does look different. She look like she's gained a little weight while she's been incarcerated. She's going to try to rub her eyes dry so she can cry. That's what I said right there. True love.
All right, ladies.
She is
and
young.
gentlemen
She's only
of the jury,
24.
Please have a seat. Everyone else in the courtroom as well, please have a seat. All right. First of all, good morning to you. Thank you for being here. I know last week wasn't easy, and starting out your week like this doesn't make it any easier. There are a couple of things I want to ask you. When you left, I asked you not to have any contact with anyone about the case. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any research. Don't avoid the media. If you are in the room when something starts, please leave. Has anyone have any issues?
Justice for
with
baby Quinton.
those
I don't see her doing it now.
No, ma'am. Very good. And with that, you will now be sworn as jurors.
Hey, Granny. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Like the video as you come in. They ain't even said nothing. She's crying.
You shall well and truly try the issues formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia versus Leilani Simon, who is charged with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder 2 counts, concealing the death of another, false report of a crime, making a false statement 14 counts, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. Please respond with I will.
I will.
You may be seated.
All right. Here we go. This is what we've been waiting 2
All right,
years
ladies and
for.
gentlemen, we're going to jump right in.
We're gonna have to redo that. One of the jurors was missing.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Okay, ma'am, you come on down. Thank you, Mr. Hilliard, for noticing that.
Crying for herself. She wasn't crying when the baby was unalived, right? I don't.
Good morning.
Time to pay the piper.
Okay, let's do that again.
Raise your right hands. You shall well and truly try the issues formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia versus Leilani Simon, who is charged with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder, 2 counts, concealing the death of another, false report of a crime, making false statements, 14 counts, and a true verdict given according to the evidence, so help you God. Please respond with I will.
I will.
You may be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get
Billy
started
Joe's
right away.
there.
The first thing I'm going to do is give you some preliminary instructions. I have asked the bailiff to provide you with pens and notepads for your use during trial. You may take notes, but you are not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note-taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and evaluating witnesses' credibility. Your observations of the witness during their testimony can be vital to your determination of the believability of their testimony. The notes until you retire, the notes are there to assist you
24.
in remembering what you have. And I'm taking a look at my notes, and my notes need to be a little bit different from what they are.
Hey, Lexi, Texas. 33 months, been a member. Thank you so much, girl. This is the moment we've been waiting 2 years
I don't have
for.
everything that I need.
Justice for
So this is
baby
a wonderful
Quinton.
way to start out. We're going to take already a 5-minute break.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, so you take the jurors to the deliberation room.
They're starting out with a 5-minute break. All right. Well, we've seen her try to fake cry. She looks like she's gained a few pounds since, in the 2 years of her being in jail. It must have been swoles. Okay. So they're taking the jury to the back for a 5-minute recess. The voice of Quinton will be heard in this room. Annette, good morning to you. Good morning, guys. I told you I'd be up for this. I wasn't missing this for the world, 14 counts of lying to the police, murder in the first, murder with malice.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. The court is to refer to her notes and to
You got Judge
essentially
Dolly
read from the
today.
notes. I have
All
big
right.
gaps in my notes that I didn't realize until now. So we'll be back in 5 minutes.
I feel
Thank you.
okay.
We're in
I feel
recess.
good. I'm ready for justice. Anytime there's justice served,
Yeah.
it's a good day for me. So, more than anybody out here on YouTube streets, I've been waiting for this trial 2 straight years. This is one of those trials that will stick with me forever because, I had so much contact with Leilani while I was down there, and, just the emotions and being there. And I mean, not just, being there every day. I was down in Georgia for what, a month, a good solid month. And, you've seen the video of me on Court TV when I ran up on them in Tybee Island. Now, here's one thing. They cannot use that Tybee Island stuff against her. They can't even mention it in court, which I thought was going to be pretty damaging to her because, Dolly exposed her and her mama out there partying, and they ain't going to be able to use that. So that was day one. They started searching the landfill. Okay. And, some of my people had seen them in that restaurant, and they called me and they said, Dolly, Leilani's well, I ain't going to name the restaurant. I still know the name of the restaurant, but I'll let them people slide. They can't help a murderer came up into their restaurant, but she was in a restaurant on Tybee Island. So, because the police that night, the protest was going down out in front of her house. I guess they were scared for her safety because this is when the protest started growing. And they escorted her out and made sure nobody followed them. If you tried to follow them, they'd pull you over. They had a whole big group of police, took them out of there in a convoy and took them to Tybee Island. All right. To, you know, like, so they can go vacation while their baby's missing. It made zero sense to me whatsoever why they would do something like this, but they did. And I got word of it. Of course, you know, Tybee Island's about 25 minutes from Leilani's house. So, of course, floored at the Tybee Island. And I had my people on the phone that were watching them pretty much the whole time. And they were leaving the restaurant. So I was like, y'all know what hotel they're in? And they were like, we're going to follow them. Right. So what they did is actually followed them back to the hotel and watch where they went. So as I pull up, what y'all didn't see on camera is that there was actually two turtles, not physical turtles, but Dolly fans that were out there. And as I'm coming up, they're pointing to me where she's at. Right. So I start running because I didn't want them to, because they were outside the hotel room. I didn't want them just to go into the hotel room. So I start running, and then the news people see me running, right? They see me running, and they don't know why I'm running, but they start chasing me, right? They start running behind me. Not so much chasing me, but running behind me because they knew I knew something, right? So I run and I break that corner, and there they are. And then that's when I start screaming, where's the baby? Right? And, you know, calling them killers and stuff like that. You know, you're out here partying. And, you know, then that old biker man, right, comes walking up all drunk, smelling like liquor. Right. And I'm thinking to myself, am I going to have to knock this old man out? And that's what's going through my mind. Right. Like he's about to get hit with the one hitter quitter. Right. And I keep trying to tell him to back up out my bubble. I'm like, back up. Right. Because I didn't want to have to, you know, hit this old man. You know, next thing you know, he's in a coma or something, you know, bounces his head off the concrete because he was already drunk, right? And you know how drunk people think they can fight, but they can't, right? They just like a punching bag. And I didn't want to hurt the old man, but he got smart enough to realize when he got close that I wasn't playing with him, and he didn't come any closer. Case Anthony had her party used against her while her baby was missing. That should be, yeah, I agree. It should be used against her. And I thought, you know, hey, this is going to do some good. You know, Dolly's done exposed it. Dolly's done showed her out here what they're doing. And not only that, they were with another child, a lady and her child, small child. I'm thinking this girl's done killed one baby. Why is she around any babies? Like, she shouldn't be around no kids whatsoever. And if you listen, would you bring your kid around somebody that's accused of throwing their baby in the dumpster? I'd be scared they're going to hurt my child, right? So I couldn't believe it, right? So I thought Billy Joe and Leilani would just run into the hotel room, but they didn't. They stayed out there, okay? They stayed outside as I was arguing with the biker dude. And, you know, he was telling me, you ain't nothing but a loudmouth punk. And I was like, well, you the one out here helping these people while they got a baby in the landfill. Why ain't they searching? Why ain't they searching for this baby? Right. The same thing that kind of goes into the, you know, the Sebastian Rogers, you know, like when you see parents and they're not searching for their kid, that makes zero sense. Right. It makes zero sense. Everybody would be out there searching for their kid. If my kid, you know, my 2-year-old son, well, 20-month-year-old son was missing and I found the door open like they allege, which, you know, of course, Danny Youngkin is a damn liar. Right. He lied to the police. He lied in the 911 call. He lied on body camera. You know, he said he seen Quinton at 6 o'clock in the morning. There's no way he could have seen Quinton. Quinton was already in a dumpster on his way to a landfill. Leilani actually allegedly stayed out there until the trash was empty. Right. So basically, you know, the guys out there in Tybee Island argued with me for about 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Said, what can he do, that the FBI was looking into it and that the FBI knew more than we did. Well, no, the FBI knew the exact same thing we did. They knew that she did it, right? Experiencing domestic violence, please head to www.thehotline.org. This is the number provided. And live chat. Yeah, I mean, well, is this really domestic violence? I think this child should have called, people should have called social services. It takes a village to raise a child, and that village pretty much failed this child. A lot of the neighbors had seen the abuse and didn't do anything about it, which is sad. The system failed Quinton, right? The neighborhood failed Quinton. Butterfly, glad you're on the men's. Justice is coming. Thank you, Butterfly Kisses. Yes, I'm feeling a lot better. I'm probably back at about 90%, 95%. I'm getting a lot better. I don't want to say too much. Then next thing you know, I'll drop out and fall out or something. So don't jinx myself. Let me knock on wood. But justice is coming today. They're on a short little break for 5 minutes. I guess they're getting everything organized. They just came in. Breakfast is coming. Thank you, PJ. All right. I've been waiting 2 years for this day. Mama Bear, justice for Quinton Simon. Just like, how she would throw her arm up. Now, the crazy thing is she would only say justice for Quinton when Billy Joe made her. They were sitting in the front yard, and I get Billy Joe had a buzz, but Leilani was just vaping. She had a CBD vape in her hand because I was talking to her, and she said she had been clean. So she told me the amount of days she had been clean. She said, I ain't doing nothing but this CBD. That's all I've been doing. So she wasn't smoking THC, but she was smoking CBD. I guess, because she was at this point, she's peeing in a cup or whatever. I don't know. But she's smoking CBD and she's withdrawing from all the drugs that she was on. And you can clearly see she's withdrawing, right? And she is just zoned out a lot of the time, super emotionless, completely emotionless to what is going on. And Billy Joe's out there all effed up and she's crying and she's like, justice for baby Quinn, right? Justice for baby Quinn. And then she'll look over at Leilani and she'd be like, say it, Leilani. And then Leilani throw her little arm up, justice for baby Quinn, right? And fake cry, and then sit there all like a zombie, right? She was kind of zombie-tized, super emotionless. But she would only say it when Billy Joe would make her say it, right? She wouldn't say it any other time. She would just say it when Billy Joe would be like, say it, Leilani, say it, Leilani. And then she would do it. Trigger warning. Yeah. We are going to be talking about a 20-month-old young boy that tragically lost his life to the hands of his mother. Now, we don't know what Leilani's going to say yet. She has not gave any indication of how this baby died. Now, there's a couple defenses she could go with. And a lot of people think, even Court TV thinks she may go with the Casey Anthony defense. Okay. She may go with the Casey Anthony defense. Now, she did have a pool in the backyard. Okay. She could say the baby fell down the stairs. The worst charges she faces is the murder, first-degree murder, and murder with malice. So now if she could get those dropped, okay, found not guilty on the murders, she may do, then she got disposing of a corpse. So that carries 10 years right there alone, plus all the line. So you're looking probably 15 years in prison if she gets the murder cases dropped. So that's a big difference from the rest of your life in prison. And like I said, she's never said that she's done anything. And we get into this is where the trigger warning comes in. They're saying she beat Quinton Simon to death. That's what the prosecutors are going to allege, that she had an item in the house and she beat the baby to death with this item. Now, the baby in the landfill, of course, he was compacted. He was crushed. He was ran over with bulldozers. He was buried. Now, it's going to be hard to determine. Even people way smarter than Dolly have said this, right? Helena, thank you so much for gifting those $5 memberships. If you got a membership, make sure you thank Helena. Is how he died and proving how he died. Be ready for the long haul today. Get comfy, y'all. Yes, we're going to be here for a while. Court will be going to probably 4:30, 5 o'clock. So we're going to be here all day with you. I got out of bed special for this. This is, to me, I don't want to act like I'm celebrating, somebody's downfall, because that's one thing you're not supposed to do. I'm not celebrating this woman's downfall. What I am celebrating today is justice. Okay. It's totally different. I don't wish evil or bad on anybody. Okay. But what I do wish is justice for baby Quinton. Whatever that justice is, that's what I'm celebrating today, that it's finally coming. I've waited 2 years and I've thought about this kid every day for the last 2 years. I've thought about this little kid because that turtle sign, that turtle mask, and that sign sits right there on my wall to the right of me. Every time I walk in this studio, there's not a day that goes by that I walk into the studio and I don't think about Quinton Simon. It's hard not to when there's a big ass sign in front of you that says, Leilani, will you marry me? So there ain't a day that goes by I don't think about him, that I don't think about her. And I've counted these days down for justice, right? More than any trial ever in the history of my life, I've waited for this one, right? So there was no way I wasn't getting up this morning. I got up actually at like 8:30, and then I kept snoozing my clock. I kept snoozing it a little bit. I was like, there's no way I'm missing this. I'm going to be here for every inch of it. Leilani was somebody like I've never met before because she was so emotionless. She was so young. I mean, she was 22 when this happened. Okay. To me, I have a 24-year-old daughter right now, the same age as Leilani. As a parent, would I want to go through this? Hell no. And I still look at my little girl like a baby. So to me, Leilani's still just a baby herself. Sometimes it's hard not to feel sorry for her, and not what she done, but for the fact that she thrown her life away and she could have made better choices. And do we completely blame her, or do we blame the surroundings that Leilani was brought up in? Her mother was a criminal, in and out of jail, prison, prostitution. I'm here with you, Dolly. Thank you, Sweet Jones. Thank you, guys. It's good to see each and every one of you this morning. So I ain't saying having a rough life is an excuse, all right, because you got to break that vicious cycle. But we do got to keep in, mind that this girl had it pretty bad. She has a brother that's in prison too for murder. He took somebody into the woods, drug them into the woods, robbed them, and shot them. Okay. I met that person's family while I was down in Georgia, and they were super upset. They're like, this is just a repeat of what happened to their family with Quinton, that, there's being murderers being raised in that house on Buckhalter Road. Where is the mother now? They took a 5-minute recess. Okay. So it's been about 4 minutes. They're about to come back out any second. So they came out, brought the jury out, told the jury the charges, and then they called a 5-minute recess. So she'll be back in the courtroom in just a second. So yeah, so that there's 2 murders that came out of that house, and believe it or not, the third son
Counselor at their tables. Ms.
ain't
Simon is
far
at the,
from Leilani.
Table with her attorneys. Let's please bring in the jurors.
All right, they bring the jurors back in. Jovi, thank you.
Jurors, can you hear me?
Jurors entering.
Definitely hit the like button. And once you do, let me know where you're watching from, okay? Like the video, and then in the chat, let me know where you guys are watching from. There's 1,352 of you in the room with us this morning. Good morning, my beautiful people. Good morning. It's going to be a good day. Justice for baby Quinton is coming. Let's hit 1,000 likes. Let's see if we can do it this morning. Colorado, Georgia, Massachusetts, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, PA, Canada, Ohio, Rhode Island, Erie, Pennsylvania. More Bama.
All right, thank
Roll
you.
Tide.
As you come to your seats, please feel free to have a seat.
South
And let the
Africa is
record
with
reflect
us.
that all the jurors have been seated. We'll now move into the preliminary instructions. Before I do that, There was a juror who didn't make it out for the first swearing, and I just wanted to ask you the question that I've asked everyone else. Have you done any research? Have you talked to anyone about the case? Have you watched any news media? Okay, so you've been able to follow the court's instructions to not discuss this case with anyone, nor do research. All right, thank you very much. All right. And your number? 7. Okay, and that is
Juror number 7. There is
all right,
7
so
men on
ladies
the
and
jury.
gentlemen, moving on, I'm going to get back to the pens and notepads that you have for your use during the trial. You may make notes, but you're not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note-taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and to evaluating witness credibility. Your observations of the witness during their testimony can be vital to your determination to the believability of their testimony. The notes that you take are for your use only and are not to be shared with anyone until you begin deliberation with your fellow jurors. During deliberation, you should rely on your own recollection of the proceedings, but you may consult the notes of other jurors if you wish. Do not be influenced by the notes of others unless their
Somebody
notes
hit that
help
like
you in
button.
determining your own independent recollection.
666 likes.
Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than the recollection or impression of each juror as to what evidence that may have been presented. After the trial is over, the notes will be destroyed and they will be collected and destroyed. And at this time, please write your name on the front sheet of paper in the pad and make no further notes on the front sheet. That way,
670.
no
Thank
other
you,
person
Renee.
can see your notes if your pad should be seen by another person. The law requires that you decide this case solely on evidence presented in this courtroom. This means that during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in the case, or any individuals involved in the case. In other words, you should not consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, websites or blogs, or use any other electronic tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Please do not try to find out information from any source outside of the confines of the courtroom, to include media of any sort or online research. The bailiffs have been instructed to collect your cell phones, tablets, and laptops during the proceedings. You may want to leave those in your vehicle. If they collect them, they'll be sure to give them back to you at the end of the day and on breaks as well.
She don't look so sad
Until
now.
you retire to deliberate, you may not discuss this case with anyone, even your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors, but
Thank
you
you, Mama
cannot
T.
discuss the case with anyone else until you have returned a verdict and the case is at an end. I hope that for all of you, this case is interesting and noteworthy. I know that many of you use tools or technology in your daily life, but you may not do so in connection with your service as a juror. You also must not talk to anyone about this case or use electronic tools to communicate with anyone about the case. This includes your family members and friends. You may not communicate with anyone about the case or your jury service via
Billy
internet,
Joe was the mother.
text messaging, email, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and on and on and on. You cannot use any social networking websites to communicate anything about this case. I cannot stress strongly enough that communication via electronic devices is prohibited.
Her mother went to jail
So
for 10
at this
days.
time, you may seat in any of the seats in the jury box during the trial. During the voir dire process, we ask that you sit in specific seats for identification purposes. However, there is no need to do so during the trial itself. If you need anything while in the jury room, You may knock at the door to notify the
Thank you,
bailiff
Pat.
that you wish to communicate with the court. I would then give you instructions on how this should be done, depending on the stage of the trial and the nature of the request. So I'm going to give you an overview of the criminal law and trial procedure that will apply in this case to give you a framework. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there shall be a union or
Oh.
joint operation of act and intention. That is, a crime is committed when a person violates a statute of this state by acting as prohibited, while at the same time he has a criminal intention and no other defense excuses the conduct. A person will not be presumed to act with criminal intention. However, the jury may find such intention upon the consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and all other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is prosecuted. The state cannot bring a person accused of a felony to trial unless the grand jury has first indicted that person. Grand jurors do not try criminal cases. They ordinarily only hear from witnesses for the state. When a criminal case is tried, the defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment. This plea of not guilty denies every essential allegation of the indictment and forms the issue or the question that you as a trial jury will decide. The indictment and the plea of not guilty to it are not evidence, and you should not consider them as evidence. Every person is presumed innocent until proved guilty. No person shall be convicted of a crime unless each element of the crime is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden to prove each essential element of each crime charged beyond reasonable doubt. In this state, a defendant on trial may or may not testify as she chooses. If she does testify, you would judge her credibility by the same test applied to any other witness. If the defendant does not testify, which is her absolute constitutional right, you shall not draw any inference of guilt from this decision. And her decision, her election not to testify, may not in any way affect your verdict. Moreover, the defendant has no duty to call any witnesses or present any evidence during a trial. If she calls no witnesses or presents no evidence, you may not derive any inference of guilt from such failure to produce evidence. In such case, you decide guilt on whether the state's evidence proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Under our system, I have the duty as a trial judge to decide the law that applies to a case and to instruct you on it. You have the duty as a jury to decide the facts in a case from which the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. I'm going to say that again. I don't think that was too clear.
Told you I was going to follow it to the end.
Have the duty as the jury to decide the facts in a case from the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. In reaching your verdict, you also have the duty to apply the law to those facts. You decide the facts from the evidence. The evidence has two parts: testimony of witnesses and exhibits. A witness means anyone who testifies in person from the stand. The exhibits are those documents, objects, or photos that the court admits into evidence. You will have most of the exhibits with you in the jury room while you deliberate. However, there are some exhibits that cannot be sent to the jury room, so it will be important that you pay close attention to all of the exhibits admitted during the trial. I caution you that what the lawyers say during a trial is not evidence. Also, anything that I might do or say is not evidence.
Thank you, Brandy.
I have no leanings at all in these cases. My only interest is to have the cases tried fairly and according to the law and the constitutions of the state and of the United States.
Thank you, baby kisses.
You are the exclusive judges of the witnesses' credibility. That is, you decide the truthfulness and reasonableness of their testimony. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. You have the duty to decide what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. You should lay aside any preconceived notions and not decide a witness's credibility until the witness has testified.
Definitely hit the like button.
Rules of law govern what the court admits into evidence. If an attorney objects to the admission of evidence, then I must rule on the objection and
No
decide
problem.
whether you can consider such evidence. You should understand that there are two ways that I can respond to an objection. If I say sustained, that means that I granted the objection and you should not consider the objected to evidence. If I say overruled, then that means I did not grant the objection and you may consider the objected to evidence. You should not infer or assume anything from either lawyer's objections or the court's rulings. During this trial, the court will have to consider some procedures outside your presence. When that occurs, I shall excuse you to the jury room for a time. During these periods, the court will do its best to handle the matter as promptly as the law permits. On the other hand, I will appreciate your patience when this occurs. Now, the procedure in a criminal trial is generally as follows. First, the attorneys for both sides may make an opening statement to you. The opening statement is not evidence itself. Remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence. However, it is a preview or an outline of what they expect the evidence to show. Following the opening statements, the state has the opportunity to present evidence to support the charges against the defendant. And the defendant has the opportunity, if she so elects, to present evidence in her defense. This part of a trial is
Me and
called
Leilani
parties'
sat in the
case
same
in
jail.
chief. In the state's case in chief, the state calls its witnesses and introduces any exhibits. When these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the defendant. When the state has presented all of its evidence, the state will rest its case. Then, if the defendant elects to present any evidence, the defendant may call her witnesses and introduce her exhibits. Of course, when these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the state.
He didn't hit me with
However, the
those French
defendant has
fries.
no duty to testify or present any evidence whatsoever. After the presentation of the evidence, the attorneys may make a closing argument to you. At this time, the attorneys will try to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Following the closing arguments, I will charge or instruct you more specifically on the law that directly applies to this case. Then you will retire to the jury room to deliberate and reach your verdict. This is not an exhaustive description of the criminal procedure, but hopefully it will give you an overview that will help you to understand the trial as it proceeds.
Nobody gets out of jail like Dolly. Okay.
It is your duty to follow any instructions that the court may give you during a case. Please remember to listen carefully to all the evidence. Don't jump to conclusions before the parties present all the evidence. Also, please remember that during a trial, it would be improper for you to discuss the case with
I
anyone
bet.
or to allow anyone to discuss the case with you or in your presence or within your hearing. This applies even to discussions among yourselves in the jury room or elsewhere before actual deliberations begin. Also, during a trial, you should not communicate with the parties, the attorneys,
I
or
was
any of the
mad too.
witnesses. Under this rule, you should not engage even in social greetings or small talk with anyone involved in this case. I've had situations where a juror saw a party or attorney in the parking lot during a break and was offended that the party or attorney did not speak back to the juror. They're not being rude. Please understand that these attorneys and parties should not speak with you as the trial progresses and will likely avoid speaking with you to ensure that there is no appearance of impropriety. So please do not take offense to their failure to speak with you as we go forward for the trial in the coming days. This procedure will protect you not only from wrongdoing, but from the appearance of wrongdoing. And these restrictions also apply to the friends and family members of interested parties.
You're welcome,
During
Stacy.
these trials, the court will not require that you be kept together except during breaks and during the meals. There have been special arrangements made for that. So you will learn
A
more
week.
about that as we go. Today is the day I believe that you will go out to lunch, but you will go out together. When you return to the courthouse from any adjournment for meals
Life in
or from the
prison.
night, please go directly to the jury assembly room. Is that where the jurors set up? Jury assembly room? Okay. This will lessen the opportunity for an accidental meeting with a person that you may not know is involved in the case. There is coverage, media coverage of this case, and you should be careful not to consider it. Do not independently investigate any facts or visit any scenes depicted in the evidence. Do not independently research any law concerning this case. You are prohibited from, again, doing any research on the internet. Can you tell how important it is? I keep saying it.
Less than an hour.
It's here for a reason. So I've said it several times now. It is
Hey,
important
Tammy.
that you consider only the evidence that you hear
I hope
and see
Bubba's there.
within the courtroom. That concludes my preliminary instructions. So at this time, I will turn first to the state. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense is ready to proceed.
The state is ready.
We'll begin now with opening statements.
She's gained weight for sure. She was nowhere near that big when I seen her in Georgia. When I was talking to her, she was a lot thinner, but she was on drugs. So I'm going to try not to talk over these people. Yeah, she definitely gained some weight, guys. She put on a good 20, 30 pounds easy. Maybe more. She's eating well. That's true, right? Swole. She's getting swoles. What she did is absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. All right, we get a little look in the courtroom. I may still fly down there for a day of it. When they do sentencing, or when they go about, look, she asleep, or well, you know, when they find her guilty, when it's wrapping up, I may fly down there for a day and be there in the courtroom to watch her, you know, get the rest of her life in prison. I want to look at her and be like, I told you, Leilani, I told you. I told her she was going to prison. I said, you're going to prison forever. And she kept shaking her head. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. And I was like, yes, you are. You better come talk to me, because if you don't, I ain't going to write you when you're in prison.
At about a year and a half old, a little bit over that, 20 months. Like all children, he was blameless, he was innocent, and he was beautiful. And
Oh,
like all children, he was
so
totally
sad.
defenseless, totally and completely dependent on the adults in his life to take care of him and to look out for his safety. And the evidence in this case will show that the defendant violated that trust, that most basic, sacred trust of a parent, in the most horrible way. In the middle of the night, she killed him, her own son, got in her car with his body, drove to a dumpster, and threw him away like a piece of trash.
In a dirty ass dumpster area,
She
too.
would go home, go to sleep like everything was normal, and wake up the next morning and report it to the police as an abduction. I woke up, my front door was open, and my child is missing. Now, the story started to fall apart pretty quickly because of good, solid police work. But she would go on to tell a series of evolving lies over several weeks, only moving from one lie to the next as the police picked apart the first lie and presented her with the evidence that made the first lie untenable.
A mile and a half
It's time
from
to
her
move on to
house.
Lie number 2, and 3, and 4. And as they're doing this with her, they're also searching for his body, which they ultimately discovered about 6 weeks after his disappearance in a local landfill, in pieces, unfortunately. And as a result of all of that police work and investigative efforts, which I think you'll be quite proud of when you hear about them in detail, the defendant is charged with his murder. So that's sort of the 50,000-foot view, the bluff, the bottom line up front for the military folks here. A little more detail on what happened, what the evidence will show. The 2 days that we're primarily concerned with here are October 4th and 5th of 2022, specifically the night of October 4th, moving into the morning of October 5th. Now, at that time, and I'll try to go slow for those of you who are taking notes. At that time, the defendant is living here on the west side of Savannah, jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department, in this house that's roughly in the center, with an in-ground swimming pool in the back. It's on Buckhalter Road, 535 Buckhalter Road. She had most recently lived in North Carolina, where she had met and lived with her most recent boyfriend, Daniel Youngkin.
Which he's a liar.
Some months before October of 2022, they had moved down and were living in this house at 535 Buckhalter. Now, the house belonged to the defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, who you see here, and her husband, Thomas Howell, who is not
Billy
the defendant's
Jawbone.
father, but is her stepfather. Also living in the house at that time is the defendant's brother, Paul Simon. They have the same mother and the same father. And Daniel Youngkin, her boyfriend from North Carolina, and the defendant's 3 children. October of 2022, she has 3 children by 3 different men. The oldest is Zane Wharton. I think you'll hear was roughly about 3 years old at the time. Zane has been through a lot with her. He's her firstborn son, and I expect you'll hear testimony that she considered him her ride or die. That's her guy. Sky Youngkin is an infant on the far right there. That is her youngest child by Daniel Youngkin. And in the middle was Quinton. Quinton was her child by a man named Henry Bubba Moss Jr. You'll hear that she'd had kind of a tumultuous relationship with Mr. Moss, that they had split before she even knew she was pregnant with Quinton. And that
He went through some baby daddies,
didn't
boy.
even believe that she was pregnant when she told him, and that he was never a part of Quinton's life at all. And I expect you'll hear some testimony about the way that background influenced the way that she treated Quinton. But you're supposed to love all your kids equally. You're supposed to treat them all the same. I expect you'll hear some testimony that didn't happen. That she treated Quinton differently, and not in a good way. Here's the house from the street. The master bedroom where defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, and her stepfather, Thomas Howell, lived is over here in the two-story portion of the house, but on the first floor.
Amityville
Brother
Horror
Paul
House.
Simon's bedroom is upstairs. And you'll hear in one of the defendant's interviews, she'll say, you know, when you're up in that room, you can't really hear anything that's going on downstairs. It's kind of its own layer up there.
It looks like the Amityville
Now,
Horror House.
the defendant, Daniel, and the three children lived in a bedroom right through this front door. I think there was some sort of addition or something on the house at one point. This bedroom that they live in appears to be like a converted one-time living room or something like that. If you step through that front door, this is what you see. You see a couch in the foreground. You see a desk behind that. And then on the far wall there, you see a bed. That's the defendant and Daniel Youngkin's bed. If you pan to the right, you'll see a closet door here. And then it's hard to make out in this picture, but beyond this closet door is a door into a bathroom that then feeds into the dining room. And that is the only way to get from this room to the main body of the house. You see a race car bed there. That's where Zane slept. We further pan to the right. You can see that race car bed completely, and you see a projector on the wall, evidently for, I suppose, for watching movies or something while you're sitting on the couch. And then if you pan into that right-hand corner, you see this pack and play.
I never seen this.
That's immediately to the right as you go in that front door. And that's where Quinton slept. That was Quinton's bed. Now, that sort of sets the scene as to who's living in this house and where they're sleeping. Before we come back to the morning of October 4th, I want to talk to you about what the evidence is going to show as far as what's the biggest thing going on in the defendant's life. And the biggest thing going on in her life in the months, days leading up to October 4th is the status of her relationship with Daniel Youngkin. Things are not good. She is feeling unloved, undesired, ignored. And I'll show you a couple of text messages taken from her phone by the investigators that show this. Now, this is kind of small on here, and it's kind of bright, so I'll read it for you for those of you who can't see. Some of you may be able to read it, perhaps not all of you can. This is July of 2022. I want to feel beautiful, not barely average. I want to feel loved and not just liked. I want to feel wanted, not just tolerated. I want to be able to look at you and know it's just me, not wonder how many others there are. I want to feel like my body is worth showing off, not like it's just been trashed from having 3 kids. I want to feel the way you made me feel in the beginning, like I'm treasured and safe, not like I'm just here because you really don't have a choice. And you'll see quite a number of messages like this. It's basically an unbroken string of text messages all the way up to the day that she kills Quinton. August 6th, yeah, go get yourself some ass. I know mine is not good enough. Never was, never will be. September 10th, you're the reason I'm angry every day. You're the reason I'm depressed, why I feel the way I do about myself. Now, this is not a minor thing for her. I told you it's probably the biggest thing emotionally going on in her life. The way that she perceives herself to be being treated by Daniel, and perhaps to some degree actually was being treated by him. It's at least how she feels. This is such a big deal for her that with her phone, at one point she filmed something that can only be described as a digital suicide note. All right, she's in the car, and you'll hear her at the end say, I've got to go, I made it to the river. She's in her car, evidently contemplating driving her car into a river and ending her life. And she starts out saying goodbye to her children. She has some kind words to say about Zane. She has some kind, loving words to say about Sky. You might perceive that she momentarily kind of seems to be at a loss for what exactly to say about Quinton, our victim, the middle child. And then she goes on to explain that the message is clearly addressed to Danny. She goes on to attribute what she's about to do to the way that Danny has treated her. Now, this is a 4-minute some video. It's a little long for an opening statement, but we're going to watch the whole thing. And we're going to watch the whole thing because it's an important window into her state of mind at this stage in time. This video was filmed in August of 2022. But the evidence in terms of the text messages and her statements will show that nothing really changed between when this video was filmed and October 4th of 2022. So with that preview, I'll play this for you now.
To Sky, Zane, and Quinton. Mama tried. And Mama's not here no more because she doesn't love you. I do. I can't love myself. If I can't love myself, how can I love y'all? I've tried over and over and over and I failed. I screamed for help and I don't get it. This guy, you are such a beautiful little girl. I wish I could watch you grow up. I wish I could hold you for your first heartbreak because my mama didn't. Sky, I love you, baby girl. And Zane, you were so handsome, so sweet, so protective. You were going to be such a good man one day.
Poor kids.
I hope you grow up and you learn what loyalty is. And you learn how to treat a woman and how to love a woman. And Quinton, baby, you are a middle child. You're so happy all the time. You smile all the time. I wish I could see what kind of man you would be too. And Danny, I loved you. I loved you with all of me, all of my heart. I loved you. I wish that the crowd you mocked on when we found each other. We were both in such fragile states. And I built you back up. I would do anything for you. But during this time that I was building you back up, you were doing things that would eventually tear me back down. And even now, after everything that I think has been brought to light, hopefully it was everything, right? Even now, you look at me with the same look in your eyes that you have when you talk about Caitlin. I don't hear the love in your voice anymore. I don't feel the love in your touch anymore. And I definitely don't see the love in your eyes anymore. If you truly loved me like you claimed you did, you wouldn't have done all that.
child and hating myself every fucking day, crying myself to sleep every fucking night because you did not want to have sex with me. You did not want to love me. You just did not want me. And I wanted you. I wanted you. I wanted you more than life itself. But you proved that it was only one way. That feeling was only one way. That love, that loyalty, it was all one way. You take care of my kids. Okay? You couldn't take care of me. You couldn't love me. You couldn't do me right. So please, for the love of fucking God, do my kids right. And the kids running up at the river now. Bye, Danny.
I'm at the river now by Danny. So that's where she was at. This is her emotional state in summer, fall of 2022. That brings us back to October 4th. And here I'll give you sort of an overview of what the evidence is going to show us to the sequence of events of that day. Now, the first thing to establish is that on the relevant dates here, Billy Joe Howell, the defendant's mother, and Thomas Howell, her stepdad, are out of town. They're not in town.
They're working.
They're not in the house. They are sort of out of play. I expect that will be undisputed. So that leaves in the house
Danny, Paul, and
the
her.
defendant, Danny, and the three children, Zane, Quinton, and Scott. In the morning of October 4th, quite early in the morning, in fact, the defendant and Danny take the three children to babysitter Michelle McCardle and her two teenage daughters that live on the same street. They live like right across the street on Buckhalter. And it says babysitter up here, and I've called her the babysitter, but really you'll hear from Michelle, one of her daughters. And it comes across more like they're almost like a second family or a substitute family for these kids.
She's a good woman.
Of the parental shortcomings at 535 Buckhalter. So the evidence might show that babysitter kind of undersells it a little bit. And the child care arrangement was this. At this point in time, Danny and the defendant are working at a warehouse in Port Wentworth, unloading, loading boxes. They're carrying boxes at the warehouse in Port Wentworth. And their shift starts at 6 a.m. They're working the 6 a.m. shift. So early in the morning, on the way to work, they'll drop off the three children with Michelle, with her two teenage daughters. And so they do that. And they both go to work. They clock in at essentially the exact same time, a little after 6 a.m. on October 4th. Now they clock out less than 2 hours later. And the reason they do that is the defendant is experiencing some kind of dental issue. She has a tooth that's bothering her and it needs to come out. And so they clock out right around 8 o'clock, just before 8 o'clock in the morning. And they go to some type of like emergency dental clinic or walk-in dental clinic. And she gets a tooth pulled. These are some pictures, selfies she took of herself in the dentist chair. And you can see the
Foster care.
mouth on the left side there, I think, is kind of swollen. She sent these to Daniel, Young, and Danny, who was sitting out in the waiting room waiting for her. And so after this, they do not go back to work. They go home. And the rest of the waking hours of the day are pretty normal. They get some lunch. They relax. Her mouth is bothering her. She's tired. She's sore. And eventually at about 4:30 in the afternoon, they go and they pick up the three kids from the babysitter from Michelle and they bring him home. So at that point, Danny, the defendant, and the 3 kids are in the house. Now, Paul, he worked at the same warehouse, but he worked a later shift, and you'll hear what it is. It's something like 2 p.m. to late at night, around 10 or so. That was Paul's shift. So same place, different shift. So he's not there in the afternoon. Now they're there. They do dinner. They do bath time. They put the kids down. Quinton in his pack and play. I think you'll hear testimony or a statement from the defendant that Sky, the infant, slept on that couch that we looked at, and Zane in the race car bed. And I think it'll be undisputed, and I expect that it'll be undisputed that, at around 10 p.m., Quinton is fine. He's just in his crib, in his pack and play for bedtime. Okay. And what happens at this point sets off a chain of events that goes over the next couple hours and results in tragedy. And that is that the defendant and Daniel have yet another argument about how he's treating her. This is sometime a little after 10 p.m. And that this is something she told to detectives eventually.
Yes, this is the state.
In some of her interviews. About how he doesn't want her, he doesn't want to touch her, he's not feeling desire for her like he used to. We've already talked about this is a major trigger for her. This is the biggest emotional issue going on in her life, and it's significant. It drove her to the brink in the video that you've watched. This is not a minor thing for her. And so she leaves the house.
She got big,
after
boy.
10 p.m. on the first of 2 trips that you'll hear a lot about in this trial, and that she didn't really want to talk about, at least truthfully, with investigators. And that first trip is to the drug dealer. She says that she left so that things wouldn't escalate between her and Dan. She was upset.
1,000 likes.
So it wouldn't escalate.
We got 1,800 in the room.
The
Make
first
sure you
place
hit
she
the like.
goes is this Circle K. And I should have pointed out that you can see her getting out of the car. That's at 10:29 p.m. So about 10:30. I'll back up and you can see her getting out of her Dodge Journey with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She's not in a good state. Anyway, 10:30, she goes into the Circle K. She buys a couple convenience store items. And then she texts Danny. He's got her saved in his phone as Lanny Baby. She texts him, I'm going to run to 204, I guess. That's at 10:32. Immediately after she leaves the Circle K. She might still be in the parking lot for all I know. And 204 is an area you'll hear about in this case. It's sort of it's shorthand for our drug dealer. I'm going to run to our drug dealer. This is Highway 204 is what this is a reference to. And their drug dealer lives on a street right off 204.
You know, he
So
got
she's going
busted.
to get drugs to try to make herself feel better. This is a screenshot of some GPS plots from her phone that the police eventually made after getting into her phone. You can see Highway 204 here. And this red kind of blob up here is a series of GPS points showing that she's at the drug dealer's house on Arkwright Lane from about 10:45 p.m. to 10:55. And she's scoring drugs to use that night because she doesn't like the way she's feeling.
Drugs ain't no excuse
This
to
is
take the
some
life of a
information
child.
exported from her cell phone extraction showing that while she was there at 10:49, she made an $80 Cash App payment to a Timothy Weston, who is her drug dealer, or at least one of them. While she's gone, Paul gets home, He had clocked out at 9:56 p.m. And I think he will say that he took him a minute to get home because he was smoking a blunt in the parking lot or something like that. You're going to hear a lot about drug use in this case. And he gets home while the defendant is still out on this trip to the drug dealer. And he'll tell you that when he got home, he went in and said hey to Danny. And he saw the kids, he saw Quinton in his crib, in his pack and play. Quinton was fine. He even interacted with him a little bit. He'll tell you what it was. Hey, little man, how's it going? And he sees that Quinton is, hey, okay, he's fine. May not be completely asleep yet, but he's there and he's okay.
Thank you,
Now,
Jax.
By 10 after 11, this is another GPS screenshot. It's hard to make out on this TV. But this is by 10 after 11, she's got a bunch of GPS points hitting at the house on Buckhalter Road. And this is just to signify that this is around when she gets home. 10 after 11. And so she's home at that point. Paul is upstairs in his bedroom, going to sleep, kind of secluded from the rest of the family. And Danny eventually goes to sleep as well. And you'll hear her say this to the investigators, that she was the only one up and active in the middle of the night, in the hours leading up towards 1 a.m. Danny is sleeping because he's going to get up and go to work in the morning. He has to get up at sometime between 5 and 5:30 to go to work. And Paul is sleeping as well because he just got off work. He's tired. And you'll hear her say that I was the only one up and about. My tooth was hurting. I couldn't sleep. What she's doing is she's going on a bender. You'll hear her admit to this eventually. She didn't want to talk about it initially, but you'll hear that she eventually acknowledged that she was up kind of frantically using drugs for an extended period of time.
Yeah, she worked.
In the house is asleep and out of play. You'll hear her talk about it. I would hit a line, I would go outside, I would smoke a blunt to kind of bring myself down.
She worked at a packing plant.
Then I'd hit another line and repeat the cycle. So she's in her house by herself, physically uncomfortable because of her dental issue, emotionally wrecked because of what's going on with her and Danny that's resurfaced again this night. Well, the resurface is probably not the way to put it because it's just an ever-present problem for her. And this is a bad situation. Right? This is a volatile, dangerous situation. And that's because you'll hear something that she later said during the investigation on a recorded call, on a recorded phone call to Daniel, who was cooperating with the police and trying to help them gain information about the effect that cocaine has on her. It's not just fun for her. You'll hear her say that it makes her angry and impulsive.
I become angry and impulsive is what I want.
Angry and impulsive.
And so those are the conditions. She's up all alone, physically uncomfortable, emotionally unhappy, unstable to some degree. And around 1 a.m. probably, she kills Quinton. Now I'm going to focus on the what she did and when things happened. And probably in closing argument when all the evidence is in, we'll talk to you a little bit more about the why. Why exactly in that moment did she do this? But for now, I want you to just understand the sequence of events and what happened with it. She takes his body and puts it in Dodge Journey, Georgia tag TEN 9300.
Why didn't he say how she killed him? He left that out.
Begins the cover-up. The cover-up is not just the lies to the police. The cover-up starts immediately. a little after 1 a.m. She drives down Buckhalter Road, which turns to the right here, but
It's about a mile and a
still
half from her
Buckhalter Road,
house.
that turn. It comes into Ogeechee Road right here. And she pulls into this mobile home plaza. It's right here. Mostly what you're seeing is trees, but there are mobile homes in here. This is Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. And there's a convenient standard dumpster sort of hidden away under some tree cover in the tree line there. And she throws Quinton's body away like a piece of trash about 1:17 in the morning. She drives home. This is another export from her phone, showing that her phone was locked from 2:01 in the morning until 9:13 in the morning. And this is just kind of a shorthand way of saying that's roughly about the time she eventually goes to sleep. And her phone is inactive. Now Danny wakes up for work a little after 5, and he tries to wake her up to go to work. She's supposed to go to work with him. Remember, they work the same shift. She has been up all night doing drugs.
Remember Danny said he seen him at 6
And
a.m.?
He's been,
Liar.
responsibly sleeping, so he's able to get up for work. And he cannot wake her up. She will not wake up. And at this point, he's trying to get out of the house to go to work. And he believes that all 3 children are there. He does not go over and check the packet plate. He doesn't even know that Quinton is gone. You saw in those pictures the packet plate is all the way across the room in the far corner. It's not right next to the closet. It's not right next to the bathroom. He can't wake her up to go to work, and he's annoyed by this because this is, I think he may tell you it's not the first time this has happened. And they are kind of tight on money. They are trying to make money to either put a down payment on a house or a security deposit on an apartment so they don't have to live with their mom anymore. And he'll tell you that he was frustrated by this. You're not going to get up and come to work and make money. And his decision at this time is to say, well, okay, you're not going to come to work and make money. We're not going to spend money on a babysitter today. Because they pay her every day in the shop. And so he texts Michelle, hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle, at 5:20 in the morning. She says, okay.
That ain't why, no.
And the reason for that is his
He was
thought is,
covering for her.
look, if you're not going to get up and make money, you can stay here and watch the kids. Wake up and find these kids are still here. You can deal with them. They're yours. So he goes to work, and he clocks in at 6:11. 6 a.m., 6:11 a.m. And he will clock out at 9:15, a little over 3 hours later. And the reason that he clocks out at 9:15 is that at 9:14, 1 minute before the clock out, he gets a call from the defendant who's got him saved in her phone as King. And he's got the 910 area code. That's North Carolina, where he's from. Now, this is a 21-minute call. She calls him, and the cover-up, initially I said the cover-up starts with covering this up to him. Before the police she covered it up to the police, but before they ever even get involved, she's covering it up to Danny.
Food was good. Thank you, PJ.
She calls him and she tells him that she woke up, the front door was open, and Quinton was gone. And he would run out to his car, leave work, and come home, and stay on the line with her for 21 minutes. Police went to the warehouse that they work at, and they got some video footage to see, well, what did Danny look like when he was leaving the house, leaving work, having gotten this call? And this video shows him running out. That's Danny running out of work. You'll hear from his boss, a fellow named David Mullins, that David ran into Danny in the parking lot. Danny's running out. Dave is just pulling in and getting to work. And they briefly encounter one another. And Dave will tell you, he looked genuinely upset. He was for real crying, tears coming down his face. Danny does not know what is going on.
I think it's
He
fake.
knows what he's hearing from the defendant, and that's it.
Danny knew.
So he rushes home. And I'll tell you this. I told you the call to Danny was at 9:14. As he's on the way home, on this call with the defendant where she's telling him she woke up and the front door was open. These are ADT records. There's an ADT security system on this house. And it keeps track of when each door was open and closed, or just opened, or just closed, having been open. Police got these records. And you'll see that front door didn't open until 9:22 in the morning on October 5th. Now that's 6 minutes in, 6 or 8 minutes in to that call with Danny. And so what the evidence is going to show that she's on the phone with him saying, I woke up and the front door was open and Quinton was gone.
He said he seen the baby at 6
That
a.m.
she's opening the front door. So you'll hear that she's essentially tampering with evidence, tampering with the scene, staging the scene to fit with her story before the police ever become involved. Danny gets home. Somehow babysitter Michelle got wind that this was going on. Maybe she heard screaming or something. She'll tell you how she heard about this when she testifies. She comes over. Paul hears yelling, comes downstairs, and now everybody's there and they're looking for Quinton. And the defendant, of course, is the only person who knows where he actually is, and that's in a dumpster at Azalea Mobile Plaza. And they call 911, and here's what the defendant says. Police show up a little before 10 a.m. and she repeats the same story to them. The evidence will show that car that's like the furthest one, the most recent one that entered the driveway, is the babysitter's, Michelle's. She had pulled up and parked her white Pathfinder there. But in any case, the defendant repeats that story to the responding officers, and you'll hear from some of them.
I woke up about 10 o'clock because I was sick, so within a 3-hour period, somehow the front door is unlocked and my son is not in his playpen.
Now,
She's a good actress. I give her
this
that.
is a missing child. So situations like this, it's all hands on deck. Everybody comes out. Forensics comes out. The forensics unit came out, had a drone up looking for Quinton. Patrol officers are being pulled from other beats, other areas of patrol, to canvass the area and look for Quinton in the woods. All sorts of people are coming. Most of the command staff for the Chatham County Police Department showed up because this is a big deal. They take these things very seriously. One of the specialized units that responded after patrol officers had gotten there was the detectives for the Chatham County Police Department, CID, the Criminal Investigations Division.
Maybe
the first
Jamie.
detective there for CID is a guy you'll hear from, Sean Wilkins. Sean Wilkins shows up, and he's the one who conducts the first, what you call more like the first formal interview with the defendant. And most notable from that statement that he takes from her at this time is when she says she went to bed and when she says she got up. You'll hear that she tells him, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9. She doesn't say anything at all about this trip to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza a little after 1 a.m. She doesn't want to talk about that because that's the trip that she took to get rid of Quinton's body. So here's her.
That ghost stayed at the house,
I
though.
went to bed around midnight and I got up around
His
9.
spirit.
When's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that? Do you remember?
Around 12.
12? Okay.
12 and I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed
yesterday.
I'm sorry, that's
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had enough too.
So I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door was open, so I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check my kids, and he was going. All the rest were there. He was going.
It's all right. It's all right.
Went to bed at midnight, woke up around.
No, I don't think she's a good actor.
No
So
mention
loud.
of the Azalea trip. I told you there were 2 trips, 2:04 earlier in the night, 10:11. Trip number 2 is that Azalea trip, a little after 1 a.m. And she is totally omitting that. Now, all hands on deck, right? Missing child. There are detectives working on this case that aren't even out at the scene from the very beginning. One of them is a Chatham County Police detective you'll hear from named Kiana Robbins. Kiana Robbins is at the Islands precinct, I think is where she was on Johnny Mercer. Like not anywhere close to here. But she's in her office, she's sitting at her computer and she's researching. She's seeing if she can find some helpful information. This is a stock photo of what's called a flock camera. The flock system is a series of cameras that are set up around town at major intersections or along busy roads. And what they do is they snap a picture of the license plates of all the cars that drive by. And police can use these for a number of different things. One of the things they can use them for is, say you have somebody who flees from a traffic stop and actually gets away. The police can't pursue them without undue danger. They can take that tag number of that individual, they can put it in the flock system and put like a lookout out for them. If that tag hits on any other cameras, it'll alert the police and they can try again and make the traffic stop. Another thing that the police can do, and what Detective Robbins did, was look up vehicles registered to the defendant. She finds that Dodge Journey that the defendant drove to dispose of Quinton's body. And she puts it into the flock system, looks it up in the database to see what, if any, flock cameras that vehicle has hit on anytime recently. And she sees that car has been out late at night, driving around.
Hey, April.
On trips that the defendant hasn't mentioned yet. She radios that information or maybe calls via phone. This is the tag she looks up. That's the Dodge Journey in the driveway at the time of the police response. She calls Lieutenant Foster, whom you'll hear from. This is after the defendant has told Wilkins that she went to bed at midnight and woke up at 9. Hasn't mentioned anything about the Orangeville trip or the Azalea trip. Foster goes up to her. He now has this information that this tag has been hitting on some flock cameras and seems to have been driving around during the night. And he goes up to her, and he's a lieutenant at this point, which is like kind of a managerial type position. He's by this time is the senior man on scene, I believe. But he has background in investigations. He was with the Savannah Police Department, I think, at one point in their violent crimes unit, investigating homicide. So he knows his way around an investigation. He knows how to do these sort of things. He goes up to her armed with this information about the flock hits that night. He wants to know what these trips were about.
She gained some weight for sure.
So he goes up to her and he asks her, "Hey, did you go anywhere last night?" And he's a savvy guy, so he's careful to tack on, like where the kidnapper could have followed you home. And she seems to know, the evidence will show that she seems to know that he knows something about this trip to Azalea that she took and has not mentioned to this point. And so she comes up with a story. It's not totally clear when she came up with it. But the story is that, that trip.
Yes,
that I
BJ's
took
there.
away from my house shortly after 1 a.m., that was to go pick up Oragel from a friend at the Chevron. Now, the Chevron is right next
Front of the trailer park.
Azalea Mobile Home Plaza.
Sits right in front. You got to drive past it to get in the trailer park.
And so that's her story as to what she was doing, driving to that location at that time. My tooth was bothering me. I didn't have any Oragel. I went to pick some up and got some from a friend. This is the first appearance of the Origel story, which lasts for about a week or so, maybe a week and a half.
Look how green that pool is.
Last night or yesterday with Faith that maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, just you made you yourself.
Yeah, I know. I took a twin pool yesterday, so I went to the board.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning class, and I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road, right here, that Chevron. And my friend that I used to work with, she had Oreo there, and I said, okay, I'm home.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else? Have you made anything home? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly. What did you do? I was on 125.
125?
So I was gone for literally 12 minutes.
All right, so that's the story about what I was doing when I drove there. Now, I'll tell you this. She's trying to show them on her phone this trip on an app called Life 360. Life 360 kind of generally tracks your movements. You can join with your family, and they can see where you are and have been, and vice versa. You may be wondering, well, look, if this trip was so sinister in nature, why is she trying to show it to them on her phone? And you'll hear testimony that the reason that she was comfortable holding out her phone as corroboration for this trip to the Chevron is that, again, the Chevron and Azalea Mobile Home Plaza are right next to each other. And looking at the screen, you can't necessarily tell which one she's at. You can only tell that she's in the general area. So she believes that this kind of helps prove that I'm telling the truth about being at the Chevron. Now, the police would later pull very precise GPS data from the phone, like not just looking at the screen, but from the actual phone, that puts her not at the Chevron, but right at the dumpsters at Azalea, which are, I don't know, maybe 100 yards, 75 yards.
They ain't even that far away. They actually sit right to the left of the Chevron.
And saying, look, this helps me. So that's the first appearance of the Origel story, to explain the Azalea trip. They take, the police take all 3 of the adults in the house. Eventually they say, you know, we really need you to get Danny, Paul, and the defendant to the police station. Sit them down for formal interviews. And just get
Yes, they did.
Sequence of the day from all 3 of these people.
They drained the pool and found a sock.
The first interview with the defendant takes place in something that they call the lactation room or the nursing room. I think you sometimes also hear these things referred to as mothering rooms. And the reason for that is that Danny was in the single interview room that they have with the cameras wired up in the corners and all that. And this video is recorded on Detective Marion Lemon's phone. Now, by this time, this is a joint federal and local investigation. The FBI has shown up because they get involved in kidnappings, abduction cases. And what happens at headquarters is that they pair off teamwork. One FBI agent, one detective, and they each in a pair interview each of these people. And so Detective Lemons is paired up with Special Agent Brad Snyder, whom you'll hear from. They were kind of partners throughout this investigation. And it's very open-ended at the beginning. What they're asking for is just give us an account of your day. Give us an account of the last 24 hours. Where have you been? What have you done? And so you'll hear Snyder asking him this. The video is really nothing special. I think it's just ceiling.
Maybe 5 miles the landfill was from the house.
But the audio is good. You can hear it. And she starts with, we left the dentist and came home. So she does start at the beginning.
So right now, again, we're sorry for everything. I mean, we can't imagine the emotions that you're feeling right now. But it's difficult. Just,
No problem for her mom.
The last 24 hours, just kind of give me, what she's been through the past 24 hours. So we're talking 24 hours would be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday. Tell me your
So that's the start. I was leaving the dentist, getting my wisdom tooth pulled. And the end is the Oragel story, the Chevron Oragel story that she has as her last trip of the night. And she omitted that to Wilkins, is now had to come up with a story to cover this trip.
So the that was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. They called Central Care to see if they had Oragel. No. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with. He has a lot of mouth problems, and that's sure she had any Oragel. Met her at the Chevron. And I called her, and yeah, that went back home. We also 12 minutes. I done it for my like 360. I can show y'all right now. Everything was on the little bills on your back. Get home, turn my mouth, check all the kids again, they were okay.
Now, a couple things about this initial interview in which she's asked to give an account of her movements for like the last 24 hours. No mention whatsoever of the trip to the drug dealer. She doesn't want to talk about what she was doing that night in the state that.
No, Danny wasn't the dad.
So that's omitted completely from this interview. And now she's put a name to the friend who gave her the Oragel. Misty is what she calls her. Now, I'll tell you before we move on from that, I'll tell you this. The police asked her to go through her phone, and of course she's playing, the victim. I'm the victim, the mother victim of a child abduction. So she probably feels some pressure to cooperate. So she lets them go through her phone. A couple things I see is there's no call to Misty, and there's no call to Circle K to check and see if they have Oragel, which is something she said. First, I called Circle K to check and see whether they had Oragel. They didn't. So then
Bubba's the father.
None of that
Quinton.
at all. They also see a message from the defendant to Danny. We looked at this earlier. This is when she's leaving the Circle K and is about to go to the drug dealer at 10:30. Going to run to 204, I guess. This is something that she had left out in this initial interview with Snyder and Lemons. So they interview her again, and this time it's in the interview room. And they want to ask her, what's the deal with this 204 thing? Here's what she tells them. Oh, yeah, that was a trip to the drug dealer, but it wasn't actually to buy drugs. She tells them that the reason that she left the house at 10:30 at night and went to her drug dealer and was there for 10 minutes was simply to pay off a pre-existing drug debt in the amount of $20.
But she gave him 80.
The evidence will show that story is just absurd on its face. But in addition to that, the cash out was for $80, not $20. And she'll later admit that this story wasn't true. But here she is launching it.
Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that.
So at 10:40, you texted them that you were returning on 204 to the meet.
Yeah, I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm not meeting them. That's what I was trying to tell them.
And at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just paid them $20. I gave them $20 and I left. It was a couple days ago.
She's paying off a $20 debt, not actually buying drugs. Because after all, she tells them, other than marijuana, I don't use drugs.
See, you didn't get a Percocet for red.
No. I just gave them $20. And even if I didn't get a Percocet, like $35.
Last time I asked him.
I was 6%. I don't even look like that. Like, anything, anybody got to worry about anything with me is on me. Because I was weak. I was everything else, I was there, I was sure me. Because, I was covered. So,
She don't do drugs. She's seen her mom OD.
The convenience store, I don't know. I'm in home run, I don't need to cook those stuff when you got hurt.
Very strong, detailed denial of the use of any drugs other than marijuana. And the reason they're asking her whether she got a Percocet from the drug dealer that night is that they had seen some messages about buying Percocets as well when they went through her phone. And they asked her about that. What about these text messages with you? Look like you're buying Percocet, using Percocet. And her story at this time is, oh, those are for a friend. I'm just the middleman for my friend Cheyenne, who likes Percocets but doesn't, I guess, know a dealer herself.
So she was on the up and down. She's speedballing.
You have to answer for us, so we have to get a better understanding as to, what went on. That you gave us the authorization to look at the text messages. There's text messages in there about you purchasing Percocet as recently as within the past 24 to 48 hours. So just your eyes on me like that. Is that dated or help me understand that?
I don't think that is dated. So
What's your story?
sometimes when you're asking me if I've done, I haven't done it recently. I did a friend named Cheyenne. Cheyenne called me and was in for she will call me from time to time. I'll place it a call because she will help me along the road. Ask me for a register or whatever if I can get it. And I gave it for her. I dropped it off. Whatever apartment dropped off, they should have let it up. So, but we haven't been messing with her since.
She does not want to talk about her drug use that night because that contributed directly to the state of mind that she was in and relates so closely to her killing Quinton in the middle of the night. So she feels that she has to tell these lines. And she wants to focus on 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. because after all, this is an abduction. It's not as though I did anything in the middle of the night. My child was taken after Danny left for work. That's her story. That's what she's trying to sell. And again, she forcefully denies this.
No, I did not. I did not take a Percocet right now. This is coming for you right now.
See, every time she's defensive,
Now,
starts that crying and raising her voice.
Police follow up. Okay, October 5th, they get statements from the defendant. She's making all these claims that we've talked about. They get a statement from Paul. They get a statement from Danny. And what you do, and this goes late into the night. Eventually, it's kind of time to stop.
She gained at least 50, 60
Wake up
pounds
in the morning and follow up on some of this stuff.
since being in jail.
So she has said that she was at the Chevron getting Oragel from Misty, her former coworker. And so they go out and there are two real notable things that happen between the October 5th statements on day one and the next interview. And one is that they do what they call a video canvas. They go out to this Chevron area where she has said that this Oragel exchange happened. And they look around and they see if they see any cameras. They go in and they ask if there's footage. And they get footage from the Chevron. And it does not show her stopping there. In fact, it shows her driving by. And they get footage from Azalea next door. And this is a major break in the case because what the Azalea footage shows is her pulling in, doing a loop around the complex, and pulling up to the dumpsters.
You got to do a loop to get to the
That's
dumpster.
when she throws Quinton's body away. So you're going to hear in detail about the footage from Azalea, the different cameras and camera angles, and what you could see on which one.
Yes.
This is just a sample of that.
Yep, 2 murderers. And see, when you go into the trailer park, you got to go in where the gas station is, but you got to go around the trailer park to get to the dumpsters. But the dumpsters actually set right next to the Chevron, but you got to go around the whole trailer park to get to it because there's no cut through.
On a mission to throw away her dead child.
I have a video of me at the dumpsters. I have to show it to you guys later.
So that's one notable item of follow-up that leads into the next interview. The other is that they go talk to Melissa Missy Bray. The defendant's calling her Misty on the first night. She doesn't even get her name right. But she describes her as a former coworker from Bojangles. So Special Agent Snyder goes out to Bojangles, asks whether they could direct him to this person. They do. He goes out and he interviews her. And he asked her when the last time that she saw the defendant was. And she tells him, I haven't seen her for months. The last time that I saw her was when she ran it. It was like in July of 2022, months before what we're talking about. The defendant had run out of gas near Missy's house, had walked to Missy's house, and had borrowed a gas can. And their last contact was Missy texting her a few times, saying, hey, can I get that gas can back? And that was it. And that was months before. And Special Agent Snyder looked at these messages, and they corroborate what Missy is telling him. So, Chevron story, the met Missy at Chevron story is now just completely torpedoed. And so they bring her in for another interview on October 8th. And this one
Thank you, Beverly. Keeping Dolly alive.
And it's conducted at the FBI office in Savannah. And they confront her with these two findings. One, the security footage from Azalea and from Chevron. And two, what Missy has told them. And she just sticks to the Orgel story and just insists that it is true. And this is what that sounded like. She just hasn't had time yet to figure out how she's going to play this with this new information that they're presenting her with.
We'll talk about that, okay? Because Missy hadn't talked to you.
Yeah, she has.
She hasn't talked to you in quite some time.
Yeah, she
Yes,
has.
she did not have a conversation with you about the origin.
Yes.
So in your mind, you've looked at all these timestamps and possibly you came up with a story that's partly true.
No, that is
But
true.
there's very, very many missing pieces, right? And in your story, you haven't been completely honest about where you were at and why you were
I
there.
was 100% honest about where I was at. I showed the Life 360. I told my I even gave her the Orgel that she gave me.
Right, and that didn't happen. We've already interviewed this.
Yeah, I got the Orgel. That did happen. She said that moment out of her mouth. That's the reason why I asked her for it.
You have to stop saying this. It did not happen.
Yes, it did.
Okay, they're calling her on
That's
her
the story on
bullshit.
October 8th, sticking to her guns. Now, October 12th, she comes in for another interview. And this is with Brad Snyder, who I've talked about already, who you've heard a little bit from, seen a little bit of, and an FBI agent named Savannah Solomon that he works with closely. And this is at the FBI office. And this is a long interview. I've pared it down a little
I'm
bit.
ready to hear from the defense.
Spent 3 hours watching it during the trial, but it's still fairly long. And initially, at least, she's sticking to the Orgel story. That's Savannah Solomon on the left, Snyder on the right, and the defendant in the middle.
And I did. Yeah, I did. Please.
I did meet Missy, 100%. It happened. I'm telling you.
It is up full blast,
And
guys.
she tells this kind of flowery story describing this meeting. She lavishes them with details about how this went down.
So you went to Missy's house, and did you go inside her house? She was just standing outside.
Yeah, that's not good. Like, I really couldn't.
How long did y'all interact there with Missy? How long did you talk?
2-3 minutes. It was quite a bit of conversation. I really almost an hour feeling this one. She does some craft and stuff. She did how much she was outside.
Okay,
Now
she
she
said
has
she talked to
Missy
Missy for
admit
2-3
Missy was
minutes.
smoking crack when she gave the defendant the Orgel. And what is going on here is when the defendant is lying and telling a story to cover something up that she did.
Objection, Your Honor, at this point in time, those opening statements, Mr. Dean has the right to say what he expects the evidence to show, not his interpretation of it. So,
Sustained. Kingdom can ask you to move forward.
The evidence will show that she added this detail to suggest a faulty memory on Misty's part, to suggest that, maybe this will help explain why Misty is telling them she hadn't seen me. And it is nothing to her to just accuse Missy of having smoked crack during this meeting that didn't happen.
So she said the girl was cracked out. That's why she don't remember.
A few minutes later, she finally admits that she didn't see Missy.
She doesn't understand. She doesn't have to be 100% truthful. 100%. That's the only way that we're going to get the document. That's a big thing. Because did you do any work last night?
I did do it last night. I found it and the card was one of the ones that I lost. And I found it when I got back to the house.
She found the oral gel in the car. She admits she never seen Misty.
On the 5th, that she met Misty at the Chevron for Orangeville, and after insisting on the 8th that that was the truth, and after insisting even at the outset of this interview that it was true, she finally admits that it wasn't true and massages the inconsistency by saying, you know, I didn't speak to her, but I did go there with the intent of seeing her.
And then she had oral gel in her car.
And she adds a detail that hasn't been included in any of her stories to date. Oh, and by the way, yeah, you've asked me if I threw any trash away there. Yeah, I did throw some trash away. She has a story for what that trash was. The evidence will show she did not want to admit that it was Quinton's body. So she describes this trash that she threw away as stinky shrimp pasta that had been sitting in the car in a trash bag and smelling up the car.
Again, it's just another kind of trash that I did the trash and standing for the state trash out a few days ago, and there's spilled food all in the car. So I rolled around and seen my gas talking to it in the trash. There's portals, like shrimp pasta. Yeah. The whole car's like shrimp. You know, I ate it. Yeah, that was already out there. So, what is that smell? I felt like before I even went to go to a floor. You know? I didn't go to the floor. I'm like, get out of the car.
She is such a liar. Shrimp pasta.
About this. Gosh,
This is what she said she threw away.
This is the most critical fact in the case. Throwing Quinton's body in the dumpster at Azalea, what she was doing at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza at 1:17 in the morning or so. And her explanation for that is, you know, it's just such a minor thing, throwing away some trash, that I didn't think to mention it in my hours of previous interviews.
I don't stop, but I don't think anything of, to be honest. It's just, oh, food, up for the car, see an opportunity to get out.
She does not want to talk about what was in that trash bag. They also revisit the drug use, and you'll remember
She took a Percocet.
the strong denials on October 5th, which are repeated on October 8th. Well, in this October 12th interview, she admits finally that, you know, I did take a Percocet that night.
And you had a Percocet in conjunction with smoking.
Good morning.
And about what time would you do that?
By the time I got home, I took it like 11 something or whatever.
And so Snyder asked her about her changing story. You know, you've been adamant that you met Misty for Orangeville.
She never met
And
Misty.
now you're finally admitting to us, oh, you know, I actually didn't speak to her. You've initially, over the course of 2 interviews, maybe more, didn't mention throwing trash away. And now you've got a very detailed account about doing that and what it was. And you, on the 5th, were adamant that you hadn't used any drugs other than marijuana. And now you're telling us that you did take a Percocet too.
She gained a lot of weight
What's going on?
off of
Why
drugs.
is the story changing? And her explanation for that is, oh, well, my faulty memory might have something to do with all the cocaine I was doing that night, which is a drug that had totally been absent from all of her prior accounts and fits much more with the $80 cash app than the story about paying off the drug front. And so she is explaining her inconsistent stories by adding another inconsistency, which is an admission to cocaine use.
Juror has requested a short break, and that makes sense.
Okay, short break.
Let's take a 10-minute break and resume with the opening statement. Mr. Dean, again, I'm going to ask you not to talk about the case, don't do any research about the case, avoid conversations about the case. The time now is about 11:29. Let's aim to be back here at 11:40.
Okay, 11:40.
We're in recess.
All right, so guys, I got the call-in number open. Call in, tell me what you think about the lies. She couldn't even keep her lies straight. So when they go to breaks, we will open the phone line so you guys can call in and discuss the case with me. So the call-in number is on the screen, 757-797-6694. She had a lot of inconsistent statements and lies she told. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, it's me, Richard.
What's up, Richard?
Hey, I just turned it on, dude, and she was saying it's 11:49 here. I was like, God, I had to go in last night. I just got back off, and I was like, man, I wonder what happened this morning.
Well, they're just bringing up some of her interviews where she lied. At first, she said she didn't go anywhere but to get oral gel, and then it came out that she went to the drug dealer's house, that she was going and buying Percocets and cocaine, and that she said she went to meet her friend Misty. And then she said she didn't meet she did meet Misty, but Misty didn't remember because she was smoking crack. And then she said she didn't meet Misty at all, but she had some oral gel in her car. And far as the stuff she threw away in the dumpster, she said that was some old shrimp pasta. So she got busted in every lie she told, basically. And they pretty much knew she had threw that baby away in the very beginning. So right now they took a 15-minute recess. So
What is it looking like now? Did everything come out you think was going to come out?
I'm waiting to hear the defense, what she says, how the baby died. Right now, pretty much I knew all this, that she threw the baby away in the dumpster, that she went to score drugs. I knew all that. But what I don't know is the reasoning she's going to say that baby Quinton died.
What if she doesn't say? What if she says she doesn't know what happened to him?
That would be foolish, because then all you got to go by is your lies. I mean, if she's going to lie, I mean, now is the time to come up with a good one, I guess. I ain't trying to give her no excuses or anything, because there's really none. But I mean, I'm thinking she's going to go with the Casey Anthony, that this kid drowned in the bathtub, or she gave him a bath and left him in there and she was on drugs and he drowned. She panicked. She better come up with something. If not, she's going to prison for the rest of her life. At the rate she's going.
Crazy.
Yeah. So I'm still waiting for the opening statements from the defense to see what kind of, where they go with it. But it's clear as day she's complete liar from the jump. And, the jury, this is the first thing the jury's seeing, that the girl can't be trusted and she'll change her story. I mean, she she came out and, lied, and then she tried to correct the lie, and then she told the truth. But, that's after the fact that you done lied. Now, the whole jury in the first 30 minutes have seen that she's a compulsive liar.
And did they see the video of her at the dumpster?
Well, they seen the video of her driving up to the dumpster.
Oh, it doesn't show her like throwing anything in it?
You can't see it, or they didn't show it all, because this is just an opening statement. They're only showing.
Oh, okay.
They're only
showing you a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit to give you the concept of what's going on, and then they're going to bring witnesses and then show all the videos and stuff like that.
Wow. Okay, well, thank you so much for catching me up, and I'll be able to watch the rest of the day, but I'll let somebody else call in. But I just kind of wanted to see, like, what they had done this morning or what they had said. So
Yeah. All right. You be good, Richard.
I appreciate it, buddy. All right,
All
man.
right.
Peace.
I don't know if her mom's testifying. I heard that the babysitter and the daughter would testify today. That's depending on how long opening statements go. We don't exactly know. Usually they're about an hour, hour and a half apiece. Dolly. Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, this is Amy from San Antonio.
Hey, Amy.
Glad to hear Richard call in from Texas as well. Yeah, this is so heartbreaking for me because I was real sick when all this had happened.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm just now catching up with everything really with you over, the past little bit when you have been recapping, her story and everything. And this is just so awful. But I did notice, like you, that while he was doing the beginning statement, he did skip over, all the details of other things they might know that happened at night.
Well,
they're going to bring the whole story in together in a whole circle, and then it's going to be evident for the jury.
Well, he skipped over the whole part how the baby died.
Exactly. That's what I got.
And the thing to me is that's the scariest part for me, because there's really, how do you prove how this baby died? Because the baby's been compacted, crushed, all these things. You really can't tell if the baby's been beat to death. Because
I will say one thing. He is painting a good picture for everybody to hear and see.
Yeah, of her being a liar. He's painting a really good picture of her.
If Danny now, we don't know. But if Danny was really asleep all that night and she was doing all this conniving crap in the middle of the night behind his back, I don't know. I don't know what part of me knew.
My question is this: does a drug addict go to sleep? He does drugs too. Does a drug addict go to sleep when another drug addict's sitting there doing drugs?
Not if they a couple. Yeah, they were in all that together.
That's what I think.
They suffer in their sickness together. Hey, I wanted to tell you, I was talking about Grizzly True Crime, how she did the little breakdown before the trial, and it was good to see hers. But I never got to see news video from there of how her mama is. And you said she was a welder, and I've seen some calm interviews, but when she was going off on the babysitter on the news, I said, look how dirty, you already talking about, look how dirty the news was out there in Georgia.
Billy Joe has her own drug problems too. When I was out there in front of the house, she was geeked up out of her mind. I don't know if it was cocaine or meth, but her jaw was moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour. She had that crack jaw going on really bad. And
wow.
Even in this interview we seen of Leilani, she said that Leilani seen her mama OD. That's why she didn't do drugs, but she was lying, right? So all of them had drug problems in that house.
And it's a vicious cycle, and I know that even though, her mama had her problems too, the mama still wanted to try to keep that family together. She knew how that, because didn't you say that her mama even helped her to get her kids back when she was young? Yeah. So, and like I said, vicious cycle. All right. Well, I'm not going to keep everybody. I just want to say bye, PJ.
All right. Peace. Yeah, it's a vicious cycle. Now, like I said, when I was out there at the house, Billy Joe was drugged out of her mind, sitting in the front yard, crying, all emotional, things like that. And Leilani just followed in her footsteps. And, the attack on the babysitter, right? They were Billy Joe was blaming the babysitter and trying to attack the babysitter, even broke in her house, forced her way into the house, and was trying to fight the babysitter. Okay. And Billy Joe, jawbone, she's a big biker woman, right? Welds for a living. So she's kind of manly, right? She even got up in my face when I told Billy Joe, I said, this baby would still be alive if you hadn't got custody of it, just to leave it with Leilani. She got right up in my face. She's like, I'm not the one. She's all screaming and spitting on me. And I took a little step back and I was like, no, Billy Joe, you are the one. You know what I'm saying? And then she got all emotional. She went from wanting to fight to crying. Dolly. Hello. Going once. Can you hear me?
You know what I'm saying? Then she got all emotional.
Okay, I don't want to hear myself, guys. If you call in, please turn me down in the background. If not, all it's going to do is echo. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Melanie.
How you doing, sweetie?
I'm doing pretty good. Just watching this case, Melanie. You watching it with us?
Well, I've been sleeping all morning, but I'll just turn it on before they went to the break.
Oh, okay.
So what's been going on so far?
Where they just been showing Leilani's lies. That's it. Nothing really yet. It's just the opening statements, and they just been proving that Leilani's a liar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, she probably unalive Quinton.
She definitely unalive Quinton. We don't know how yet, how this all occurred. So.
Well, I think she's on drugs too, ain't she?
Yeah, she's on drugs, Melanie, for sure. Or she was at the time. Right now, she's not on drugs because she's in jail. So look, this makes
Has she been in jail all this time?
Yeah, she's been in jail for almost a year and 8-9 months. But hey, pay attention to what's going on, Melody, and then when you catch up, make sure you call back. You be good, okay?
I love you and tell peace and I said bye. Hey.
Okay, I will. Peace.
Peace.
Okay, guys. I can't recap everybody. Okay, so tune in, be on time. You got to show up on time for court. All right. Dolly. Why is sad music playing? Okay. Dolly.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, what you doing, babe?
Oh, driving home. I just had to chime in. I just cannot believe they started out the statement and made me feel sorry for this girl.
Yeah, I mean, seeing her, that video in the beginning of her wanting to unalive herself, I don't know if that was a really good start because that was kind of sad and it made you feel bad that her
Exactly.
life
It
was
made
terrible.
me feel bad that she feels that bad. And I said from the very second that I saw anything relating to this case, she must hate herself so much to be beating on this little boy that looks just like her.
Yeah, and I mean, I believe she was in the state where she could have possibly unalived herself. See, she was so emotionless and dead inside when I seen her that I didn't think she was far from possibly trying to hurt herself. She didn't really care. She didn't care about anything. You could see she was dead inside.
I'm just extremely jaded when it comes to that. I've dealt with people that haven't attempted and don't. And I mean, you never know and everybody's different, but most of the time, if you're going to threaten it, it's like an empty threat. But
I do think
she
was crying out for help, and she was
she
sad
was.
and depressed. I mean, I do believe that.
And I mean, you've got to be that low if you're that low to where you're deaf. I mean, that's just, I felt bad for her. And I had to tell myself, look, this lady killed this baby, no matter what you feel right now.
It's still no excuse to kill your child. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you want to hurt yourself, I'm not trying to encourage people to do that. She needed to seek help.
No, definitely.
She needed to seek professional help.
Need to seek
but,
help.
Don't hurt the kid. The kid didn't do anything. The kid didn't make you miserable. And, she was saying she loved the kid and how happy he was. So why?
She literally said both the two kids first and how they were just amazing and you're going to be the best at this. And she actually went into depth of the characteristics of the other two. And then when she said, Quinton, I took notes. She literally said, well, Quinton, you're the middle child and you're always so happy. And then she went into the whole happy thing, but it just didn't feel like there's just something really wrong there.
Yeah, well,
in my opinion,
like a lot of the people said that she did, she would only abuse that child, that she didn't abuse the other kids. And that was because of the daddy Bubba, that she didn't like the daddy. And
I don't agree that she didn't like the daddy. I think she was mad that the daddy broke up with her or left her because she actually chose to have the child.
You heard when she was crying and she was all emotional. She said she loved Danny with all her heart, that she worshiped the ground he walked on.
I think she gets like that with every man she's with.
Maybe. But
I think she does.
I think in that emotional state, she was telling the truth. I mean, a lot of people said she didn't like Bubba. I mean, multiple people told me.
I think she resented and was angry with Bubba that he fucking left her and she had a baby because he was telling her to have an abortion.
Yeah.
And when she didn't have an abortion, he done left her. And so she had resentment she held on for that incident. And so her having a baby and having to be the grown up and do the parenting and all that, and Bubba not having to and just leaving her, she had huge resentment for that.
Well, yeah, either resentment, didn't like, all the same. She just didn't, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll be home in a few. I think I'm going to get to this part where I always lose signal. I don't want to lose signal. And plus, you got to take other calls.
Okay.
I'll see you in a minute.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right, so yeah, I had multiple locals tell me that she didn't like Bubba. Their relationship ended badly, that she didn't like him, and that she would only abuse Quinton. Dolly.
Dolly?
Yes. You need to turn the TV down in the
Hey,
background.
Dolly, it's Spread Love.
Hey, Spread Love, you need to turn the TV down in the background.
Oh, honey, turn your TV down, please. Dolly, I've been crying all
We are back on
day
the order, back on the
since
record
I
in
saw this
SBCR
start.
22.
I can't believe that somebody would kill that sweet little baby boy.
I can't either, but the
And-
crowd's starting back, so you're going to have to call back on the next break.
Counsel for the state.
What?
The trial has started back up, so call back on the next break.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Dolly. Bye-bye.
All right, let's close this phone line. All right, we are back, guys.
All right, let's proceed.
Look how much weight she has gained. She was skinny as a rail when I was down there in Georgia. She couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds. She didn't have no belly. She's gotten way thicker. Swoles in jail. I do that to you. They're feeding her good. She's getting extra trays. Eyes are dry as a bone. Remember she said her butt wasn't big enough for Danny? I bet her butt's big enough now. Hey, Jennifer. She's not on that meth diet anymore. Yeah, right? In jail, she ain't getting them drugs. That coke ain't getting her skinny. She blown up a little bit.
Okay, thank you. And so for the record, the jurors are all back. They are being seated at this time. All right.
She's taking people's cornbread. I'll take your cornbread.
Mr. Dean will resume with his opening statement.
So
Well, she's in jail.
October 12th, and we've come a long way from the October 5th account of only using marijuana that night. This is where we end up on October 12th.
Just before we take the trash survey, you got cooking,
And in this interview, she acknowledges that this wasn't like the one night she used cocaine. She's a regular user of cocaine, which she had denied in earlier interviews. Now, at the end of the day, the most critical thing though is what happened to Quinton. What happened to Quinton at the middle of the night? And here is what she had to say about that. I don't know if I did something to him, but if I did, I will take responsibility.
She don't know. She was blacked out high. I've never heard that.
He appears to be claiming something like a lack of memory. And I'll tell you that the evidence that you'll see is going to show that when she drove to those to those dumpsters at Azalea to throw Quinton's body away. You can see she's driving normally. You'll see that she comes to a complete stop at stop signs. She uses her turn signal. You'll hear evidence that the investigators could tell from her phone that she plugged her phone into the USB charger in the car when she got in. So the evidence will show that she was aware of what she was doing when she took him there, and that her claims to just not know what happened cannot.
She was blacked out.
Do not fit with the other evidence. We've talked a lot about what she has been saying to the police and the FBI on the 5th, on the 8th, on the 12th. But we haven't talked much about the other aspect of the investigation, which is the effort to find Quinton and figure out exactly what happened to him. So I'll talk a little bit about that now. Now, on October 18th,
I would have took him if I knew she'd killed a kid. He's a cool looking little kid.
To be in a local landfill, and that they're about to begin this extremely challenging needle in a haystack search of the landfill. And this is how they got there. A detective with the Chatham County Police Department goes out to the mobile home plaza once these dumpsters become an area of interest after they've looked at the security footage. And he asks what garbage truck company services these dumpsters, and they give him that information. He gets in touch with that garbage truck company, and he learns that it was truck 309 from 3909, I should say, from a company called Waste Pro. This is the list of stops for that truck on that day. Serviced the mobile home plaza. This is on the morning of October 5th, actually. Quinton wasn't in the dumpster for very long because it was emptied that day. And this, what I'll tell you next, kind of goes to explain Quinton's condition when they ultimately found him. Not an intact body, but in pieces, little pieces, bones. It's a front-loading garbage truck. Extends its hydraulic forks into the slots on the side of the dumpster and drops Quinton and all the other garbage into the box in the back of the truck. There's a compactor in that truck that compacts everything. You want that compactor in there so that the truck doesn't have to go to the landfill as frequently. Makes the garbage smaller and take more garbage. That truck went to the Waste Management Superior Landfill on Little Neck Road on the morning of October 5th. This is the landfill ticket. They weigh the trucks when they're coming in. That's how they know how much to charge the garbage truck company for this particular load. This is for Waste Pro truck 3909. And with this information, the detectives go out and they talk to the landfill manager, and he's able to identify the area that garbage was being dumped and then kind of shoved to on October 5th. And this kind of general area up here, that becomes the search area. So they have kind of an idea, like a general box in the landfill of where Quinton is going to be found. But this is still an extremely difficult thing. Even if you know the general area, there's like 2 more days of trash that has since been dumped there since the 5th. And this stuff gets compacted and moved around. They drive these compactors over it. They have studded metal rollers.
Trigger warning, guys.
Everything just gets shredded. You may have this idea that you go into a landfill and it's just like a pile of bags of trash, just like they were when you put them in your garbage can at home. It is not like that. You will see that it is not like that. Everything is shredded because compaction is the name of the game in landfills. You will hear that. You got to get everything pressed down real tight because space is money.
Yeah, the other 2 kids are in foster care.
At the end of the day, they have tons and tons of garbage to search through, and so they arrange the landfill search. They have some consultants from an outside agency come in and advise on this because it's a very technical thing. These consultants are able to tell them, based on the size of the box, about how many tons of trash they'll have to search through to exhaust the area. based on known rates of searching, like pounds per day. They're able to give them an estimate of how many people this is going to take and how much time it's going to take. They have to order specialized protective gear, steel-toed boots, Tyvek suits, respirators, gloves to put over the gloves. This is a biohazard environment. And they have to find volunteers, and this is an all-volunteer duty. All right? And for weeks, volunteers from the police department and from some other law enforcement agencies came out here early.
It was hot out there too.
And they do this landfill search that involves an excavator up in the search area, scooping up garbage, putting it in a dump truck. Dump truck comes down on this open area bounded by cones that they call the search deck. Excavator down here kind of spreads the garbage, that particular load, I think they were calling them lines, out onto the search deck. And the law enforcement officers, these volunteers, get online with rakes, and they just search through it. This is what that looked like. And they do this for days, weeks, in the heat, all that gear on. That's why I said earlier, these efforts can only be described as heroic. They want to find Quinton. The evidence will show that these things are not typically successful. There's a very low success rate with these landfill searches.
That's what I heard too from my friend that works at one.
But that's what the police are doing while she is playing games with investigators and changing her story and changing her story again. October 24th, while the landfill search is underway and those volunteers are suffering in the heat out there, not knowing whether the next rape is going to bring more tedium and boredom or if it's going to bring the horror of what they're actually looking for. The defendant is still playing games. Having already admitted that
I was down there for that.
she went to Azalea and threw away trash, but it was only stinky shrimp pasta. She does an interview with the news, WTOC, in which she still, even at this late stage, this is October 24th, that's 19 days after the initial 911 call, and after several interviews where her story has just been shot to pieces. She does this interview where she holds herself out as the victim of a child abduction, still on that, and has the gall to make an appeal to the public to just please bring Quinton home safe. And the evidence will show that she knows he's not safe. And she knows he's not coming home.
My kids woke up to me screaming, "Where's Quinton?" and running through the house. I ran and looked everywhere, inside, outside, so screaming for help. I've been here every day since this. I'm not running and I'm not hiding. And if something does come up that I am at fault, I will take myself to that police station.
If something comes up, you are at fault. How can you not know?
Justice for Quinton Simon.
Oh, stop it.
Justice to him. We
Whatever
want
the cost
answers.
is. We don't care the cost.
We want answers just like everybody else does. At the end of it all, we love you, baby Q. My little monkey, and we want him home.
I remember that
same day
interview.
in which she's claiming to the news she had no idea what happened.
I was standing in front of her house when she shot that
She
interview.
sends this text message to Savannah Solomon of the FBI. And this is just the latest Hail Mary. After all those statements about going to the Chevron and then going to Azalea, what she was doing there, and I was actually throwing away trash and not Quinton. At this point, October 24th, the same day as that news interview, she and Danny are split at this point. He
was gone.
Seems to see the writing on the wall for her and has left town. I think they're not together at this point. And so now's the perfect time to try to put it on Danny.
That's what she told me. Danny was
I'm
beating
not
on the
buying for
baby.
Danny anymore. The reason why my story about Oragel and shit didn't make sense was because Danny told me to say that he was the one who left. My phone was in the car from my previous trip. And the reason she says that is her phone GPS puts her at the dumpsters too, not just the video. So anyway, she's throwing it on Danny and is now saying, you know what, I didn't actually make that trip at all. It was him.
I told you guys. That's what she told
They get her
me.
in for an interview a couple days later to formalize that statement. And they just sort of let her talk and put it out there.
She told me the same thing, that Danny was beating on the baby.
It was a desperate attempt to just try something new after.
That was the interview where you literally gave her that idea.
You think so?
Yes.
Think I planted that in her head?
Yes.
I don't think I planted that in her head. That's just what she told me.
Why would she text it right after?
November 18th.
Right after she talked to you about it.
3 or 4 weeks.
I don't know. Maybe I did plant that in her head. I don't know. I asked her, did Danny beat on the baby?
Yeah, that's where she thought about it.
Challenging thing.
Maybe so.
They finally find what they're.
I hope I didn't plant her defense, because I asked her, I said, did Danny beat on the baby? And then she started talking about it. Maybe it has something to do with it. I don't know. Don't blame it on me. DJ's already blaming it on me.
And he's not in good shape.
You go to jail too, Jimmy.
Okay, they find him in pieces.
Oh,
Mostly
it's
bones,
top of his skull.
foot. It's not as though he's in one place on that search deck. They're finding bones in different lines, spread out. He's torn apart.
I hope I didn't plant her defense in her head.
They send Quinton's remains up to the FBI lab at Quantico, Virginia, where DNA analysis is done. And they confirm what everybody already knew, is that this is Quinton. And the defendant comes in for one last interview.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, I was talking to her the whole time this was going on. Damn.
So that's where she ends up. After having given this very detailed cover story about going to the Chevron to meet Misty for Oragel.
Dolly getting close to the criminal. I didn't think about planting a seed in her head.
Detailed account of having thrown away some garbage at Azalea in the dumpster, but it only being shrimp pasta. Her final story, when they found Quinton after tracing the trash and making it undeniable that what she was throwing away in that dumpster at Azalea was her son's body. The best she could do in her last interview is to claim a total and complete lack of memory.
Maybe she ran with it. I don't know.
Seeing him in his pack and play.
I just asked her, and then she went into it.
To snapping back into consciousness on the way home from Azalea. And we'll watch it. You'll see more specifically what she says happened is that she was driving home.
Nothing, no tears.
Railroad tracks, and that jolted her back into now forming memories again. That's the story she ends up with.
Postpartum.
Those richly detailed
Something was wrong with her. Drugs, maybe.
Statements for what happened during that trip. Now she just can't remember anything that happened during the critical time period in this case. The murder and the disposal of the body. So that is as concise as I could make it, the account of what happened and how the investigation unfolded. What will the trial look like? Okay, so that's kind of the story, start to finish.
Thank you, sarcasm for fun.
Trial's not like an opening statement. All right, we bring witnesses in one at a time. It can be kind of disjointed and choppy because each individual comes in and they can only talk about really their role and what they did, heard, saw, that sort of thing. You will hear from some of the responding officers. You'll hear from people like Michelle McCardle, people in Quinton's life. I can tell you some things about how the defendant felt about Quinton and treated him. You'll hear from the investigators who took these statements and followed up on them.
Pure
You'll hear from some
evil.
of the people who were involved in this search of the landfill. You'll hear from some of the scientists.
Definitely a baby killer.
Who were tasked with identifying Quinton and seeing what they could make of these remains, which are just totally torn apart. What I do not expect you will hear is exactly how the defendant killed Quinton. And that's because she covered it up. It's because she got rid of the body. All right. The evidence will show that her specific intent from the outset was that he never be found at all. And him being found in pieces, little bitty pieces, was the next best thing. The judge will tell you that in a case like this, we do not have to prove exactly how the defendant killed Quinton. Under these circumstances, how could you? And that is a sensible rule.
Now y'all should be able to see the captions.
Is not exactly how she killed him, but that she killed him. The fact that she did it. And the evidence that we will present to you will do that. It will do that beyond a reasonable doubt. So at the end of the case, when all the evidence is in, we will make our closing arguments and we will ask you to find her guilty of all of the charges in the indictment. I want to thank you for your attention. This has been a fairly long opening statement, but it was important to us because it's our one chance to do it, is to give you kind of soup to nuts from the outset.
Soup to nuts. I've never heard that.
And what did this investigation look like? So I thank you for your attention.
That's a new one for me. Anybody heard that one before? Soups to nuts.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Turn to the defense. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is what I've been waiting for. Buckle up, people.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't intend to speak nearly as long as Mr. Dean did.
Thank you.
Because frankly, this whole case is about rumor, gossip, speculation, and innuendo, and ultimately the state's bold conclusions about what they say happened but can't prove. Unquestionably, this is an emotional case. I know that. I have 5 children, 4 grandchildren. So I understand how emotional this can be. But this case can't be decided based on emotions.
How'd the baby
It has to be
die?
decided on facts and evidence presented in this courtroom. It can't be determined by emotions or their rumors and their gossip and their conclusions. And in the end, what you will determine is that's exactly the foundation of the state's claims. Bunch of conclusions, bunch of declarations, unsupported by actual evidence. These declarations about she did this at 1 o'clock, she killed Quinton. She drove here, and then all of that are their conclusions, what they have decided the evidence shows. But what is important in a trial is this witness stand, where witnesses testify and evidence is presented. It's not what some lawyer says. It's not what the state declares the evidence to be, and that includes this discussion about the statements. Mr. Dean has his ideas of what those statements represent, but that's your job. And it's not to simply rely on the state's conclusions about what they mean.
She's definitely a liar.
The core conclusion is that Leilani Marie Simon murdered her child. The evidence will simply not support that bold conclusion. That is why, after we've heard all the evidence and all the argument, the evidence will lead you to one place, and that is a finding with respect to murder and concealing the death of another of not guilty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Your Honor.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Purse.
He ain't gonna say how the baby died either. He ain't gonna blame it on somebody else or nothing.
This would probably be a good time to break for lunch, and then
Okay.
we'll resume.
That was a quick opening statement.
Testimony after the lunch break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a time for lunch break. It is the time now is 12:10. I'm going to ask that you report back at 1:20. We got to give some time for them to get to lunch and get back. Let's go ahead and make that 1:30. It's 12:15 now. Let's make it 1:30. Got to give some time. I want to be realistic about what we do. When you go, please remember not to discuss the case, not to do any research on the case, and not to talk.
It's a long
with each
lunch
other
break.
about the case. All right. And with that, you're excused.
Okay. We got a lot to go over here. All right. So basically, that'll be an hour, 30 minutes. So they got a 90-minute lunch break. So that'll give us some time to take some calls, discuss the case. Opening statement for the defense was super quick. Nobody went in, even the opening statement for the prosecution, nobody went into how this baby died. The biggest part of this case to me is, how did little Quinton lose his life? And not either one of them spoke on it in opening statements. They spoke on her lies. Yeah, we could convict you of being a liar right now, but could we convict you of being a baby killer? We don't even know how the baby died. And we done went through both opening statements from the prosecution and defense, and nobody has said nothing.
Before we leave, there is one matter that I'd like to take up. Juror 7, who came in a little late earlier today, and she'd also indicated after we had selected the jury that she had some hearing issues or may have some hearing issues, and she provided what the court marked as Court Exhibit 2. Despite her showing the document, which really indicates to me that there is speech understanding in background noise within limits. So we chose to keep her here on the jury today. I just wanted to note for the record that she appears to be responding to all commands made verbally. When I asked each of the jurors to write their name on the front page so that they can begin making notes on the back page, she did so immediately. And I say all this to say that she seems to be doing fine. And I just want to put that on the record.
Okay, well, one of them has a hard time hearing. I got you.
I would concur, Judge. I noticed the same thing, and I got the same conclusions from the note that we got during the jury selection. So, I note for the record the same thing.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Dean, anything?
I agree, Your Honor, and I would just add that during jury selection, when this issue came up, when she brought it to our attention, the reason that I did not push the issue about asking her whether she would like to wear a headset to amplify the volume is that during that colloquy with the court and with counsel, she was being questioned in a very normal tone, and by Mr. Hilliard in particular, and actually kind of a soft, low tone.
Thank you,
Didn't
Haley.
seem to have any problem whatsoever with hearing what people were saying. So that I think that the record is clear on her ability to hear what is being said in courtroom.
Okay, I appreciate the observations. Is there anything else that we need to deal with at this time before we break?
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
Okay. So we're going to resume at 1:30. That's the aim. Let's get back here about 1:25 so that if there's anything, we can address it before we begin. All right. And with that, we're in recess.
Okay. So the phone lines are back open. And opening statements are done. So far, nobody has discussed how baby Quinton died. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. It's Peach Cobbler. How are you?
Hey, Peach Cobbler. I'm doing okay.
Hey, are you able to check your messenger?
Yeah.
Because I sent you some pictures. I work at a landfill.
Uh-huh.
And I wanted you to see, I wanted to show everybody the size of the tractors.
Okay. I didn't get it. Did you send it to my Jimmy Jams one? Jams TV?
Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy Jams.
How long ago did you send it to me?
About 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Oh, through Messenger.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Okay, well then it's also on, I posted it on your
Group?
missing page. Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can go to that real quick and pull it up.
Probably a couple posts back.
Down. Okay, I'm going through them real fast to see. I remember seeing it when you posted the tractor with you standing next to it and how big it was. Let me see if I can find it up here. There's so many posts. I'm going through a bunch of them and they're not in order. So let me see. I'm just trying to see if I can find it. Oh yeah, I got it right here.
Okay, I'll let you go. I just got everybody.
I'll pull it onto the screen.
Okay.
Real fast. And
that first one, my screen is cracked. Not my screen, my lens, and so it let in a little too much light. But, but the others I think turned out pretty good.
they're massive. They're huge.
I know.
So I mean, that's probably why he's in pieces. And I have a friend that works at a landfill too, and they said, usually when you go in that landfill, they never find you. There's just so much.
No, it's like impossible because I drive those tractors, and you're not really, unless it's pretty big, you're not seeing a whole lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And for everybody that don't know, if you haven't added this group yet, add it. It's Help the Missing, Lost and Missing People. This is the group that I run on Facebook. And this is just where we share information about all missing people. So make sure you add that group. And yeah, like you really get a size, like even if that was to run you over, you'd be in little pieces,
Oh yeah. And I'm 5'10", so those tractors are, they're huge.
Yeah, you say you're 5'10"?
Yes, sir.
Well, you taller than me then. I'm only 5'7". So yeah, they would definitely do me in,
Yeah.
And that's why I'm saying it's going to be so hard to determine, if he was beat to death because all his bones are broke, you know? So how do you really determine that it's from abuse, when you can't, the bones have been ran over, compacted? What damage was done by her and what damage was done by these tractors?
Right.
So I don't know.
That's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to show people because I know most people have never been in those tractors and know the size of them.
Yeah, they're huge. They're even bigger than the regular tractors.
Yeah.
So,
I usually drive the last one, the scrapers, my normal, but I've drove all of them and they're big tractors.
Okay. Well,
all right.
You be good. Stay safe.
You too. All right.
All right.
Bye.
Peace. Did anybody find her tractor sexy? Okay. Y'all remember that country song? They think my tractor's sexy. So anyway, opening statements, they don't mention how this baby died. Maybe when are they going to get to how the baby died? I think that's very important. You know, I don't know which officer they're going to call to the stand that's going to go over this, because we know they sent the bones to Quantico, right? They sent these bones to Quantico. Quantico determined first they were human bones, and then they were Quinton Simon's bones. Dolly.
Hey.
Hey.
What are you doing?
Not much, watching this trial.
I know. You had to get up, or Lord, poor thing.
Yeah, I had to get up this morning, but it wasn't no big deal. I'm a little tired. I'll take a nap after this is over.
Take a nap.
Take a
When do you
nap.
think it's going to be over for the day?
I don't know. There is a 30-minute delay on it. I'm thinking around 5 o'clock, 5:30.
Really? It
Yeah.
goes that way?
Yeah. Courts usually don't close to 5 o'clock.
Shoot, mine in Chesterfield, that judge, he finished at 4:30. He wraps it up.
Yeah, I think, it'll probably wrap up around 4:30-ish or somewhere around there. But like I said, we're 30 minutes behind on the trial, so it'll probably wrap up around 5.
Right.
So we're going to be here.
The mother's there. What's her name? BJ? I can't remember.
Billy Joe. Billy Joe Howe is the mother, and yeah, she's there.
What about the baby's father?
I don't know if Bubba's in the courtroom because I ain't there, and they haven't. I don't really know what Bubba looks like too good, so I'm not for sure if Bubba's in there or not. Now, if somebody knows what Bubba looks like, somebody in the chat could tell us. I'm not quite sure. But
what about Danny?
I haven't seen Danny. I haven't seen him on the thing, but maybe he'll come in when he's be called as a witness. So I haven't seen him in the room. And the last I seen him, he had he's tall, skinny, blonde, nappy hair, dirtiest blonde hair. So I haven't seen him in there, but he could have shaved his head. He could look a little bit different because Leilani looks like she gained at least 50, 60 pounds.
That's prison food, Dolly. It's all the freaking canteen and snack crap. It's gonna put weight on you.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I guess you ain't active, and plus you're not on,
Right.
drugs to make you
There you
all
go.
skinny. So she picked up a lot of weight. I mean, she looks totally different. She looks like a whole
Heck,
different
she's
person.
gonna. She's sitting around. Not only that, they probably got her on antidepressants and stuff. That'll make you gain weight.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know what they got her on. They may not have her on anything.
Something. I'm sure they got her on something. Her stating all her issues and she's got. But I'm gonna say this, and I don't care who. People in the chat will probably think. But I don't understand. As far as Virginia is totally a little bit different. I don't know what goes on in Georgia. I mean, child protective service is overwhelmed. I get it, but I don't understand how Billy Joe got custody of those kids with her history.
I don't either. With prostitution and all drug charges and
I don't understand it.
Yeah, I don't either. And then all she did was get custody to put the baby back in the hands of Leilani.
There you go.
I know she should have been charged with criminal child neglect.
Right? And I don't get that. I don't get that at all.
The
lady had issues. I don't know.
She did end up in jail for attempt to court for 10 days for something she did. She had
10 days ain't nothing because she took custody of those kids. It was her job. She knew her child. Well, not child. She was a grown woman. Had 3 kids. She knew she had issues. They all did drugs. She knew it. She still needs to take some of the blunt.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I mean, that girl, the part where she said that she saw her mama OD, and what she said, going in ditch with leaves when they were interviewing, she was in a ditch with leaves, covered in leaves. Yeah, when the cops were interviewing her, but said she wouldn't do any other drug but marijuana. That's what she said.
Okay. There's an exclusive that came out on Daily Mail. It says, exclusive. She told police, I took him overnight. Quinton Simon's father reveals the Georgia toddler's prime suspect mother tried to pin the 18-month-old disappearance on him, but says he hadn't seen his son in months. So she was trying to pin it on Bubba, too.
Well, that boy, he wanted nothing to do with that girl. He wouldn't know.
So
she had issues, Dolly, the way she was raised. It's what you absorb what you see as a kid. That's all she saw was drugs, like she said, her mama OD'd, and in a ditch pile with leaves. That's all she saw. She saw destruction her whole life.
Uh-huh.
So that's what's not phasing her right now, because she didn't care. She shouldn't have had 3 kids at that age.
Okay, this is how Bubba describes Leilani. This is his words. Bubba describes Leilani as a cheater and a liar who spends her days snorting cocaine and smoking marijuana.
Right.
Okay, that's what he said. And, in the beginning, she tried to act like maybe Bubba had took the baby and tried to pin it on him, and he's 85 miles from there.
I don't understand either right now. The other 2 you said are in foster care, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then why come the oldest boys? I thought the oldest boy's father, they're not going to step up and take any responsibility?
It looks like they're not, I'm sure they're battling their own drug problems.
Oh, they all got drug problems.
Yeah. So, even he had drug problems. Usually when somebody's doing drugs, the other person in the relationship is doing drugs with them. And that's what my problem with Danny is what, did he go to bed while she was doing all this cocaine? No, I think he stayed up and done it with her. And then when she went and got rid of Quinton, he watched the other kids.
Right.
And she said she loved this dude and she worshiped. You heard that in the first statements that she worshiped the ground he walked on. So, she didn't want to get him in trouble. So I think to me, and then he lied to the police and said he seen the baby at 6 a.m. Well, how did he see the baby at 6 a.m. if she threw him away at 2 a.m. in the dumpsters?
I don't know. Why come they haven't said how she heard him?
Because they're going to have a hard time proving it, I think. They don't sound like they have a murder weapon. Did you hear anything about a murder weapon?
No.
Did you hear anything about how he died?
No, they haven't said that. I don't know.
How are you going to try this lady? And even in your opening statements, you don't even say how she killed the baby. Usually in an opening statement, they'll say, well, he took a gun and he shot the person 3 times. You know what I'm saying? And he knew after the second shot, the third one would death. They didn't do any of that. Like even in the opening statements of, Adam Montgomery, they said, he stopped at a red light, turned around and beat the baby to death. They told how the baby died. Like they did, even the defense, they haven't said anything. Like their opening statement didn't even go into their defense. It just said what they're saying is not true, right? The evidence won't show what they're saying, but they didn't really give a defense in their opening statement. Nothing.
I know. I don't get that. But the main thing is that everything that she said is a lie, and then she goes back and tries to cover her lie. So they see her as lying, though.
Oh yeah, I know the jury definitely knows she's a liar. There's no doubt at this point that she's full of crap because everything she said is pretty much a lie. Like they did a good job at making her out to be a liar. That is 100% for sure.
And you can't understand her when she's talking because she's whining and crying the whole time. So I can't really understand what she's basically saying. I can't.
I agree. That's the same thing I said. You can't make out really what she's saying.
Yeah. So how are you supposed to?
In them interview rooms they had her in are so echoey. It's like they would have had a better interview in a hallway. It's so echoey and like you can't really make out what they're saying in there. A lot of people were thinking it's my volume. I'm like, no, that's just how it sounds. It's like
it's that. Yeah, it's what you're getting from them, right?
Yeah,
it's hard to understand. I don't know. The girl. Like I said, she will get what she deserves, and we all know that. But she had such a terrible brain. She saw all that, and she gave it. She taught those values and portrayed those values to her little ones, and she didn't like Bubba, so she hurt that poor little boy.
Yeah, yeah, and she talked so highly of the kids in the beginning, like when she was going to go unalive herself. It sounded like. In her goodbye video. And I mean, I know the girl's been through a lot in her life, but it's still no excuse to take the life.
No, it's no excuse.
If anything, she should have reached out for help. She said she was crying for help, but she didn't cry to the right people.
Nope.
And Like she was so worried about a man. She was more worried about that man
There
than
you
she was
go.
the kids.
Just like Jennifer, just like Soto.
Yep. Just like Soto. She was more worried
It's
about a
so
man than
absorbed.
the kids.
Gotta have gotta have a friggin' man.
You
No,
know,
I'm sorry.
when
My
she was
kids are
saying she worshiped the ground he walked on, she should have worshiped the ground them kids walked on.
right. Well, that's always my kid would come for anybody.
Yeah,
They're like a part of me.
that's what I say too. And she was worshiping the wrong person, the wrong God. The kids you should have been the ones being worshipped, and it was the
Kids
man.
always come first.
Yeah. Well, look, Lisa, I appreciate
All
you
right.
calling.
Have a good one.
All right, peace. See, right, you don't choose a man over your kids. And that's what basically she was sad because this man didn't love her. But you know who did love her unconditionally? Them kids, right? But she didn't love them kids. She only cared about that man. If she couldn't have that man, she didn't want to live. She was outraged. You know, that night, you know, this is the reason you don't do drugs, people. They do make you impaired. And, you know, it ain't no excuse. Dolly.
Hey, darling.
Hey,
How
Granny.
are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Not too bad.
We all need to remember this. Don't get it twisted. We are looking at a stone cold killer.
Stone cold killer. Yeah. I
And
mean,
whatever they give her in my book will never be enough.
yeah. And
I'm sorry.
like I was just telling Lisa, she worshiped a man and not her kids.
She worships nobody. This is a stone cold killer.
She looks, you know, she don't look like she shed any she tried to fake some tears in the beginning. When the jury walked out, she was trying to rub her eyes all dry so she could possibly cry, but I don't even think that worked.
It didn't work. She needs to be put to death.
I don't think she faces the death penalty. The only thing she faces is life with the possibility of no parole.
I hope they don't give her parole. And I'm really worried because there's men on that jury.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm a man. I don't feel too sorry for her. I do feel sorry for her life, the thing she's been through, but I don't feel sorry for her killing that baby. It don't have really nothing. The two don't have anything to do with each other.
I don't feel sorry for her life.
Well,
She's a grown woman.
I would feel
She can
sorry for
pour
anybody that's being
up.
raised by Billy Joe, you know.
I just can't.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, don't get it twisted, please. Don't
Oh,
get it twisted.
I'm not. I'm hoping none of them dudes down there on that jury, because there's 7 men on that jury from what I hear.
That's what scares me.
What, you don't think men can make the right decision, or you think somebody might think she's cute or feel sorry for her?
They'll think she's cute and feel sorry for her. She knows how to play on a man's sympathy.
Maybe. You know, when I was down there, I didn't feel too sorry for her. She's so cold and distant and dark that I couldn't even imagine her like being flirty. She's like dead inside, or maybe she was a different person before I met her, you know, but when I met her, she was cold, dark, and distant.
And Danny's no better.
Oh, I think Danny's a piece of crap
should be
myself.
right there with her.
I think so too. I don't think he slept through her doing all those drugs.
No, he didn't. And what man in their right mind is going to walk off and leave his child with these killers?
Yeah, right. Why didn't you take your baby? He didn't take his baby either.
I would have never left without my child.
Yeah, well, apparently he didn't want to be a daddy. You know.
None of them wanted to be a parent. Not one of them.
And I mean, but you know, when you're a baby like that, she's 24 years old. She got 3 kids with 3 different men. Her mama should have taught her better. You know what I'm saying? Use birth control. Make sure it's the right man. Now I'll let you get away with 2, but the 3rd one, that's a little excessive.
That's excessive, but I'm telling you, we don't need to get it twisted. And I hope that they come down on Danny and Billy Joe.
Well, they're saying the prosecution's saying Danny was asleep, so you know they ain't gonna do nothing to him because they're saying he slept through all of it.
He told him something.
And Paul, how do you sleep through a baby screaming and crying that's being beat to death?
I think they were so used to hearing him scream and cry
That they didn't pay it no mind?
Yeah, they didn't pay it no mind.
Maybe.
But you know, Danny should be in jail, and Billy Joe, she should be facing some kind of charges because she gave those children. She should have thought enough of them to let them go to a good family.
That's what got Billy Joe mad at me, Granny. That's why she got up in my face. I thought that woman was going to hit me. I truly did. I was thinking this lady's going to swing on me, and I'm going to end up having to fight this lady out here in the damn street because she came up on me like a man, got right up in my face, spitting on me, talking about you got the wrong one today, right? And I was thinking, oh, I got the right lady. You Billy Joe, right? So she can be violent. I've seen the violent side of Billy Joe.
Well, the truth hurt.
Yeah.
The truth hurt her. She did not have not one of those kids' best interests at heart.
No, because she gave them
every
back.
one of them.
And when I told her that Quinton would still be here if it wasn't for her, it made her mad. I mean,
It cut her. It cut her to the soul.
it made her want to fight mad.
It cut her to the soul because she knew you were telling the truth.
I know.
And the truth hurt.
It did. It got right to her because then when I told her, I took a step back because I didn't want to fight the lady, and I was like, I got the right one, because she said that's what she said to me. You got the wrong one today. And I stepped back and said, no, I got the right one. If you hadn't gave her them kids, Quinton still be here. She turned from anger to instantly tears. She walked off crying. She came up and got in my face wanting to fight, but when she walked off, she was crying.
Because she knew it was the truth.
Yeah, it hurt her. I mean, I almost feel bad for making her cry, but I mean, I just told her the truth. You know what I'm saying?
No. She needed to hear it.
She heard it. She damn sure heard it.
She played a role in all this too.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. She did.
Absolutely. She did the same thing with her daughter, doing drugs, ODing in front of her, selling her body. And that's learned behavior,
It is. It's learned behavior. But Leilani could have pulled herself above it. And she didn't. She
didn't break none of them broke the cycle. The brother is in prison for murdering somebody. So it shows you right there that her upbringing was a little effed up.
Yeah,
But
I
still
just
no
am really
excuse.
worried.
A lot of people have bad upbringings. A lot of people are hooked on drugs. They don't kill their kids.
The only thing is I hope to the good Lord that those men on that jury don't feel sorry for her and give her a low sentence, like 10 years,
Yeah.
which she's already served too.
Yeah, and she's young. She's only 24.
And I don't want to see her walk out of there in 2, 3, 5
Well,
years.
even if they give her 20 years, she'll be out at 44. That's still a young lady.
And I hate to think about that.
So if they don't give her life without the possibility of parole, this woman will walk out of prison one day.
So anybody in this chat or in that courtroom needs to not get it twisted and see them for what they are.
Yeah, at some point, though, you got to have some mental disabilities to even do something like this, or it's the drugs. If it ain't your mental disability, because anybody to do something like this, I would have to say you're crazy, but not certifiably don't know right from wrong crazy, but there is some crazy to you. Something's going wrong in your brain to commit a crime like this.
You are defectively wired, lady.
I agree. I agree. Something's definitely wrong with her. And like I said, I had never met nobody like Leilani. She had a different personality than anybody I've ever met because she was so dark and dead inside.
All over again.
I truly believe when she was talking about unaliving herself in the beginning, that she was in a state to where she could have done that because she was dead inside when I talked to her.
And I'm sorry. She should have went on off and done it to herself.
Yeah.
Leave Quinton alone.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't want to, if people are going through depression and these things, they need to reach out to professional help. A lot of people say, well, they cried out for help, but you got to cry to the right people. You can't just cry to anybody. If you're crying to Billy Joe and people that don't care, they're not going to be there to help you. You got to,
She could have whipped in the hospital at any moment and went to ER.
Yes.
And looked at him and said, man, I'm going to kill myself.
Okay.
And she wouldn't have been walking out of that hospital. They would have put her directly into the psych floor after you say that, you don't leave.
Okay, somebody just sent me this picture. I'm going to share it.
All right. But you remember. I hope they remember. Don't get it twisted.
This is Leilani's notes. It's a tic-tac-toe board. It says oral gel and Bubba and a heart. Okay.
Oh, God.
People already making memes out of it, right?
She's 12, 13 years old. My God.
So no, that ain't real. That ain't real, Granny. That's just somebody trying to be funny.
Well, there's nothing about this case that I wouldn't believe because this bitch be crazy.
They be crazy. I know that, Granny. You're right. They be crazy. Not just her, but there's a lot of them out there that be crazy.
I'm going to be popping in and out because I done got sick to my stomach once and lost my breakfast.
Okay. I just had a good
pop
breakfast.
in and out. But don't get it twisted, nobody.
I won't, Granny. I'm on my game.
I love you. Watch your top notch.
All
Bye,
right,
DJ.
hey.
Watch yours. Bye.
Now, I can't lie. There's things that make me feel sorry for her, right? But at the same time, I realize, hey, you should have broke that cycle, that vicious cycle that you've been through. I feel sorry for what the girl has dealt with, right? And what she's done to herself. For her crimes, do I feel sorry for her? Absolutely not. I hope they burn her at the stake, okay? But everything else in her life, if she hadn't have murdered her kid, I would feel sorry for her. I'd be like, man, you had it rough, girl. You know, like you're battling drug addiction. You grew up in a house where nobody really probably gave a F about you. You were abused. Your mother was on drugs. Your mother was a hooker, you know, and I hate to say that, but it's the truth. And kids see this. Kids are like sponges, right? And they suck up everything around them. If it's bad, they're sucking up bad shit. And it's just the truth, right? That's no reason to find her not guilty, though. She's guilty as hell. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
This is Nomad Beads.
Hey, Nomad.
I'm calling in as a recovered Coca-Cola addict. I've been clean for 14 years.
Okay. That's
and I'm just going to tell you,
congratulations.
Well, it was hard, but yeah, I did it, and I did it cold turkey, and anybody can do it if they want to do it. But beyond that, I'm just going to tell you now, if they were doing what they were supposed to be doing, neither one of them were asleep. Both of them knew what the other was doing because, for one thing, you're not going to let that bag get out of your sight because you keeping track of what's in it. And if the way the room looks, everything's all open, it's not like you could just go and hide off in another bedroom or another room and somebody, and somebody not know about it.
So he's sleeping in the bed right next to the playpen, but don't hear it.
Exactly. And it didn't look like a very big area. So if somebody was being assaulted in any way, you're going to know it. It's not going to be, a quiet thing. If at least the baby's going to cry if something's hurting. And, like I said, somebody saying one might have been asleep, the other was, no, they're both awake. They're wide awake.
Yeah, they're doing drugs together. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you got two drug addicts, one ain't going to sleep while the other one's sitting over there doing drugs.
Exactly, because there's all other things that go in hand with that. You got paranoia, and you thinking somebody's going to get more of it than you're going to get. I'm telling you, I've been there. I know it. There wasn't neither one of them asleep. Whoever did it, the other one knows who did. And even if they both hand in it,
And
which
then
is very possible.
He lied to the police. He said he seen this baby at 6 a.m. There's no way. And he texted the babysitter. So he was wide awake at 5:30. He didn't see that baby in all that time it took him to leave. He didn't notice a kid was missing.
Well, what's doing there, he's covering his ass. because he could always say that he didn't actually see the baby move or, something like that. He could say that the baby was under the blanket, but he saw a form under the blanket or, that's just that's a setup for a lie.
The baby shouldn't have been covered up because it was hot as hell. We're talking Georgia weather. You know what I'm saying? So I was out there sweating to death. I know how hot it is. I couldn't see the baby being covered up. Maybe with a sheet or something, but not with a thick blanket.
Yeah, but they
and then he said the door was open, but it was bolted. It's just his inconsistent statements. She told lies, he told lies, and so far we don't even know how the baby died.
Yep, and we won't never know how the baby died. We might find out where he died, but I don't see any way that we can possibly find out how he died.
Well, I'm sure she's going to come up with something. She's going to say some way that this baby died. And it sounds like from her email, and PJ said I planted this in her head because I was talking to her about Danny beating on the child. And then shortly after that interview, she sent that text, and I was out there talking to her about that day. Right. So maybe saying something about did Danny hit this kid, then put something in her head. I don't know. I hope I don't have any responsibility in her lie, but
well,
I don't know. Maybe she's going to blame Danny.
It's going to be a Casey Anthony. I think it's going to be a Casey Anthony thing. I think she's going to say that he fell in the pool. She got there. She didn't know what to do. So bing, bang, she did what she did.
Mm-hmm.
And how can they refute it?
Her defense is already saying she's not responsible for the murders, but she's responsible for the disposing of a corpse. So they're already going to make it out to be like she didn't kill the baby, but she did dispose of them. We know that's coming.
So, see, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be some kind of bullshit, and we feel like we know what happened. And if we could have been a fly on the wall, that would be great.
Yeah.
But it's just, I don't think we'll ever find out exactly what happened because the only people that know is Danny and Leilani.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. And maybe Paul was in that house too. All right. You be good.
All right. Peace, brother.
Yeah. Maybe Paul knows. How didn't they hear this baby crying? Now, I have a hard time believing she went and got drugs, and when they got back, her and Danny didn't do those drugs. I just have a hard time believing that. Not defending her, but I just have a hard time believing that this man was asleep through all this. Dolly. Hello.
Dolly. It's Jamie from Indiana.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I just wanted to say, I'm probably going to get a lot of hate for it, but I don't think her cries were necessarily for help. I think they were more for attention. Because most people, in my opinion, from everybody, I think her mom, I think she lacked that attention her whole life. So I think she made that video for it. I mean, if she, and forgive me, and it's my opinion, but I feel like if she legitimately was on the edge, she wouldn't have recorded that video. I think she recorded it for somebody to see, to get attention. You know what I mean? It's like you're getting in an argument with your spouse and you're like, well, I'm leaving and I'm not coming back, and you leave. But you're coming back, but you just tell them you're leaving and not coming back because you want them to chase you and tell you to come back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm not saying she wasn't suffering. I mean,
she sent the message.
She definitely is suffering.
She sent the message so he'd be like, baby, I do love you. Come home.
Right.
It was one of those. Yeah, I think so too.
And I just want you to tell me you want me and you don't want me to not be alive, and who up to you, bam. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the video to me made it sound like she cared more about Danny than she did the kids.
Oh, yeah, and none of her kids, it wasn't I love you more than life. It was you're this, you're that. But now Danny, it was, oh, I loved you more than life itself. But none of her kids.
She even said she worshiped the ground he walked on. So she should have been worshiping them kids that really loved her. Them kids loved her unconditionally. That man may love her for just some sex and that's it. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, there's been times, I'm sure, in everybody's life that they've done something one way or another for attention. Maybe not to that extreme, but,
Yeah.
And I think that the whole her using that night, and like the caller was saying, everybody, I'm a fat kid and I eat. I've never been a drug addict, but if you come home with a big cake, I'm not gonna sleep next to you while you're eating that cake. You know what I mean? I'm gonna stay awake and you gotta share it with me.
You gonna eat the cake too? I mean, I'm a fat kid inside. I can tell you that. I'm a fat kid inside.
So it's like there's no way he used to, or she wouldn't have told him that she was going to get some.
I would want a piece of that cake. Now, I used to smoke weed, and if you came in smoking some weed, I'm going to smoke it with you.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So, like,
whether I'm asleep, whether it's 2 a.m. or 2 p.m, I'm gonna stay awake to enjoy those.
Yeah, as soon as I smell it, I'm waking up. You know what I'm saying?
And he's not gonna go to sleep when she texts him saying, "Hey, I'm going to get some."
Yeah,
no way.
exactly.
He's watching out the door, waiting for her to pull up.
Yep. Amen to that. Right.
Because she wouldn't have never told him that she was going to get it if he didn't know, if he didn't use himself. Because my spouse isn't gonna. He would have to hide it.
Yeah.
Because you know what I mean.
You're exactly right.
She wasn't hiding it.
That's
so
what
he
makes
knows.
me think he was awake for all of it, and he knew what was going down. Is because
And I don't think he had anything to do with it. So I mean, and I get maybe that's his way of separating himself from it. But in a case like this, every little thing matters.
Yeah, I don't know if he did it. I think, the whole he did it is
I think he has
trying to
knowledge.
blame somebody else. I believe he has knowledge, and he did nothing to stop it.
Right. Or he definitely had knowledge in the past because people outside of the house did.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he should be in jail. I ain't saying he should be in jail for murder, but he should be in jail,
And I'm going to leave on a side note. I do have 5 kids, and I do have 3 different baby daddies. One of them is deceased, so we couldn't have more kids. But I still love all my kids. So her having different baby daddies.
Did you have them that young, though? 3 before?
Absolutely.
You had
I had
3
2 before I was 21.
You had 2 before you were 21?
I'm 39. I have a 21-year-old, 2 19-year-olds, a 15-year-old, and a 14-year-old.
So you was a busy young lady.
I guess. No cable TV.
Okay. I won't judge
So, yeah.
you. I won't judge you.
But I just think she tries to use that. And maybe that could just be she didn't care for her. So, you know what I mean?
I would just say, like I did in Leilani, that's a little obsessive for a young lady. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But, well, at least you turned out good and you didn't kill none of your kids, though. That's the more.
Oh, no, I would kill for my kids. There's no way.
Amen. That is well said.
No way
right there.
ever. And I was young and I lived a messed up childhood. My family's all addicts. But I would kill for my kids. I would give my last breath.
Well, I mean, I've seen people strung out on drugs that would never hurt their kids.
Never. No. And I was a recovery specialist for years. And none of them.
She's kind of blaming drugs on hurting her kid. I've seen people strung out junkies that wouldn't hurt their kid.
That would rob to feed their kid.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
me too.
I mean, there's some that would hurt their kid, but I mean, I've seen ones that wouldn't too. So.
And then how is you going to say that someone else hurt him and she covered up when clearly in the interview she says she doesn't remember anything?
How do you black out on an upper?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't do hard drugs, so I don't know. I've just never been into that. Just smoking bud, but I don't see how people can be wide awake and be blacked out at the same time.
You can still get the same euphoria from like being excited. Like if you get overly excited, you still have that kind of effect that an upper would give you. Maybe not as long, but you know what I mean? Have you ever been super excited to where like the world is more colorful, if that makes sense?
I mean, the only thing I could think of as far as like that adrenaline high, I've had that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's almost in this. I mean, that's what people have explained it to me.
So,
and when you're on speed or you're on uppers, your mind is more, so you think more in depth, if that makes sense.
It seems like she would have knew, just like the prosecution said, she was putting on her turn signal. She was stopping at stop signs. She knew the buckler.
She knew well enough to come up with a lie.
But she didn't know she had a dead baby in the back.
Yeah.
Right. That just don't make any sense to me. So I can't.
And you were conscious. And she came up with a pretty good story in the beginning. So I mean, she knew well enough to lie. I went and got Oragel. Like I got to cover this step. I got to cover this step.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
She didn't stick with her lies. She would break in that, and she,
she's evil. She's very evil.
Yeah, she's gonna pay the price though, and it's
and
time
sadly,
for
like we've seen in Georgia, there are women that lose their babies, and it truly be an accident.
Yeah,
And then we got this monster. I just like to knock the taste out of her mouth. I'm not gonna lie.
There was a lady that was out there during the protest that her baby drowned.
I know. I remember that.
Yeah, and that was
so
sad to hear. Yeah, to hear her story.
I cried.
And she took responsibility for it, and you know, she said
accountability. Like, I didn't do it, but it's my fault in a sense.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
it's her fault. She
you
allowed
still
it to
feel
happen.
at fault.
Yeah. And she said she's lived with it every day. It almost made me cry when she said that.
And it will eat at you but now you got this woman, she's sitting there smirking, and she's like, it's an inconvenience for her to be there.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, you know, people that did drugs that lost their kids and didn't get them back. And I met a lot of people out there with a lot of problems in Georgia that, you know, they related to Leilani, but they couldn't understand why she did what she did.
Or why her mom would give, I mean, I could go on and on. But I worked with addicts in recovery, you know what I mean? People trying to get clean and stuff. And they would give anything, and they'll tell you the first thing is, once you lose your kids, you want to use more, but then you come to that point to where you're like, but then it's too late.
Yeah, you know, one thing is you can't make a drug addict stop until they want to stop.
No, not for nothing.
They gotta want to help themselves first. That's the very first step of drug addiction is you got to want to help yourself.
And it is a disease, but I don't understand how people can't put their kids first. I'll never understand, but I couldn't put myself into that mindset to understand.
Yeah. Well, look, you be good. You stay safe.
All right, you too,
until next time.
Yeah,
hopefully we find out what they say happened to this baby today.
And it's a madhouse here because the Richard Allen case. It's nuts.
Oh yeah, Delphi's today
too.
I'm going to be covering some of that tonight.
And it's just jury selection. I can imagine what it's going to be like here when the trial starts.
Yeah, I'm thinking about flying out to Delphi to check out the bridge, sit in the court case a little bit if I can get in.
Well, let me know. I'm right here.
All right.
Come let me know.
You be good.
Right,
Stay safe.
PJ. All right, Dolly. Hey, PJ. Bye.
All right. Peace. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. It's Spread Love.
Hey, Spread Love.
I'm going to try not to cry this time.
Okay. Well, you called right when court started back up last time.
I know. But I had time to have a little break from them. Listen, I want to tell you something. That's something that bothers me. Okay, now tell me this is what I heard, that she smacked that baby so hard that she landed that baby in the street.
Yes.
Okay.
I was told that when I was down there that she was out in front with there was neighbors outside, people outside and everything, and she backhanded the baby into the street.
Okay, here's what I want to say about that. That would be a cold day in hell when I'd have left that baby lay in the street and I wouldn't have dealt with that. And I can tell you, this is why I know this is true. One time I was at the dentist office and this woman was so mean to her babies. She had 2 of them. They were so little, their feet couldn't reach the ground, so they were swinging. They weren't allowed to move. And so she took this one little boy. He couldn't have been 3 years old. Took him in the bathroom. When he came back outside, he couldn't see. He was blind. Okay, I don't know what she did to him, but she saw me talking to him. And she said, "What are you doing talking to my son?" I said, "What did you do to him?" And she said, "That's none of your business." I said, "You made it my business when you did it in front of my face." And I mean, I was ready. I mean, the place was packed. Nobody stood up for me. Nobody stood up for that baby. And I turned around and I looked at everybody else in the place and I said, "And you all just saw that. And don't none of you care." But me and her, I was going to follow her outside because she took her boys and walked out the door. And oh, my daughter was with me, and she said, "I said I'm going to get in a fight." She said, "Who are we fighting?"
Who are we fighting?
I said, "That lady right there.
Yeah,
that lady's mistreating her son, and I'm not going to have it." So I just want to say that when you see something like that happen, how do you leave a baby lay in the street? You pick the baby up, you sucker punch the mom in the face, and that. I don't think she's going to knock the baby in the street no more.
Yeah, I can understand that. When me and PJ was in Atlantic City on our vacation, we seen the worst mother in the world. Now, she wasn't physically abusing the child, but she was mentally abusing the child. she was just talking so bad to this little girl. And I was just holding my breath, and I was thinking, I do not need to go to jail in Atlantic City, right? But I was on the verge. I could see PJ turning red. Like it would just, and we were sitting right behind them. They totally destroyed our lunch, right? We were having lunch, and they were just telling she was telling a little girl how basically she wished she'd never been born and how everything was her fault.
Oh, hell no.
How disgusting she is. And I'm sitting there just trying to hold my breath. And I'm just like, lady, I'd like to just take you, you know what I'm saying? Just do some mean shit to you. You know what I'm saying? But
yes, I do. I know exactly what you're saying, because there's no way I'd have left that baby lay in the street. And just like I did that day at the dentist office. And not only that, but they are mandatory. And my daughter went in and she said, my mom's getting a fight outside. Some ladies in the street and her child. And they said, no, you stay right here. We're going to take care of that. They never came out. We went back the next day and asked them, did they report that? They did not. And that's all. That's pretty well my story.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, people don't realize that, you know, even mental abuse is so scarring to a small child, especially when you make somebody feel worthless, you know.
Dolly, this baby couldn't see. He couldn't see when he came out of the bathroom. He had his hands trying to find his way to his seat. And I went up and I took him by the hand and I said, baby, it's okay. I'm here with you now. You know, nobody's going to hurt you in front of me. And that's when she came up and said, what are you doing talking to my son like that? She said, that's none of your business. I said, you made it my business when you did it in front of my face.
Amen to that.
All right. That's all.
All right. You be good. Stay safe.
I'll try not to cry no more. This is heartbreaking. I love that little boy.
All right. Be good.
All right. Thanks, Dolly.
If somebody has the ghost video to link to it, send it to PJ. Send me the ghost link in my DMs and I'll play the video of Quinton Simon's ghost. If you haven't seen this, it will absolutely blow your mind. Okay. So we'll play this ghost video as soon as PJ sends it to me. And it's basically, I was standing out front of Quinton Simon's house and his little ghost ran up to me and you can see it. It is crazy. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Melanie.
I've been listening to the
trial.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And I don't understand something. They said that they were going to return at 1:25. It's 1:32 here.
There's a delay on the feed, so it'll be in 30 minutes, Melanie. There, come back in 30 minutes.
Oh, delay.
Or 2 o'clock. Okay, it'll be at R2.
Oh, they're gonna be back at 2. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So just be patient.
Okay.
Is that it?
Okay. Yeah. I hope that this lady gets the death penalty.
I don't think she's facing the death penalty. I think it's just life in prison without the possibility of parole.
I'm life in prison. Okay.
So we want to hope for the best, whatever the worst is. I mean, I don't know. I don't think Georgia has the DP. I could be wrong, but I know she's facing life.
Yeah. Without parole, huh?
Yeah. I mean, if they give her parole, you know, she'll just be out one day, and we hoping that ain't the case.
Is this Quinton Simon?
All right, Melanie, I'm going to play this video real quick. So you be good. You stay safe. All right.
Okay, I love y'all.
All right. We love you too there, Melanie. You be good. Peace.
Peace.
All right, guys. Good old Melanie. All right. I'm going to play this video for you real quick while we wait for the trial to begin. And this is only an 8-minute video, but this is me out in front of Quinton Simon's house in Georgia. And this is the craziest ghost video you will ever see in your life. Now, I want to start by saying this video has not been edited. Okay. This was shot live on video. All right. So, be ready to see some stuff that will blow your mind. This is on Halloween Eve. right? I believe the night before Halloween, Savannah, Georgia, Buckhalter Road. As you see behind me is what I call the Amityville Horror House. This is Leilani's house. And when you see this, let me know, okay? And when you see this ghost, if you see a ghost in this video, I want you to hit the like button, okay? If you see it, like the video. Now, if you don't see it, you ain't got to like the video, but you're going to see it, okay? You're definitely going to see it.
Is this Quinton Simon's ghost? In this clip,
did y'all see
footage
it?
shows what looks like to be an apparition walking behind Dolly Vision TV on Bullhorn Betty's live last night.
And so we went back, and sure as I am sitting here, that was on my original video, and I literally dropped my phone.
I contact one of America's most well-known alien abductees, and he tells me what he thinks.
So David, I have to send you this video, and I want you to tell me what you think about it.
Okay, I'll do it.
If you look up Bullhorn Betty on YouTube and click on her live video captioned Live Quinton Night Crew Edition and scroll in 1 hour and 13 minutes in.
Now, I just want to tell you guys, that is me with the light in my hand, okay? As a matter of fact, the light is just kind of like right here. Look, it's a ring light. That's what it is. I have it hooked to a battery pack, and it was really dark out there. There's no street lights. Okay. And a lot of people will say, hey, this is a light flare. It's not, because what you see is behind me, not in front of me. Okay. So there's no way there's a light flare behind me when I'm holding the light in front of me. This ghost runs up right behind me. You can see its arms. You can see its legs, right? And it is pretty mind blowing. It is one of the realest ghost videos I've ever seen. Right. I thought my first instinct was when I seen it, somebody edited it, because somebody had when they were writing in my chat, Dolly, there's a ghost behind you. There's a ghost behind you, but it's Halloween. So I'm thinking somebody's just playing around, joking, right? They're joking. Well, somebody said it's a reflection with arms and legs. I ain't never seen a reflection with little arms and legs. There's no kids out there. This is the middle of the night. There's no little kids. But yet you see a little kid running. That is not a reflection, okay? I didn't even believe in the spirit world till this video came out. Let me finish. When somebody sent it to me, my first instinct was, this was edited. And then I noticed that it had the logo. And I was like, hold on, this was shot from one of our cameras, right? So then I go on to Betty's video, and I see that it's live. So I go get Betty, right? And I'm like, Betty, you got to see this, right? So I show her the video, and Betty has the same reaction I did. This is edited. I said, no, it's not. It's live from your video. It's live. We had no way. We were shooting these on cell phones, right? So there was no way to edit. We wasn't there with a computer or anything like that. And the only person that is good enough to edit something like that, all of us that were there, was Olivia, and she was out of town. She went on a Bigfoot hunt in North Carolina. So she was off chasing Bigfoot when this happened. But yeah, this is the realest ghost video I've ever damn seen. And a lot of y'all seen it live when it happened.
Apparition appears. Notice how the apparition walks behind the fence in Dolly Vision, but does not appear in front of it. It almost looks as if a small creature is walking. But there was nothing there. It's eerie to watch, as it seems to be coming from Quinton's home. After it passes Dolly, it dissolves into thin air.
All right, so, we started getting calls last night, like text messages, emails, the phones were blowing up. And people were saying that there was a little boy running near Dolly. And I'm like, no, there wasn't. And so we look at the video, and it was not a video. It was a clip of my video. And of course it had a logo at the bottom of it. And I saw it, and I'm like, oh, that's Photoshopped. That's definitely Photoshopped. And he's like, no, it looks real. It looks real. And I'm like, no, it's got to be Photoshopped. Go back to my video. Go back to my video. And so he went and posted on it. And I'm like, did you check it? And he's like, no. I'm like, it looks Photoshopped. And so I said, well, let's pull up my video. And so somebody had identified that it was like right at the 1 hour, 14-minute mark. So I started at 1 hour and 13 minutes and started watching. And I didn't see it the first go round. And so we got the time again. And so we went back, and sure as I am sitting here, that was on my original video. And I literally dropped my phone. Like I was like freaked out.
It's not at the same pace as me. It's running. I'm walking. I don't walk that fast. Okay. I'm pretty slow. I'm a turtle. You know what I'm saying? He's running to you, Dolly. It's unbelievable, right? Because I know that there's no effery in this. This is real. This is in front of Quinton Simon's house, and this is a ghost of a baby, right? Some people believe there ain't no such thing as baby ghosts, that they're demons and all kinds of stuff. I don't know. All I know is there is a damn ghost running at me. Okay. There's a damn ghost running at me. And it appears to be a small child at a home that Quinton Simon was murdered in. All right. So, you know, they should play this in court, right? Like, he for sure died in that home because the spirit is still there. All right. That's what I said in the beginning of the trial. I was like, he may, you know, she may have went and threw him in that dumpster, but his spirit never left that house. That's a true statement from me. All right.
I dropped my phone. There is no way in this world that I actually thought that there was a ghost, but I saw it and I watched it again, and you can clearly see legs running.
David Eckhart is an alien abductee and UFO experiencer. I interviewed him last year and wrote this article showing photographs he's taken of entities. He's been on numerous TV shows, such as the History Channel.
David Eckhart is asleep in his bedroom. Suddenly, the camera picks up something alarming. A short, skinny humanoid figure begins slowly peeking out from behind the open door.
I backed and forth until I found it, and then that's what it showed me. And I showed my son. He's like, got these tears coming to his eyes. No way.
This interview clip they used is from my full interview with David Eckhart. I decided to call him to see what he thinks of the Quinton apparition video.
Oh, David, I have to send you this video, and I want you to tell me what you think about it.
Okay, I can do it. I can do it.
So it's
working on a new case.
Yeah, I'm working on a murder case. And I'm not gonna tell you what it's about yet.
Yes, Leilani does look a lot and resemble Kayla Montgomery. I said when I was in court in New Hampshire, I said the same thing. I was like, when I seen her come out, I was like, she looks just like Leilani. I mean, they could be sisters. Okay. I thought the exact same thing that I thought. Well, you think Kayla reminds you of Leilani. I thought the same thing. I was like, yo, this girl reminds me of, well, you think Leilani reminds you of Kayla. I thought Kayla reminded me of Leilani. I was like, this girl looks like Leilani. Like, you know, like what's with all these women and killing kids that look similar?
Yeah, because I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. But there's something in this video which you'll see when you watch it. And I want you to tell me what you think it is when you watch it. But yeah, I just texted it over to you. And just watch it, and you'll see something moving in the video.
Okay, I'll do it.
The apparition goes behind, because some people are saying that this is a lens flare. But the problem here is there was no lights shining my way. They were all shining toward the house. And when you look at that ghost, or the apparition, it runs behind Dolly, not in front of him. So it really is something that I believe is a ghost. And then when we look at the history of Savannah, Georgia, we realize that this is not an uncommon thing here.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Mom and I are actually out in Tennessee right now because we're going on a Bigfoot expedition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good then. Well, enjoy yourself.
Okay, David sent me an audio.
Entity. They can travel through the power lines. Somebody got one Just this morning I watched it. One came out of a light in a parking lot and ran across the parking lot. And if I could find it again, I'll send it to you. But it's the same people. They can travel to the power lines anywhere they want. Yellow.
David, yeah, so in that house, a boy was murdered 3 weeks ago. A 20-month-old boy was, yeah, so we think that maybe that's him, his ghost or his apparition.
Well, they come and check that out. They probably looking for his ghost or apparition. Yeah, so they will do that. They'll show up when somebody's gonna die too. In the hospital, some people will report seeing these guys in the hospital when somebody's fixing.
No, they're gonna be back at 2. They're in recess for lunch. So I just pulled up the ghost video of Quinton Simon when we was out front of his house and his ghost ran out behind me. I just wanted to show everybody this that's into the Quinton Simon case. I know it's a little off topic, but it's still Quinton Simon. That is his mother. And, you know, this little boy died in his house, and now there's a video of a little kid running up to me as an apparition. And it still makes the hair on my arm stand up every time I see it, okay? Like, and when I told y'all I was emotionally involved in this case, that's why I was like, you know, who better to watch it with than me? Somebody that was out there, somebody that knows what was going on, somebody that was talking with Leilani. The damn ghost ran up to me. So, like, when I told everybody, I was like, this case will stay with me forever. I wasn't kidding. This is something that I'll remember to the day they put me in the ground.
The guy, I don't think it's the boy. They're just looking for his spirit. That's what they're probably there for.
I think it was the boy.
Oh, interesting. So
they're searching for him. So they use the soul for many different things. So they'll put it in a different container or whatever else. But since it's a brand new soul, they were probably definitely after it. So looking for it. But it was murdered, huh? That's too bad. But yeah, those entities that travel the power lines, I could show you a video. I'm gonna look for it for you. That one comes out of a light in the parking lot and takes off. It looks exactly like the same thing. He takes off running too. So.
Wow, that's wild. Well,
I'll find it and I'll send it to you, and it looks exactly the same thing. So.
Interesting. Well, thanks for sharing your thoughts, David.
Okay, no problem.
I'll come visit. Mom and I are going to come visit you really soon here.
Okay.
If it wasn't for viewers like you, traveling the country with...
All right. So there you go. That was the ghost video of Quinton Simon. Now let's open the phone lines back up. You know, you can tell me when you call in. Do you think that was a ghost? Do you think it was a lens flare? I'm going with it's a ghost. I ain't never seen a lens flare yet with arms and legs and be running, okay, from a house where there's a 20-month-old murdered baby. Dolly. Hello.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
Oh, it has like a delay whenever we call in.
Oh, okay.
This is Amy again from San Antonio.
Okay, Amy.
Now, I told you before that I grew up in Louisiana.
Uh-huh.
And yes, there is such a thing as baby ghost.
Okay.
I saw one. I saw one as a child. But yeah, what they're drawn to is that light energy. It's something about the electricity, like he was talking about, and like all that power that was coming from your light. So it was drawn to you, but it was also drawn to you because I said before, you're a good dude. You've got a good soul. You know, you're a voice for the voiceless. And yeah, I told you that was Quinton.
That's what I think anyway. And like, I don't know who could tell me any different that I would believe it. Like, you know, because I experienced it and I know it's real and I know there wasn't no effery in it. And it's like, I don't know. It's just hard to believe, you know, and it was captured so clearly the way it was.
It gives you that proof for not everybody else or me, but to yourself, because you know it was real. Well, I believe you, so I know it was real and how I grew up. And I've told you before, I don't know if you remember. So if you ever come and visit, you know, and that goes for Georgia too. There's a lot of Haitian voodoo that came into our country a long time ago. So that's where all that spiritual stuff starts from. It had a lot to do with the Civil War, you know. So, I mean, but yeah, that's real. That's real.
Yeah, I mean, I know. I mean, I give people a chance to argue it, but I in my mind, it's real as can be. And that's why I told everybody to share that ghost video. I was like, this is the realest ghost video there is, because that to me, because I know it's real. I know that nobody edited it. I know, but nobody did anything to it. It was shot 100% live in front of a house where a baby was murdered. I mean,
yeah.
What else could it be?
The Amityville house, I was like, oh my God, it does.
It's
Like
the
that.
top windows. It's them top windows that get you. You know, you're like, oh man, this
They
has
look
kind of got
like
that Amityville vibe.
They look like, yeah, they look like eyes. Well, where I grew up in Louisiana, we moved there in like 1981. And when we moved there, this neighborhood that was being built was only a mile from Lake Pontchartrain and I-10. I grew up 20 minutes from New Orleans. I was on the south side of the water. But anyway, they were developing the swampland back there to build this neighborhood, continue it on. And anyway, I was about 7 years old. We had a 4-bedroom house, and my sister wouldn't let me sleep with her anymore. But anyway, this baby was in my bed, and I could hear something breathing. And I looked, and on the pillow next to me, I saw this little head, and I could see the covers rising as I was hearing the sounds. It was like a grumble voice, like a breath. You know, it kept doing that and doing that. And then it turned its head and looked at me, and it had red, beady eyes. And I froze with fear. I'm a little child. And it turned its head back around, and I slid out of that bed like a little snake. And I went to my parents' room, and I never wanted to sleep by myself again, but they made me.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, that would scare me too.
Oh, it's real. All right, I'll let you go.
All right.
Let's continue on for justice for little Quinton Simon.
We got 9 minutes. All right, you be good.
All right. Bye, PJ.
All right, peace. All right, so yeah, man, the ghost of baby Quinton. And some people will say that ain't what it is. You know, there ain't no baby ghost, it's demons. And that dude said it was an alien or something. I don't know what the hell it was. I just know it was real. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, it's Rhonda from Tennessee. I haven't talked to you in a long time.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going okay. I was watching it the night that really happened. Yeah, it was him. He was running for you.
Yeah, I mean, it blew my mind when I seen the comments in the chat when I was walking.
Right.
I thought people were messing with me because it's Halloween. Dolly, there's a ghost behind you. Dolly, there's a ghost. There's a ghost.
No, it was there.
I'm just walking, reading
y'all.
it. I'm just kind of walking and reading it and laughing. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't really know there was really a ghost.
Yeah, yeah. And see, I believe in ghosts because my aunt's house was haunted. The piano would play when nobody was in the room, and you know, it was just crazy. A white shirt would walk through the house, and there was nothing but a white shirt. You know, it was crazy. But yeah, it was little Quinton.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like to me. I remember my grandma, right? She had this old house with a big wraparound staircasing, and at the top of the stairs was a closet. And as a kid, it was weird to me because nobody ever went in the closet, ever. Like I'd come stay the summers in Virginia with my grandma, and I was so scared to walk by this closet as a kid. Right? I just thought something was going to jump out and grab me because nobody ever opened it. And it was just creepy as hell. And these stairs were dark, and every stair creaked. They were like, all the way up to the top of it. And to get to my room that I was staying in, I had to go past this closet every time. And it was the scariest shit. I still to this day wonder what was in that damn closet as a grown up.
Nobody ever looked?
Nobody. I never opened that closet to save my life. I ran past it every time as a kid.
Wow.
I just thought it was dead bodies.
I
was thinking there's some dead bodies or a monster in this closet. I never opened it. I never seen my grandma, granddad, my brother. Nobody opened this fucking closet ever. Ever. Right? So they didn't open it. I damn sure didn't open it.
Right. Well, they eventually tore down my aunt's house and put a double wide in there. But yeah, it was crazy. I mean, it's like when you went up through a holler, because I live in the country. You went up through the holler, you could see like somebody standing in the window upstairs. And when you got there was nobody.
Yeah, even in my grandma's house, the blinds would open sometimes, and I was like, "That's weird,
Yeah.
shit, right?" And then you had the creepy closet in the dark staircasing. Oh, I was so scared in that house as a kid. I don't know what it was. I just thought something was always going to jump out and get me.
Right. Well, come see us sometime.
All right, you be good. Stay safe.
All right. Thanks, Dolly.
All right, peace. Yeah, does anybody got any spooky stories like that? You know, I'm saying Halloween is coming. But listen, I never seen anything in the house, right? I never seen anything, but it was the creepiest staircasing because the closet sat right at the very top of the stairs. And it was one of them old, like, kind of cathedral type houses. So the staircase didn't just go straight up. It kind of had like a wrap to it, it kind of went curved, but then went straight. And, you know, then it had the balcony all the way across the upstairs, you know, and there was a bedroom here, and a bedroom here, and a bathroom. But the whole spooky thing that with me was, as a kid, was why don't anybody ever go in that closet? Like, you go downstairs, people had the coat closet, or they would use the closets. But that's, you know what I'm saying? And my grandma was a real mean lady, so I don't know what the hell was in that closet, but I never looked. It was always just one of those things as a kid that scared the shit out of me. All right, for no reason either. Like I just thought it was odd. Like, okay, this must be where they keep the bodies at, you know, because nobody goes in there. All right, call-in numbers on the screen. What do you think about the Leilani case? They haven't given any in opening statements. They haven't said how the baby died. The defense came out there in their 60-second opening statement, and they basically said that she didn't kill the baby, but they didn't say how the baby died. They're giving no reason that this baby ended up in a landfill, right? Like, I know the reason it ended up in landfill. She threw it in a dumpster, but there's no reason that this baby should have ended up in the dumpster. Why was it deceased for her to put it in the dumpster? Nobody has explained that yet. You know, we're 4 hours into court. It's about to come back on in just a few minutes. And nobody has explained that yet. They haven't went into really how the baby died. Now, if they're going to accuse her of beating this baby to death, don't you think they should have said something in opening statements? Like, you know, she bludgeoned this baby to death with a broomstick or anything. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
Hey, this is Debbie in Mississippi.
Hey, Debbie.
That was a pretty crazy video.
Uh-huh. Is that the first time you seen it?
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen it. It looks like a little kid running for sure.
I know. It blew my mind. I was
yeah.
So,
I don't know what to believe about stuff like that. I try to mind my own business and stay in my own world and let the spirit world do its own thing.
There is definitely something else other than, you know, I guess the body really is just a vessel, and the spirit is something totally separate than that vessel.
Yeah, well, I do believe when we die, our souls are still, our souls are still there. And, you know, some cultures and stuff believe that, you know, for many days after a person dies, their soul is still like one, you know, here on earth. How long was that after little Quinton died?
I just remember it was I think the day before Halloween.
Okay.
It may have been on Halloween. I'm not positive. I know it was right around Halloween-ish from my memory. So he had been missing for a little bit.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, his little soul may have been wandering around.
Well, maybe after court and Leilani gets convicted, his soul will ascend into heaven.
Justice, yeah.
He's waiting for some justice, you know, just like me.
Yeah.
This has stuck with me for 2 years. You know, 2 years. It'll never end for me, but it will have some closure for me soon.
Yeah.
You know, that's how I look at it.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing. It's horrible. All these little children now all over the place that are being abused and hurt and you know, I I follow all of them. Like I talked to you about Maddie, and you know, we're all worried about Sebastian, and you know, all these different little children, little Harmony Montgomery, and these people, these monsters that just, they don't care about anything. They're so involved in their drug abuse and their own mental, emotional disabilities, and then these poor children suffer from it, you know. And I think that it's up to us, when we see something that's going on that just doesn't seem right with a child, we need to report it, you know. We can't ignore it. We have to, you know. It's just like with little Maddie. There was a lot of people that could tell there was something, like teachers would talk about how they saw things that, you know, she was tired in school and she said different things, and people just didn't follow up.
Yeah,
they knew there was something not right.
Yeah, she was crying out a little bit for help, and I guess she just didn't cry out to the right people. Thank you, PJ.
Yeah. So yeah, we need to pay attention, and we need to say something and do what we can to help with these little children that they're so helpless and vulnerable, and they don't have anybody else, but even their own parents are the ones that are hurting them and doing things to them, and so they have no one.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. I mean, you know, you think a parent's here to, you know, protect their kid. It's natural instinct, but you know, a lot of times these are the people that hurt these kids.
Yeah. And I still think, Jen, I know we're talking about Leilani, but I think Jen was involved and knew what was going on, and I'm out for her. I want her to go to jail.
Yeah, right. I like to see it myself.
I was watching a story about a woman whose daughter was in the same kind of situation as Maddie, by this guy that was her uncle was grooming her, and she saw what was going on, and he hadn't actually molested her yet or anything, but he was trying to get there, and the little girl backed away from him, and he killed her. And that, when they were looking for the missing girl, that mother acted the way you expect a mother to act when her child's missing.
Yeah.
You know, she was crying, she was begging for somebody to bring her daughter back, she was looking everywhere for her. It's totally the opposite of Jen Soto. And it's like this Leilani chick, she is like really I mean, the way she was crying and carrying on almost had me convinced.
Yeah, I mean, she's a good actress. I give her that in the beginning. Yeah. She's pretty convincing, but now we know it's all lies. And now how do you trust somebody or anything she says at this point when everything she said in the beginning was a lie?
Yep, that's right. Well, I hope she gets justice, and I just pray for the souls of these little children. And I know you got lots of people that want to talk to you, Dolly, so I'm going to let you go.
You be good.
All right, thanks. All right.
All right. So, you know, Dolly Vision's brought to you today by Dolly Soap. Okay. So wash your pits and your tits with Dolly Soap.
Welcome to the wonderful Dolly's glorious lather. Some of the best soap in the world. And it comes in some of your favorite scents. Why have ordinary? You can have extraordinary. It's like driving a Lambo down the street instead of an 81. Made all natural ingredients. No harsh chemicals. This soap will leave you smooth as a pimp with a lip. Check it out now. Buy Dolly Soap.com. Also, you can save 2% when you use the promo code Wash Your Flaps.
Bam! As smooth as a pimp with a limp. Also, we have a new promo code for 15% off. It's Happy Halloween. Okay. And when you buy something, my Dolly Soap, lotions, body washes, we got everything. T-shirts, hoodies, you name it. We put 25% to our Christmas wish campaign. And that's where we bless a few people this Christmas, and we buy their Christmas for some unfortunate families that are going through some hard things. Last year, we bought Christmas for Brandy Neal, the mother of Michael Monkey Vaughn that's missing. We also bought a family from Georgia, Savannah, right? That were out there at the Quinton Simon house. They have 2 autistic kids. We bought their kids Christmas. Also, a man had gotten into a car accident, and we bought his Christmas stuff. So we were able to bless 3 families last year, but this is the way we raise the funds. So buy you some soap, buy you some lotion, body wash, wash your pits and your tits, and help a family in need this Christmas. Okay. So promo code Happy Halloween. The site is buydollysoap.com. Okay. So even if you don't buy nothing, go check it out. Makes great Christmas gifts, stocking stuffers. You can't go wrong. Okay. You cannot go wrong with Dolly soap. So we're just a little bit from Leilani coming back into court. They took lunch, which should be just about over in just the next couple minutes. Hopefully they will go into how this baby died a little bit today. They kind of glossed over that. They told everything about what happened. They just didn't explain how this child died. Okay. They didn't go into that. They just left it out. You know, which I found weird because they're going to have a hard battle to prove that she beat this baby to death when all they have is a handful of crushed up bones. Okay. Quinton, trigger warning, he could fit into a shoebox. That scared me. Okay. After watching that ghost video, I just jumped when they turned the microphones on, you know. All right. So we're ready to go. They're coming back into the courtroom now. You want a sweatshirt? Well, check it out. Check out the store. We got shirts, everything, soaps, lotions, body washes, scent rollers, lip balm, you name it. We got it. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
Angie from Savannah.
All right, Angie, we got to make it quick because they're coming back into court.
Okay, well, I will make it quick. Oh, I wish I could just punch her in the face. Okay, that's all I got to say. Okay. I wish I could punch her in the face.
All right, it's good talking.
All right, peace, Dolly.
Next time, peace.
So we are back on the record in SPCR 2202, 03364J6. If we could bring out Miss Simon. Bring out Miss Simon.
Bring her out. Is she cuffed up? She got shackles on? I'm with all caller. Okay, caller, same. There's a lot of people that are upset with this lady, right? I don't think a lot of people feel sorry for her in here. Not at all. You seen her mugshot. She was trusting to mug. What does that say? Try to be gangster. Okay, yeah. In her mugshot, she was trying to be gangster. Let's go. I'm ready. I hope you guys are ready. You know, when Dolly gets out of bed, I'm ready. Okay. I don't just get out of bed for anything. It has to be something good. You're willing to catch a charge for it. Listen, now, when I was out in front of that house, there was girls pulling up in their cars, jumping out the cars, like screaming that they wanted to fight Leilani. Come outside, BITCH, right? I'll show you what it's like to put your hands on somebody. And I mean, just random girls just would pull up. And one of them was a DJ from a radio station, came out there just going off, wanting to fight and running up in the driveway, screaming at the house. And, you know, there was a point where Leilani and them all came out and sat in the front yard. And I was worried for Leilani. I didn't want somebody to come by and shoot her or something crazy, you know, or me catch a stray bullet behind it. Oh. Religious beliefs, we all have different beliefs. Express your feelings, but please do not make others feel badly because they believe differently than you.
Is at their table.
We accept all turtles. You're right.
Tim Dean,
Thank you, Jack.
Attorney Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons. Just a couple of things. I think that as to the media, some were operating on a delay, some were not operating on a delay. I think we're all on the same 30-minute delay now, right?
I can speak for WJCL. We have been running delay all day.
Awesome.
A 30-minute delay for everybody.
There are always some technical difficulties in the beginning. What would life be without technical difficulties? So everybody's running on the delay. I don't think we have any other issues with regards to the media. Thank you. And The jurors have returned from lunch and they are ready to go. And is the state ready?
Let's do it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jurors out.
Start crying, Leilani. Start crying. Take it. I cannot believe how much weight she gained sitting in jail for 2 years.
Okay.
You could have been running out. I'm still may go down there one day before she's, they find her guilty before the verdict's read. So you may get some Dolly live in Georgia. You got to remember, I'm not far from Georgia. I could leave today and be there tonight. So you never know when I may pop up in good old Savannah. I'm only 7 hours from there if I drive straight. But my camper drives slow. So really, I'm about 8.5 hours because my camper don't go but so fast. I mean, it'll do 70, but I don't do 70 in it. It's kind of rocky. So I'm usually right around 55, 60 miles an hour tops in the camper and truck. Now, if I took my car, I could be there in 7 hours and some change. I took the camper, it'd take me about 8, 9 hours. No FUD in this courtroom, okay? For everybody remembers the Harmony Montgomery. The dude, the bailiff looked like Elmer Fudd. And I was supposed to be there, but that storm, what's the name of that storm that just ran me off? I drove down. I was in South Carolina. I was camping out at the south of the border. And then the storm turned from a 2 to a Milton. Thank you so much, Honey Dip. Milton turned from a 2 to a 5, and Georgia declared a state of emergency. So my family started calling me. My kids started calling me, and they're like, Leilani ain't worth your life. And I didn't think it would hit Georgia, and it really didn't hit Georgia that hard. But we didn't know at the time it could, it could turn. These hurricanes are unpredictable. So I thought it was best just for me to turn around and come back home, which, I could have only did so much live streaming from there, but from the studio, I can bring you guys to trial. Maybe I will go down there for the verdict and have PJ stream it here so y'all can watch it, and I'll be there at the same time live, okay? Because I want to see Leilani's face when they go guilty, right? I want to look her in the eyes and be like, whisper to her, I told you so. Right? Because I told her she was going to prison. She kept shaking her head to me. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Right? And I don't know why she was like that, but she was just like, I was like, come talk to me, Leilani. I ain't going to write you when you go to prison. She's like, I ain't going to prison. I was like, you are going to prison. You done lost your damn mind. What do you think's going to happen to you? You done murdered your child. She's like, I ain't going to prison. She just kept shaking her head. Nah. And I'm thinking, lady, you just don't know. You going to prison forever. Forever, ever. That's awesome. God bless you, Dolly. The drugs had her in denial. I don't know, because she said she was coming off of drugs.
Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch break.
She told me how many days she was clean.
I trust that you were all able to comply with my instructions not to research the case and not to discuss the case.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you're right.
And for the record, everyone has either nodded their heads or responded yes. And with that, we're ready to get started. Mr. Dean.
Your Honor, the state calls Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
She's really been eating that jail food. Yes. The defense wants to call Bobby Stewart. Is that what they said? Make sure you carry her some soap. She did ask me for some Dolly soap. No lie. No lie. She asked for some soap.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sorry, Bobby Stewart.
And is Stewart Stewart?
Thank you, Angela.
Okay. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am a sergeant with the Chatham County Police Department.
That's the uniform?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
I wonder if they're going to bring the cops to arrest me.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the police department specifically?
Quite a while. I can't tell you exactly how many years, but it's been quite a while.
Now, what is your current position?
I'm a patrol sergeant, A watch.
What is A watch?
A watch is, we have different watches. We have A watch, C watch, D watch, and C watch, A, B, and C.
And are these different shifts?
Yes, sir. Different shifts.
What are the hours for A watch?
A watch, hours now today is 6 to 6. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, so it's essentially the daytime.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Daytime cop.
And what is your position? The patrol sergeant for A watch, you said?
Yes, sir.
What are your
Thank you, Barbie girl.
My responsibility is for during the day, the shift that we're on. I'm responsible for doing the briefing. At the beginning of the shift, I assign officers to divisions in Chatham County.
Okay. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the morning of October 5th, 2022, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what were you doing on that day?
Patrolling Chatham County.
Any particular precinct or area?
I was in the West Chatham precinct of Chatham Parkway.
And were you the sergeant over all the patrol officers assigned to the West Chatham precinct?
Yes, sir.
And how many of them were there at that point? Patrol officers on the west side?
It should be a total 7 or 8 that day.
Them day cops.
At some point on that day, on the morning of October 5th, did you respond to a call for service originating from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the nature of the call that brought you out there?
Missing child.
Now, when you get called out to a particular location on a particular call, do you yourself hear the 911 call?
You talking about on the radio?
Yes. Do you hear the 911 call that was made, or are you just getting a call from a dispatcher?
No, sir. I don't hear what was said when the person calls in. Okay. The only thing I get is the dispatch, what the dispatch tells us.
And the word from dispatch initially was it's a missing child call.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you go to 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you get there?
It was in my marked patrol vehicle. I drove there. I think if I'm not mistaken, I went down Chatham Parkway.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Chatham Parkway to Gorod Avenue to Buckhalter Road.
And what type of residence is 535 Buckhalter Road?
It's a 2-story.
Thank you, True Crime.
Single family.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you look through that and tell us what it is, please?
It's it would be to the east of Highway 17 on Buckhalter Road, which is off of Gorod Avenue.
Well, I just mean, what is the document in front of you, States Exhibit 1? It's more than one page, is it not?
Oh, yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And what is it?
This is the prosecution.
Maps off of Google.
And do those maps accurately reflect the location of this residence in Chatham County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer States Exhibit 1 into evidence at this time.
I think I've already seen it, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Hilliard, and just make sure you speak loud enough so that Ms. Natalie can capture your words.
I'm just going to look.
I had to fix the captions.
Judge, I just want to make sure. Yes, ma'am. No objection. I've already seen all of these.
State's Exhibit 1, is it?
Oh Lord, that mic is loud.
Your Honor, may I now publish these on the screens?
Yes.
I definitely know where Buckhalter is. Buckhalter Road.
All right, I'm on slide 1 here of State's Exhibit 1. This is the, I guess, Savannah, Chatham County metro area.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this this map here?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you step down and just point to us where that is on here?
Is that really necessary?
Okay. The red pin just to the left of Garrard Avenue.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can sit down.
I remember that oh so well.
Now, moving on to slide 2, this is a beat map of Chatham County Police Department beat 7, correct?
Yes, sir.
And beat 7 is further broken down into a number of neighborhoods. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this map as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is it marked by?
It is marked by
Sold for $390,000.
Is it that red pin there that we see?
That is correct.
Okay. And 535 Buckhalter then would be in the Garrard Buckhalter neighborhood of beat 7, correct?
That's correct.
They own another house in that neighborhood too.
Now, moving to slide 3, what are we looking at here?
Slide 3 is showing Buckhalter Road. It's also showing the residence where we responded to.
Okay, that's marked by the red pin there.
That's correct, sir.
And finally, slide 4, what are we looking at here?
Slide 4 is another photo of the residence, but it's a closer photo.
Okay. Now, when you
In the trailer,
responded to
Fry
this
Guy's house.
residence, you mentioned you showed up in your patrol car. Where did you park?
I parked in the driveway just outside of the gate.
Okay, so the jurors can't see what you're pointing at on that picture. So if you could just step down and tell
Oh,
us
good Lord, dude.
where you parked.
He parked in the driveway.
I came in and I stopped just short of the gate.
Okay. And you can have a seat, sir. Thank you. And
They
when
had
you
a big
arrived,
house,
were there
big
any
yard.
other officers with you?
Yes, sir.
And who were those?
There was 2 other officers that came in behind me. Corporal Jepson was one, and then the other also I think was Boss.
Okay. Daniel Voss?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about Philip Gormley? Was he there as well?
He came in right behind him.
Okay. And when you arrived, did you make contact with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Where did you make contact with the defendant?
Just as I walked through the gate, they were walking towards the gate.
And who's they?
I saw a female, the lady sitting here with the glasses.
Okay. The witnesses identified the defendant. And what other, aside from police officers, what other people were on scene at the time that you arrived?
Myself. You talking about officers, sir?
No, other than police officers, what other people were on
The
scene?
people that I saw the young lady there. I saw a male subject, which I later found out was her boyfriend. And there was a little small child. And there was one more person standing back behind them.
Okay.
I think that was her brother.
Her brother?
I think it was her brother.
Okay. And was there also a person there who was identified to you as a babysitter?
Yes, sir.
And her daughter?
Yes, sir. She walked up behind me. Okay. When I got there and walked around front.
Okay. Anyone else there that you remember who was there on arrival?
The babysitter's daughter knows all the dirt.
Now, how did your initial contact with the defendant play out in the driveway right inside the gate there?
When I got there, she was walking towards me. She got to me and I asked her, "What's going on?"
And what did she say?
She told me that the child was missing.
Did she say when she had become aware of that?
Earlier that morning. If I'm not mistaken, I think she said around 6, I think, or something like that earlier when she had got up.
Okay. When 6 was for when she got up or when the child might have gone missing? Do you remember?
I think she said when she woke up, she was looking for the child. Child wasn't there.
Okay. And did she say anything to you about the door, the front door?
Yes, sir. She said when she woke up, the door was open, the front door to the house.
And the child was gone.
And the child was gone.
Okay. While you were there talking to her about this, did she cast suspicion on anybody who might have been responsible for the disappearance of her child?
Yes, sir. She did. She said her ex. She think that her ex.
2 words, all in caps. Happy Halloween.
She said that was the child's fault, I think.
Okay. So she said the child's father might have taken it.
Yes, sir.
Now, as the senior man on scene, you were the senior man initially, right?
Yes, sir.
Once you've gotten this initial story, what do you then shift gears into doing?
Well, we shifted gears and I asked her what was the last place she saw him. And she told me in the bed there. And then the front door, we assumed by him going out the front door. If he went out the front door, then it could have been the front yard. And then there was woods behind the house. And there was the roadway of Buckholder Road, which passed in front of the house and went south. So you could south of the house and then north of the house.
Did you task out some officers to search the house itself?
Yes, I did, sir. While I was talking to her, I asked her, did they search the house and look for him? She said yes. So I said, well, we're going to search it again. So
Them woods were snake infested
remember
behind the house.
I think
almost stepped on a rattlesnake.
Gormley and I think Jefferson.
Okay. And did they go do that?
Yes, sir.
And what was, you mentioned Daniel Voss was one of the initial officers there with you. What was his role?
He was talking to the lady.
Okay. Did you, at any point, did you call other officers out beyond the initial 4, you, Gormley, Jepson, and Voss?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you want additional officers there for?
To aid in the search of the area. It was quite a big size area. And once they started arriving, I had officers check to the south of the residence, down to Veterans Parkway, and also had officers check to the north of the residence, up to Broad Avenue.
Can I kick it?
You had officers canvassing the area looking for the boy.
Thank you.
himself,
Thank
right?
you.
Yes, sir.
And what else did you have them go out and look for?
I advised them to check the residence as they was checking the area to see if there was any cameras.
Okay, like Ring doorbell cameras and
Yes, sir.
things like that. So you had people out doing that.
Yes, sir.
And did you also have them canvassing for witnesses, potential people who might have seen the child either on his own or with somebody else?
Yes, we told them to knock on the doors and try to make contact with the people that live there, see if they knew anything.
So initial effort focuses on searching the house and searching the general area around the house, if I'm understanding you. Did you yourself personally search any particular area?
I did.
And can you tell us about that?
While I was standing just inside the gate, the backyard area, there was a open shed to the right. It had an RV. We walked over in that area, me and another officer, and checked it. And we left there and went. There was a shop directly behind the house. We checked that area, but it was locked up. We inquired about a key, but they said there was the gentleman who had the key to it wasn't there. So we searched around it, looked at behind the stuff that was there. Nothing.
Okay. So you weren't able to get into the RV initially because of lack of a key.
Correct.
Okay. Did the officers that showed up to help with the search efforts, where did they come from?
There was other officers that was assigned to my team that day.
Okay. The same beat 7 or different beats?
No, sir. They was from beat 8 and beat 9.
Okay. Those are other patrol areas in the West Chatham area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have other officers kind of flooding in from other places to help out?
Yes, sir. When you have a missing child, you call everybody over.
Okay. Now, at any point during your response, were you involved in making any follow-up on this claim by the defendant that perhaps the boy's father was responsible?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us about that, please?
While I was myself,
She is a cold woman.
There, I asked the lady if she knew where he lived.
You asked what lady?
The lady here with the black glasses.
Okay. You asked the defendant whether she knew where whom lived.
The ex.
Okay. The boy's father?
Yes, sir.
And what did she tell you?
She gave me, she told me a county. I wrote it all down. She told me where he lived at. She gave me the county that he lived in. So what I did is I contacted that police department that's in that county.
And what did you ask them to do?
I advised them who I was looking for, gave them the name that I was looking for, and asked them if they didn't know of them. And while I was talking to her, she told me she didn't know the address, but she gave me some reference points.
What do you mean by that?
Like she told me there was some reference points. There was a store. She told me the name of the store, and it was, I think she said it was a little campground or something, but she told me the name of it, and it was a large sign there. So I gave that information to the officer who called me back from the county.
Okay.
He told me, I think I know what it is.
All right. So you said she gave you some reference points of like businesses near where.
Thanks for being here, Fun Size.
Okay. To kind of walk you on to the general area.
23 months.
That's correct.
Okay. And was there any result from that while you were out there?
The officer that called me and talked to me, he went out and searched.
Sergeant, I'm going to instruct you not to tell the court anything that someone else said.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Was calling that information out to the county in question, was that the end of your personal involvement in the follow-up on the suggestion that the boy's father might have had something to do with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At any point, did any of your superiors show up?
Yes, sir.
And who was the first one?
Lieutenant Foster.
And where is he in relation to you in the chain of command, the rank structure?
He is my lieutenant for that watch.
Okay. About how long did he get there after you arrived?
If y'all just tuning in, hit the like button, people. Let's see if we can hit 2,000 likes today.
Initial information about what was going on. The standard is to you contact your lieutenant and advise him what you have.
Okay. And did he come out and become the senior man on scene after a little while?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anybody else from the Chatham County Police Department command staff show up?
Yes, sir. There was the detectives showed up. There was the assistant chief showed up. There was the detectives, lieutenant, captains. They all showed up.
Okay. Do you remember who was first on scene for the detectives?
I think it was Detective Lemons. I think that was the first person I made contact with. Talked to.
Okay.
There was other detectives there.
Did Detective Wilkins come out?
Yes.
And what about Detective Noble?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. At any point, was there a response by a canine tracking team?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that? Where were they from?
They was requested. There was a county to the south of Chatham County, and that they came in. They called them in. I think it was around Reedsville.
And when they arrived, what did they do?
They came in. They was in the front yard, and they was talking to the lieutenant.
Thank you, Kathy.
And I guess after
DNA on that like button.
Now, you mentioned that detectives showed up after some time, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, once the detectives show up, who's in control of the scene?
The detectives.
Okay. So at that point, they took control and sort of relieved the patrol officers of command?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About how long were you at the scene total?
It was quite a while. Probably, I would say probably about 2 hours.
Now, you mentioned that the defendant, her boyfriend, and her brother were present at the scene when you arrived, right?
That's correct, sir.
Now, at some point, were they transported to headquarters for questioning?
They were.
And were you involved in that in any way?
No, sir. A couple of my units were. They assisted the detectives.
Do you remember who that was?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, after your involvement at the scene concluded, were you involved in any other organized searches for the missing child?
I did.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Once I left Buckholder Road, I was advised to go to the church. There's a church that's located on the corner of Garrard Avenue and Lewis Mills Boulevard.
And what was happening at the church?
At the church, they was having other resources come in to do the search. Other officers were coming in, and I think they had a civilian search team that came in.
Okay. What do you mean by other resources coming in to do the search?
When they have something, and when they have events where they have missing children, they are calling in other agencies and ask for assistance, sheriff department, and then you just have a lot of other people come in and help us aid with the search.
And when did that search take place, and how long did it last?
It took place right after I left Buckhall. It came down. All the units started coming in. I think we had a representative from SEMA that was there too.
SEMA being Chatham Emergency Management
Yes, sir.
Agency or Authority or something like that.
That's correct.
Okay. Roughly how many people were involved in this search that you're talking about that originated at the church?
I would say there was probably about 50 people there.
And what were y'all doing?
Well, once they got them to the church, they briefed them on what was going on, and they briefed on the areas that they wanted to search.
Okay. And what happened after that?
And once that was over, they broke up in groups and they searched the area.
Everybody had a particular area that they were responsible
Yes,
for?
sir.
And how long were you doing that for?
I would say probably another hour and a half.
Okay. What time of day are we at this point,
It's,
roughly?
It's getting dark. It's late in the afternoon.
Okay. And when had you initially arrived?
To the church? Where?
To the residence in response to the initial call.
It was just a minute.
Sure.
9:42.
Now, were you wearing a body-worn camera that day?
Yes, sir.
Where was it located on your body?
Right in my chest area.
And is that thing always running, or do you have to turn it on?
Yes, sir. It's on.
Okay.
We require, once you get on a call, it has to be on before we get out of the vehicle.
Okay. So how do you turn it on before you get out of the vehicle?
There's a round button in the center. You tap it twice and it activates it.
And did you do that upon arrival in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were your interactions with the defendant that you've described captured on body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And were the arrivals of some of these other officers captured on your body-worn camera as well?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you an envelope marked as States Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I signed it. I wrote my name and everything on the front of it.
Okay. And that's an envelope, a sealed envelope?
Yes, sir. It's sealed.
What's inside of there?
It feels like it's a memory stick.
Okay. Is it a flash drive containing your body-worn camera footage from that day?
That's what it feels like.
Okay. And you've reviewed that, right?
Yes, sir. I did.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict your response to 535 Buckhalter in response to this missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this into evidence as State's Exhibit 2.
No objection.
Admitted. And I would like to just publish a little bit from the beginning of the file.
All right, body cam footage. Look, not a tear in her eye. Dry as a bone. She better take one of them fingernails and stab herself in the eye so she can cry. She looks so different. So different. She makes a lot of people sick. I'll let them out on the next break. They'll take a break in just a few minutes. She still has dead fish eyes. Still the same, emotionless. She was a lot more emotionless, though, when I seen her in Georgia.
No, unfortunately, I need to take a moment to
She looks like she gained about 100 pounds.
The time now is 1:10. Let's come back. Is it 1:10 or 2:10? I need to put my glasses on. So we're gonna come back at 2:20.
2:20.
All right.
Okay, so we got 10 minutes. She only cries for herself. Yeah, she's pretty emotionless. I thought she'd be crying the whole day and, you know, trying to convince the jury she's sad about what happened. Her face makes you mad. Breaks and more breaks. Maybe 30, 40 pounds. Nah, she's gained more weight than that. She's pretty short. So when I was down there, she was probably maybe 110 pounds, maybe.
All right.
I believe Billy Joe was there. I haven't seen her.
Jury deliberation room. These things happen. So let's take a few minutes and see if we can't get this.
Jail isn't starving her. I agree with that.
While you're doing that, Mr. Dean, I'm going to.
They take a lot of breaks. Yes, they do. So we're going to open the phone lines. Of course, when they go to breaks, this gives us time to take calls, which is good because we need to be able to take calls anyway. Because I want to hear from you, beautiful people, today. Let me pull up the call-in number. Bam, there's the call-in number on the screen. Let me open the phone lines. All right, not really much yet this morning. Okay, well, into the afternoon, they really haven't went into how Quinton died. This is basically the police officer that rolled up, that first responded. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
Hey, this is Cindy from Tennessee.
Hey, Cindy.
You talking about how much weight she's gained?
Yes.
You need to stop and think she's not got them drugs in her system.
Yeah, I know. She's off the Colombian Bam Bam. I'm sure that, you know.
Right. She ain't able to get that, so she's going to put on the weight.
Well, in her video, she said her butt wasn't big enough for Danny. I bet it's big enough now.
Yeah, it probably is.
You know, so.
I hope they hang her.
Well, it don't look good so far. I mean, they made her out to be a pretty bad liar right off the beginning. You know, they showed all her lies starting out.
I'm one of these eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth.
Yeah, you take a life.
You know,
and I just learned Georgia does have the death penalty.
Oh, do they?
Yes.
Okay. Well, where's PJ at?
She's at work right now. She'll be here in just a little while.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if she had to work today. It was a holiday.
Yeah. She's a trooper.
Okay.
She works every day. Let me see.
She's a good one.
Yeah.
She's a keeper. She's a keeper.
Miss Ann Horn sent me this, and it says, yes, Georgia has the death penalty. Georgia reinstated the death penalty in 1973.
That's
okay.
good.
So they do have the death penalty.
Stern go on trial. Don't he start this week?
Who?
Stephen Stern.
He was in court today. Somebody sent me a picture. PJ sent me a picture of it earlier, him going into court. So he showed up to court today because they've been talking about he wasn't, you know, they were going to he wasn't going to show up. Yeah, but he was there. Also, they're picking the jury for the Delphi murders today.
I don't know much about that. I caught a little bit of it, you know, but I mean, I'm not a member on your page. Money is kind of tough.
Oh, you don't got to be a member. You're subbed up, right?
Yeah, I'm subbed up.
Oh, that's all that matters. It don't matter if you're a member or not.
I'm on the pages Pit Road Mama.
Oh, okay. As long as you hit that sub button and ring the bell for notifications.
Oh, yeah, I do.
I do. It don't matter if you're not a member.
I started watching when my husband passed away. I was so depressed and didn't have nothing to, and you brought me out of it.
Oh, that's good to hear. Glad I could help you.
After 45 years, I lost my husband, and
that's sad.
It was kind of quick. It was quick. So.
Was it? Man,
yeah,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Went in the hospital on Monday and he died went in the hospital on Sunday and he died Tuesday, and I was really struggling, and you pulled me out of it.
It don't take long. I was watching Netflix. 20 minutes later, I'm in surgery.
I know it. I was on there that night.
Yeah. So, I mean, I felt fine. And then I got done streaming and I walked in the living room and I started watching Netflix. Next thing you know, I'm laid up in ICU.
I know. I couldn't
Clinging to
believe
life.
it.
You know what I'm saying? They had to hit me with the paddles and everything. And I'm like, you
Yeah.
know, life is short. That's why you gotta love your loved ones and hug them because you never know when your time is coming. You just never know.
Right.
I feel blessed
Well,
that I'm still here.
Yeah, my husband was 69, 70. He just turned 70.
That's a pretty good life. I hope I make it to 70. Me myself.
I just turned 68 yesterday.
Well, y'all have, you know, that's a pretty good life. I'm saying he could have lived a lot longer. But it sounds like he had a pretty good full life. You know, what's the expected life term? 80 years, 70, 80 years old is how long people expect you to live.
Yeah. Well, they say how to live to be 93 is to be a bitch. So I'm going to live to be 93.
Oh, there you go. There you go. they say evil never dies. You know what I'm saying? Only the good die young, right? That's why.
Right.
I think that's why I had the heart attack.
I just gonna tell you, she's not getting them drugs up there. So
she getting them swoles and them honey buns in jail.
Yeah, well, she's not getting them drugs, and hell, them drugs will keep you skinny.
Well, somebody's definitely putting money on her books. You know, Billy Joe
Not
must
me.
be looking out for her because she swolled up from the flow up.
Yeah. I'm waiting for Jen Soto to go to jail.
Hey, I'm waiting with you. Okay, I'm standing right behind you in the Jen Soto go to jail line for sure. You know me, I believe in capital punishment and justice. I want everybody to go to jail.
Oh yeah. I always said when my kids was little, if anybody ever molested them, I would hang them from the highest tree by their nuts.
There you go.
You dang right. I've always said that.
That's what they started. That prosecutor started out with today. He said from soup to nuts. I've never heard that saying. Have you? From soup to nuts?
No.
I mean, I know you start a dinner with a lot of people start with soup, but I never heard anybody end their dinner with nuts.
No.
Unless it's like dessert and it got nuts on it, maybe. I don't know. I've never heard, and I'm from Georgia and I've never heard that one from soup to nuts.
No, I'm from New York originally, but upstate New York. I ain't never heard soup. Maybe instead of dipping crackers, they dip nuts.
Upstate New York is so beautiful. That is one of the beautifulest places I think I've visited, next to like the Keys. Keys and then upstate New York. The waterfalls, Niagara Falls, that is a beautiful place.
It is. It is.
So look, hey, I appreciate you calling in.
All right, hon. You take care of yourself and give PJ a hug.
Well, as soon as she gets here, I will. I promise.
All right. Love you guys.
All right. Peace. Yeah, two of the most beautiful places I visit, the Keys. I went to Key Marathon. Key Marathon is absolutely beautiful. And upstate New York, Niagara Falls area is so beautiful. Dolly.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, Dolly.
Yeah. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from New York.
Awesome.
I just wanted to mention that I don't think any of the witnesses are allowed to be in the courtroom. So that might be why we don't see
Billy Joe?
Yeah.
Or Danny. I didn't see Danny in there either.
So I think that maybe that's why we're not seeing some people there for her yet. I think they can be in after they testify, but not before.
Okay. Let me say this. Thank you, Sarcasm for Fun. Soup and Nuts is American English. It conveys the meaning from beginning to end. I know kind of what it means, but I just never heard it before. From soup to nuts. Have you ever heard that saying?
Oh, I have. We've used it a lot. I don't know if it's a New York thing, but we've used soup to nuts.
I've never heard that. I've never heard so many things like knee high to a grasshopper's ass. I mean, I've heard all kinds of stuff, but I've never heard from soup to nuts.
Yeah, I have. It's used in New York.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's a Virginia thing because I've never heard that here. I've never heard that.
Maybe it's just a thing, and if you heard it, you heard it. If you haven't, you haven't.
Yeah, yeah.
But the other thing I want to make a quick point was, I kind of felt bad for her today, hearing some of her background.
I know, God, they shouldn't have did that. That helps her.
You know, and my husband does like counseling and therapy, so I mean, I know that she probably knew better, but when you're in that drug life, things just are so clouded and foggy, and it's just sad that what happened to this child. But hopefully, you know, in the end, she gets rehabilitated, because I don't think she's getting out of this one.
Yeah, I don't think she's getting that. It ain't starting off good for her anyway. They made her look like a blatant liar. And they really haven't went in too much into how this baby died. You would think that would be the whole thing, is how the baby died, but no.
Because they don't know, unless somehow with that skull they can get some evidence from it that, you know, maybe shaken baby syndrome or it was
Yeah, but
eaten.
it was a skull and it was ran over by a bulldozer. You know, how can you say what's from, you know, damage from her and what's damage from this heavy equipment? That is so hard. And I think that's why they're glossing over this. They don't want to really get into it, because when they do, they come to the point that they really don't have no evidence that she murdered this baby.
And that may be the only thing that gets her out of this, is they can't prove how it died. So how can you say who killed it?
Yeah, that's what that's what I'm scared of, you know. And I know it's going to hinge on that, because if I was in the jury and you can't explain to me how this baby died, I don't know if I can convict that young lady.
And there's other people in the house, so it could have been somebody else, and maybe she hid the evidence. Up, court's coming back on. I'm
All
sure
right,
we gotta go.
I'll talk to you later. Bye bye.
Often helps, and that is the only method I know.
Thank you, Sarcasm for Fun, for explaining that.
Okay, so Mr. Hill, you're ready. Okay, let's bring the jury.
Court's back in session. That wasn't a long 10 minutes. And like I said, the breaks give us a little time to take calls and hear from you guys, so it all works out. I usually don't eat on stream, but I had to eat my breakfast this morning, you know. So I ain't had no break, but I did get to eat. Yeah, drug life's no excuse for murder. There's a lot of drug addicts out there, people that use drugs that never hurt anybody. So violence is the reason you hurt people. So she's a drug addict, has a violent streak, and she can't control her own temper or her own emotions. Now I got to eat, literally. And thank you, PJ, for breakfast. It was delicious.
Thank you, Deputy Solomon. Please have a seat.
I don't know about the turkey sausage, but I ate it.
And Mr. Dean, you may begin.
I'm going to publish a portion of State's Exhibit 2 by playing from the very beginning of this video file, and I will state for the record when I stop the playback.
Okay. You can take running straight off the board. You got log up yesterday. You talked to me.
I woke up about 10 o'clock and I was working about 6. So between 3-hour period, somehow the front door is unlocked and my son is not in his blanket.
That's Danny Youngkin behind her.
Stop the playback at 9:54:45 on the timestamp in the top right corner.
You think she did this for attention? Who thinks that? Press 1 in the chat.
Corner of the frame. Does that reflect the time of day it is?
Yes, sir.
And I asked you earlier about what time.
And don't forget to hit the like button if you're just tuning in. Let's see if we can hit 2,000 likes today.
But what does this video file reflect here in the top right corner is when you arrived and made contact with the defendant?
9:54 a.m.
9:54. Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 3?
So a lot of you guys think she did this for attention.
It's a photograph of what you see when you first walk past the gate.
Just one or a whole stack?
There's a stack.
Now, are those still frames drawn from your body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the events that they're concerned with?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this in as State's Exhibit 3.
Yes.
Numbers, yeah, it's 1 through 27. I've seen these guys around.
And I understand that Exhibit 3 is a composite exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Admitted.
Now publish, Your Honor.
She did out of hatred, didn't like the attention.
Scroll through these.
The judge is very pretty.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant Stewart, mainly these images depict different people and when they arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's just go through these in order. This first slide has 9:54 and 28 seconds in the top right corner. And we can see the defendant walking down the driveway towards you, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is your initial arrival.
Yes, sir.
This next slide is shortly thereafter when she begins talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, slide 3, who is the gentleman on the far left?
We know the Indians discovered America, so we don't celebrate Columbus Day.
And you can look up on the
He
screen.
discovered Native Americans, okay? He couldn't have discovered America.
Far left.
It was already discovered.
Far left of this image.
So why take the day off?
That's Corporal Jefferson.
Okay.
The officer.
Leilani and Danny called. Danny actually
Moving
called.
on to the next slide. Who is that immediately to the right of Jepson that we see there with his hands on his body armor?
That looks like Officer Gormley.
Okay, so that would be Gormley.
Yes, sir.
And then to the
It was
right.
like the cop that arrested me is what it looks like.
With the notepad in his hand talking to the defendant.
Officer Voss.
Officer Voss. Okay.
It was the
So
sergeant
these
that got
pictures
me.
that we've looked at, these all depict the people who were there initially.
And he was an asshole.
Moving on to slide 5. This is what time?
9:58.
The other cop was kind of cool.
this
He
is
told me, he
within
said, man, I
20
got
minutes
nothing
of your
against you. I'm just
arrival.
doing my job. Don't be
And
mad
there's
at
the
me.
gentleman
That's what he
with the
told
shirt
me.
there in the middle.
I think that's our brother.
Okay. And then the woman to the right in the image standing alongside the white vehicle, would that be the babysitter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's difficult to make out in this picture, but is her daughter
Indigenous
standing right on the
People
other side
Day.
of her?
There you go. Native American Day.
Now, what time is this next slide?
10:08:58.
All right. So how long after your initial response would this be?
It's Thanksgiving here in Canada.
Okay. And who's that in the middle? Is that Officer Voss still?
Facing away from me is Officer Voss.
Okay. And who is that looking towards you?
That is Officer Carson.
Carlson?
Yes, sir.
Now, had she arrived since the initial response?
Yes.
Me and PJ will be in Massachusetts in January.
She was tasked to do a search.
Okay. So is she one of the officers that you tasked out to look elsewhere?
That's correct, sir.
Now, who is this gentleman?
Lieutenant Foster.
And does this slide depict the approximate time of his arrival on scene?
Yes, sir.
And that is 11 minutes after 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that'd be about 15 minutes or so into your response.
Yes, sir.
I walked out
In
of
this
jail
next
like a rock
slide,
star. I
is that
did.
Corporal Jepson on the left there?
Yes, sir.
Not the far left, but the
Justice
person
with
with
John
the-
O'Keefe. That is right.
Okay.
Amen to that.
and who's that in the middle?
Officer Zerke.
Zerke?
Yes, sir.
And where did she come from?
From
Her mother.
And what was-
Georgetown area.
Say again?
B8 Georgetown area.
And what was her role once she arrived at the scene?
She was tasked to search the area.
The next line, we're at 16 minutes after 10. Who is this here?
It looks like Officer Naranjo.
Naranjo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did he come from?
He came from, I think, Beat 9
Okay. And what was his role?
to search the area.
Now, in this next slide on the far left, is that Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir.
And who are those other two police officers?
That is Corporal Eam, the one facing.
And Barney Fife.
And I think that is his trainee.
Okay. And what was his name?
I think it's Laurel Stewart, I think.
Okay. And did they show up to search as well?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to the next slide. This is at 10:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this be just under half an hour into your response?
Yes, sir.
She looked like a man.
This that we're looking at here.
It is Latoya Brown. Miss
Say
Brown.
again?
Miss Brown.
Miss Brown looked like a man. She looked
What
like a
is her
man.
role with the Chatham County Police Department?
She was a CRO.
What is a CRO?
She goes around and takes non-emergency calls.
She goes around
makes
and-
reports. When people want to report, that's where it doesn't require a police officer to go out and take like a theft or something like that.
Okay.
She goes out and take a.
Community Resource Officer, CRO.
Okay.
Yeah, I was out there when they showed up
and
on
what
me.
was her
You know
role?
what I'm saying? They sent more cops
she
for
was
me than they
requested
did
there to
Leilani.
come in to keep up with the notes. Be a scribe.
Okay. A scribe?
Yes, sir.
What is
That's
a-
what I was told.
Dude
to be a
looked
scribe.
like a lady.
But,
There you go.
She was just there to take notes.
Okay. Notes on what?
What was going on? Who came in? What was said?
Okay.
She looked
Now, the
like a
next
man.
slide, we're at 10:44, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would be about 50 minutes after you've gotten there yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
They
Is
sent
that
the whole
Lieutenant
police department to
Foster?
arrest my ass.
It is.
Who is that in the dark colored jacket there standing next to him?
I think that's one of the detectives.
Do you know which one that is?
Mm-hmm.
Tolly was
You
locked
don't know
up, but they let him out.
No.
Yeah, they did.
What is
They kicked
happening?
me out of jail. Only time I ever been
Lieutenant's
kicked out of
explaining to
jail.
him about the incident that's going on out there.
Okay. Explaining what about it?
Just telling them
what
what-
information y'all have to this
what-
point?
Yeah, so what information he has.
Okay.
I briefed him when he got there, what I had found out,
You briefed who?
the lieutenant.
Okay.
And then that's probably what the lieutenant is briefing him.
Aerosmith would be canceled
So
nowadays.
you would brief Lieutenant Foster when he shows up, and then Lieutenant Foster briefs the detectives.
Yes, sir.
In the next slide, who is that in the tan pants and blue shirt
think
arriving
that's-
at the scene?
A detective. I think that's detective. I think it's Noble. I think that's his name, Noble.
Okay, so that's Noble.
Detective
The next
Noble. That's a
slide,
crazy
who is
name.
this?
Lieutenant Thompson.
In the next slide, whose face are we looking at there?
Judge Dolly today.
Shoot.
Dumpling. Okay. I got to get
Who
my
is this
gavel.
in
We
the
got to get me a gavel.
That is the.
I'm going to make one. All right.
She's the lady that does the news releases and media releases.
A public information officer?
Yes, sir.
And what was she there for?
To
You're
cover
all
anything.
being held in
This
contempt.
is
A Dolly court.
missing child.
Were there news media present at this time?
Not that I know of. I hadn't seen any.
Dolly won't dare
did they ever
yet.
show up to this scene that day?
They did.
That's why she was there to deal with them?
She would be the one dealing with the media. Yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, the time is 11:51, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this would be almost 2 hours into the police response to this scene.
We got the Where's the Baby soap
Okay. Now, who
on
is that
sale
gentleman that we
by
said?
dollysoap.com.
The Marine Patrol officer.
Say Marine Patrol Officer?
Yes, sir.
What do they do?
They provide the waterways around Chatham County.
Okay. Is he with the Chatham County Police Department or some other agency?
Yes, sir. He's with the police department.
Okay. Chatham County PD?
Yes, sir.
Specifically the Marine Patrol?
Yes, sir.
Three
Why was he
hots
there?
and a cot.
He came out, like I said earlier, when we have a missing child, all resources in the department, if they can spare them, they send them.
In the next slide, who are we seeing here with the sport coat and striped shirt on?
Lieutenant Cheeks. I mean, Lieutenant Cheney, I'm sorry.
Cheeks.
And what
Yeah, that's
unit
cheeks right there.
is he with at the time?
The detectives.
He's trying to grab your
Who's the lieutenant
cheeks.
With the detective.
Hide your cheeks.
In this next slide, it's noon now, right? 12 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're a little more than 2 hours in.
Yes, sir.
And who is that walking across the yard there?
I do need a gavel. Where can I get one? Amazon
like
got
Sergeant
them.
Coleman.
Let me check.
And
Let me
what
check
unit is
Amazon.
Sergeant Coleman with?
Forensics.
Okay, so by this time, forensics is on the scene.
Yes, sir.
Let me see if I can get a gavel.
In the next slide, 12:05, who is this that you're interacting with?
Assistant Chief Talbert.
Oh, they do got them. They're $12. I could have it by Wednesday.
And in the
Okay.
next slide, do you see a number of police officers in the blue shirt of the Chatham County Police
Oh, I'm
Department?
so buying one.
Who are these other people in the olive drab and tan uniforms?
I think those are the people dealing with the K9, the search dogs.
Okay. And does this depict their arrival at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Now I'll move past this slide and move to the next one. What are we seeing in this slide here?
You see detectives and forensics.
All right, add the cart.
Officers talking to each other.
Okay. And they're in the driveway of the house next door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Talking over the investigation.
That's correct.
Now, the gentleman in the foreground of this photo closest to us, is that Lieutenant Cheney of the Criminal Investigations Division who you talked about earlier? I'm talking about closest to us.
How do I go to my
No,
cart?
closest to us,
The guy facing us?
with his back to us.
Oh, that's
Go to
yes,
cart
that's
right here.
So that's Lieutenant Cheney.
Proceed to
And who is
check
that
out.
in the gray suit in the middle?
That is Chief Hatley.
Got it.
Chief of Police for the Chatham County
Oh,
Police.
Chief Hatley. That dude hates my
Who is that
gut,
in the green
boy.
shirt?
That is
Oh, good old Chief Hatley.
Captain Wright with the detectives unit.
Now, is it normal for multiple lieutenants, captain, in two assistant chiefs and the chief of police himself to show up to a call?
This is the one I got,
They
guys.
show up on calls.
All right. That's the gavel I got.
High profile calls.
It'll be
like
here
murders,
Wednesday.
Stuff like that.
For Judge Dolly.
Missing children and stuff like that. When we did a lot of searching and calling in a lot of resources, they come out to.
I'm gonna give me the robe. I should have got
So
me
they
the
come in
robe with
support.
it. What was I thinking?
Yes.
I need a robe now.
Now, this next slide, what time are we at now here?
12:31.
And who is that?
Let me see if they got the robe.
in this slide.
I think it's Detective Lemons.
All right. And
Let me check.
what is happening at this time?
This is the front door of the house. The door that they said it was open.
And what's going on?
I'm explaining to her from where I am what they told me and that showing her the area, the room.
She's taking a look in the room.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, in the last slide here, what time are we at here?
12:43.
All right, so this would be almost 3 hours after your original arrival.
Yes, sir.
You got there at 9:54, 12:43, almost 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are we seeing here? What is happening here?
That is Lieutenant Foster, Detective Lemon, Captain Wright, and that is Captain Fandrich. Let me see the other person.
And that's Detective Lemons on the far right.
Yes, sir.
And what is she doing?
I guess they all briefing about the case. They're talking to each other about the case.
Okay. Talking about the plan to take
Yes, sir.
everybody to headquarters and conduct formal interviews.
I think that's what they was doing.
This one comes with the wig. I don't need the
Let me ask
wig.
you a little bit about the defendant's
Graduation
I wanna
right
go back
now.
to
Is that
when
the
you
same
first got
thing?
there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you responded to missing children calls before?
Yes, sir.
About how many do you think you've responded to, if you had to estimate?
You want a number? I can't tell you the
Rough
number.
estimate.
It's been quite a few, sir. Quite a few.
More than 10, less than 10?
Or more than 10.
And have you had the opportunity to observe the demeanor of parents calling in that their child is missing and reaching out to the police for help?
Yes, sir.
What is it normally like?
Most of the time when we get to a residence where a child is missing, mother's upset. She's hysterical. She's crying. She's telling us, "What are you standing here for? Talking to me? You should be out looking for my child. You're wasting time." And just, they're so hysterical, a lot of times you can't talk to them.
Was the defendant like that in this case?
No, sir.
Did you view her demeanor as consistent with that of other parents that you've spoken to in missing children cases?
No, sir, I didn't.
Let me go back to the first slide. I guess it's actually the second slide. Do you see this here?
What size?
Right.
I don't know what size I am.
Does it look to you like the defendant is crying?
Look like she's trying to cry.
Like
Is
she's
that
trying
what
to
it
cry.
looked like to you that day at the time that she was trying to cry?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to you that she was actually crying or no?
I mean, there was some, you could see there was some water on her face, but it wasn't like I told you, she wasn't hysterical. She wasn't crying, just crying out. When you saw big tears coming out of her.
One moment, please.
Hello? Huh?
No further questions.
Why?
All right. In just a moment, Sergeant. Mr. Hilliard may have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I gotta have the one with the wig? I am not wearing that wig. I am not wearing the wig.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You were one of the first ones to.
I would look like a judge. I have a gavel.
Yes, sir. One of them.
All right. And I'm curious. You said you have 35 years worth of experience in law enforcement, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Love you.
So, in your 35 years of experience in law enforcement, and you arrive on a scene of a crime, what's one of the first things you've been trained to do?
Go up and make contact with the complainant.
Okay. And then what next?
Talk to him, find out what's going on.
Okay. And then what next?
If I need to call in other resources, I do.
Okay. Now, in a case like this, where there may have been an abduction that took place or transpired, especially from inside the home, would you secure the scene?
Yes, sir. That's what we had other officers to do that.
Okay, my robe and gavel is on the
So
way.
you had officers do that? Which officers were doing that exactly?
No wigs. You need the wig. No.
I had quite a few officers.
A mullet wig. There you go. I got a mullet wig.
Jefferson was there after they had searched the house. He came down.
I'm going with Judge Mullet.
Gormley.
All right.
Okay.
And for you talking about securing the scene.
Boy, you better wear the wig.
Yeah.
I am not wearing the wig,
routine
people.
that you secure the scene where there may be some friends.
Let me see if there's a judge wig.
Look at.
That's correct.
Okay. And wouldn't securing that scene mean you prevent people from going in or out?
That's correct.
Okay. Wouldn't it also mean that when you send techs in to go ahead and secure or look or search or do something like that, they would actually be wearing gloves or have some sort of bodysuit on?
It's
So
$20.
that would not contaminate the scene?
Yes, sir. You talking about the officers that went in and searched
Talking
the house?
about all of the officers that were out there. It seemed like you had an ungodly amount of people.
They got a
out there.
Beetlejuice wig.
That's correct.
Okay. You have still have State's Exhibit in front of you?
Which
State's
one?
Exhibit 3?
This one.
Can I approach with this?
Oh, yes. Okay, I got it.
It's the big exhibit with 27 pictures. Okay. You got 27 pictures here in front of you that Mr. Dean just meticulously went over with, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's start with number one. Number one was the first one, 954, right?
Okay, we'll go with the wig.
Literally as you drove up on the scene, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was your body camera operating at that point in time?
It was.
Okay. And this is a still of that, correct?
That's correct.
Now, wouldn't the best evidence of that interaction, rather than your conclusion, be the actual video of that?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, so you arrive on the scene at 9:54 that morning, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have an interaction. This is what we're looking at in this particular photograph, right?
Correct.
Okay, I got it. I got it. Wednesday, I'll have the robe, the wig.
Body-worn camera be a better indicator of what actually transpired.
In the gavel.
Right. But that's not what Mr. Dean offered, was it? He offered your conclusion, correct?
He asked me what I thought.
Right.
Too late.
Let's
I
go
got
to
the
next
wig.
one. Picture number 2. Same thing. Rather than the actual evidence, he offered your conclusion, correct?
Objection. Argument.
Sustain.
With the
Let's
curls,
talk
they
about
got the
number 2.
curls, the blonde hair, the
That's actually
white hair.
as well, is it not, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Uh,
Did Mr. Dean offer your actual video of that interaction? No, he didn't, did he?
Objection. I would ask that the witness be allowed to testify.
Well, he has to actually testify, Judge. I asked a question and it hung out there. He looked confused, so I'll withdraw it and rephrase it.
Okay, thank you.
Sergeant Stewart, these are stills lifted from your body-worn camera from that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've reviewed the body-worn camera, right?
Yes, sir.
It's good video footage, right?
That's correct.
That's the best evidence of what actually transpired that day, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Argument.
I don't think it's argumentative.
And you do have him on cross-examination. However, I think the point is you are asking the sergeant questions about technically best evidence.
I'll rephrase it, Judge. What actually transpired was recorded on your video, correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Dean asked you to state your conclusion about that, correct?
He asked me, did I think about this? And think I think.
Right. So, didn't play the video, did he?
No.
Okay. Now, let's move on. Look at picture 4. These 3 particular officers, were these officers there to search?
Yes, sir, they were.
Did they search?
They searched the house.
They went in the house? And I'm just curious, was that before or after this picture?
After.
Okay. Did they don any particular gloves or clothing or anything to protect the scene, or did they just go in and search?
I couldn't tell you, sir, because I was standing here. I was not around at the back door. They went in the house.
Well, but you know what you saw. Did you see them do that?
Here, no. When they went out of my sight, I don't know what they did.
Okay, well, let's parse this out a little bit then. Did you see them go to, say, I don't know, the back of their car and pull out some gloves?
Most officers carried gloves on their uniform, sir.
Did you see them carrying gloves?
I can't tell you what was in their pocket.
Okay. Well, all right. Did you see them put on any gloves?
I did not.
Did you see them come out and pull any gloves off?
I did not.
So you didn't see him grab any, didn't see him put any on, didn't see him pull any off, but you can't state conclusively that they didn't put any on.
I cannot tell you that.
Okay. Let's look at number 5. These particular 2 officers here, did you see them do that?
You're going to do each.
The wig makes you a supreme judge. It's coming. I got the wig, the robe, and the gavel.
Mean for the photo to correspond on the screen?
Judge, I assume because they've already been tendered, the jury's going to have these.
They're going to have them.
So I really don't care.
If we're gonna do it, we got to do it up. You know what I'm saying?
So Sergeant Stewart,
yes, sir.
These particular 2 officers, which 2 officers are these again?
I'm gonna be covering a lot of court cases over the next month.
Same question to them. Did you watch them search?
Officer Boss, no. He stood there and talked to the complainant.
And how about the other officer?
Corporal Jefferson? No, sir. I did not see him search inside the house.
So neither one of them went inside the house.
Corporal Jefferson did.
Okay. Did he put on gloves when he went in?
I can't tell you that, sir.
And let's go to picture 7. This is, I think it's one of the lieutenants, if I'm not mistaken. Is that Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir.
They remodeled the house now. It don't even look like that.
He stayed outside the whole time.
They gutted it.
Okay. How about picture 8? These 2 officers. I think one of them Jefferson. I don't know who the other one is.
Corporal Jefferson and Officer Zerke.
Zerke. Did Zerke help on the search?
You have to talk like an Englishman.
Search outside.
Yes, sir.
Some tea and crumpet.
And let's go look at picture number 9. That officer, which officer was that?
Officer Norano.
Okay. And same question for him. Did he help in the search?
He was outside.
Outside?
Yes, sir.
And when you say outside, we're talking about out in the pool area, the RV, all of that area, correct?
Outside of the house.
Not inside the house.
No, sir. I never saw him inside the house. Never told him to go in there.
Now, and I'm curious, you said it's Miss Brown. She's a CRO, correct?
Yes, sir.
She arrived at 10:22, which is about 30 minutes after you arrived, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
A little bit more than 30 minutes.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, right about 30 minutes. Yes, sir.
35, 40 minutes. Doesn't really matter. Does she normally come out and start taking notes for people?
No, she was requested to come out.
Who requested her? Just out of curiosity.
My lieutenant.
I'll show you the wig. Hold on.
Lieutenant requested the note taker. Okay. Now, so then the next picture is picture 12. It has a detective in it. Did the detective help search?
This is the wig.
Not that I know of.
Okay. And
y'all see that?
Picture 13. It looks like it's mobile, if I'm not mistaken. But
So I got the robe, the wig, and the gavel.
did he help search?
Don't know, sir.
Okay. What did he do then?
As far as I know, when he walked up, they was all talking. Doing their detention.
Perfect. See?
Now, and picture 14. I know I should know this officer. Which officer is that?
Thompson.
And what was his duty?
He just came out to assist the lieutenant.
If you had to guess that day, how many people were out there?
I'm going to wear it for every trial moving forward.
12:45.
Quite a few people, sir.
A large number of people.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Judge Dolly
It's a
on the bench.
reasonably large
On
number
the
of
bench.
No.
people. You said you've been doing this for 35 years. Look at picture 16.
Dolly Washington.
Yes, sir.
Who made the determination to call out the public information officer?
I'm going to tie a little bow in the back.
I didn't request it.
It wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
Is that something you would normally do?
No.
Hey, Dolly and PJ gang.
And with regards
Scott,
to
you were airing this. Thank you. You just bought my wig,
the rest
boss.
of these pictures,
All right.
over
That
the
wig was
course of the 3
$20.
hours you were there, is it safe to say that more and more and more
Thank
and more
you.
people showed up?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
Need a new soap
And
now.
Where
You
did they
had
focus
Judge
their
Dredd. Now you got Judge Dolly.
I don't know where they focused their search. I can tell you where I focused.
So
my
where did
search.
you focus your search?
My search was the wooded area behind the house, the roadway south of the residence, and the roadway north of the residence. All the houses around.
It should be here Wednesday. So y'all get the costume Wednesday, maybe Thursday, because if it comes in Wednesday,
what
I'll
time
wear
did
it
the meeting
Thursday.
show up?
Don't know, sir. I didn't see it.
Yeah, to see this. Yeah, right. I
How
do
long were you there
too.
that day?
I was there for quite a while.
It's safe to say 6, 8, 9 hours easily.
At that house, I know it's more than 3 hours.
I'm as clean
You're
as
in
a
the house more
judge.
than 3
Dolly
hours.
soap.
You didn't call the meeting.
Poor PJ. She encouraged it.
And that would not be something you would
She was the one that said, get the wig. You got to have the wig.
Now, who was it that called the canine search dogs?
That was something that Lieutenant did.
Right.
Lieutenant Foster.
You may look more like Dolly Parton, right? Maybe. I ain't got the titties.
How many, and I'm just curious, Mr. Dean, how many missing child calls have you ever responded to?
Quite a few, sir. Over the time I've been.
10, 20,
I know it's been more than 10.
more than 10?
Yes, sir, it's been more than 10.
Less than 20?
I would think it's been more than 20. 'Cause
Been
I've
more than
here.
20?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had any specialized training in that area or no?
Searching for children.
I'm putting everybody in jail when I get my wig.
I would say
Okay.
missing
You going to
children is
jail, you going to jail, holding everybody in a temp. Everybody doing
Last
super
one.
chat, you going to jail.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
You got to pay court fees. Okay. You got to pay court fees.
It's been a while.
10 years?
I'm playing.
5 years? 7 years?
I've said 5.
All right. Now, let's talk about when you originally got there. The people that were on scene when you got there was Daniel
The
Young,
new soap, Justice.
Paul Simon, Miss McCarta, and her daughter, correct?
We
4
got new
adults.
candles.
Babysitter.
Halloween harvest.
Excuse me?
We only have a limited supply
Name
though.
you called last. Is that the babysitter?
The babysitter and her daughter.
Yes, sir.
So it's 4 adults that you saw when you got there.
Yes, I think it was 4.
You got to wear the wig over your hat.
And
I'm gonna wear the wig with my hat. Okay.
what was the first question you asked when you got there?
I asked her what was going on. What was happening?
Dolly's Jail will have a
And what
salad
were you
bar.
told?
She told me her child was missing.
And now you made a distinction here, so I'm going to ask a very specific question. Did you ask
I don't think a witness can be in
if she
court.
had an idea of who may have taken the child, or if she had an idea of any suspect?
She's there though.
Well, she kept saying somebody took my child. I said, do you have an idea who?
Cancel,
So
order,
you
and
asked the
reorder.
question, which is a normal question, right?
Yes, yes.
That's a normal question, right?
Yes, sir.
Why do I
She
cancel,
responded
order,
to
and
that
reorder?
question, correct? So nothing unusual about that. That's a normal question you'd ask.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Youngkin say anything to you?
He was saying something.
They're gonna blame him. Watch, just like I said.
I'm not asking what he said. I'm just asking if he said something.
I hope I didn't give this woman her defense.
You may proceed.
Right.
He was saying something.
Right. So, Mr. Youngkin, you talked to him as well.
He was standing there when I was talking to the lady.
Right. So, you were interacting with Mr. Youngkin, Miss McCarta, her daughter, and Miss Simon all at the same time, and they were all standing right there in front of each other. Correct?
The babysitter was. I don't think she was there when I was talking to the lady.
So you
I don't
pulled them
think-
to the side.
No, it's just when I first walked in, I saw her boyfriend, and their little child.
Okay. So that picture, I guess, this right here is what you're describing, with the exception of you can't see the child, right?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So, and was it a few minutes later when it was the babysitter and the daughter and them as well?
I knew it. I called
That's
it.
correct. And also, boss was talking to her. I wasn't talking to him. I was standing back.
They're gonna blame Danny. He took part in it. He knew about it. I don't think he did it, but I think he knew.
Did you write a report in this case, Sergeant Stewart?
Yes, sir.
And if I were to go back and review that report, would that report pretty much contain everything that you have listed?
Yep.
Here?
When you donate today, you're a juror.
Pretty much.
Okay. It ain't the train today. You get a jury seat when you donate to Dolly Vision.
Mr. Dean, any follow-up?
Welcome to the jury. Grab your seat.
All right, thank you. Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
They're going to go after Danny. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I did her lawyer's work for him. Okay. You owe me money, Leilani. No shackles, no cuffs. She ain't wearing orange. Leilani.
Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Cody Jepson.
I mean, you have to come up with some defense, or if not, you did it. I mean, you plead guilty. She pled not guilty, so she got to say somebody else did it or the baby accidentally drowned. But what she's going to say is she's a battered woman and she was covering for Danny. And then somebody's going to feel sorry for her.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of
People are
this case
hostile.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Who's being mean to you?
Step this way.
Rona? Who's being mean to you?
All right, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Josh.
Mr. Dean.
Say that again?
I was turning to Mr. Dean.
Sorry.
Sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Corporal Cody Jepson. Work with the Chatham County Police Department right now.
And how long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
About over 6 years.
And what is your current assignment at the Chatham County PD?
Just basic routine patrol.
When did you join the police department?
Chatham or just in general?
Well, were you with any other police department before Chatham County?
Started with Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department back in October of 2016.
And is that before the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department split into the Savannah Police Department? And the
Correct. It
Chatham
was
County
still
Police
at a merged department at the time.
Yeah, there's two police departments. There's Chatham County and there's the Savannah
A few months
Police,
after the,
which is weird.
The merger went over to Chatham County PD.
Did you serve in the military before joining the police force?
I did, sir.
And can you tell us your branch of service?
I was in the Army.
And what was your military occupational specialty?
Cavalry Scout, which is
You need my cousin, Vinny?
2 3-man mission teams go out seeking.
No, we don't have stickers. I can make you a Where's the Baby sticker.
From 2003 to 2015.
Sometime not too long before you joined the police.
Yes, sir.
What's your current assignment? Did you say what watch you're on?
I'm on the routine patrol division on Alpha Watch on the west side Chatham precinct.
Alpha Watch is the same thing as A Watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that essentially the day shift or something like that?
It's just the call sign in general. You have 4 watches: Alpha Bravo, Charlie Delta, and it's just
Judge Dolly. It's on the way. I'll be here Wednesday. That's as soon as I could get it. 2-day prime.
100 on day shift, and then correction to 1800, and then 1730 to 06 on night shift.
Okay. What particular beat are you assigned to?
It's on numerical basis, and I'm in beat 7, which pretty much goes from Ageechee Road near 516 all the way up to the Berwick area, Lamarville, South Bridge, all the area right in between those 2 areas.
Does beat 7 include the Gerard Buckhalter neighborhood?
It does, sir.
Am I saying Gerard right? Is it Gerard or Gerard?
Everyone pronounces it differently. Gerard, Garriard. I've heard it 15 different ways.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to October 5 of 2022, specifically the morning of that day, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in beat 7
Yes,
Alpha
sir.
Watch that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you respond along with Sergeant Stewart?
One half Dolly, one half Johnny.
Child call at 535 Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
Now, you guys didn't all arrive in the same vehicle, did you?
No, sir.
But did you all arrive at substantially the same time, like within a few seconds of each other?
Sergeant Stewart was on scene first, and then myself and Officer Voss arrived right around the same time, and then Officer Gormley came.
This is what the house looks like now.
After.
Now, were you present in the driveway?
That's what the house looks like. Told you they did away with the windows in the front.
Statement to Sergeant Stewart about
They're redoing the house.
I came in right around that time. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Sergeant Stewart task you out with looking in the house for the child?
Yes, sir. He did.
And did you do that?
I did.
Can you describe how that played out? What did you do?
After being tasked, just go look around the house.
Does look like a barn.
Went inside
2 years ago.
With permission from the
Wendy.
I believe the boyfriend at the time, or the brother, one of the two.
Up on the screen right now, it's States Exhibit 3, Slide 2. Is that in the orange reflective vest there? The gentleman who gave you permission to search the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyway, go on. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I was in the backyard or back patio area. Asked permission to go inside the house, which he granted. And then after that, went in, and then basically on the first entry, just went through the downstairs area.
And did you find the child in the downstairs area?
No, sir.
Did you ever go
Thank you
back
so
in the
much for your
house
super
to look
sticker.
anywhere else?
Yes.
Hey, can you tell us about that, please?
When we went back in the second time with Officer Gormley,
Get you a jury seat.
conducted,
Okay.
Downstairs and upstairs search through all the bedrooms, closets, just the basic go around the house.
Now, when you were looking in the house on these two different occasions that you're talking about, what were you looking for?
Just for any signs of the child, diapers, anything that would kind of lead us to, or sounds to lead us to where a child may be.
First and foremost, you were looking for the child. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Yep.
You are definitely a juror.
Now, at
All
some
right,
point,
come on
did,
in.
The fellow on the screen here, the orange reflective vest, give you a picture of the child?
Yes, sir, he did.
And why was that?
Just out of basic necessity, so we can give out to other officers, the PIO for the department, just a basic description of.
Yeah, I pray that there's justice for this baby today. Well, not today, but in this court
You
case.
mentioned the PIO. Is that the public information officer?
Yes,
It's
sir.
almost
And
to a
what would she
conclusion.
do with a picture of a missing child?
I can't put it on social media for others to.
Thank you, Granny.
See if
Big
anybody
virtual
sees
hug.
around.
Bring it in. Thank you, Granny. Thank you. You're awesome.
At some point, shortly after your initial arrival, did
Guilty
you
pleasure.
approach the defendant
Good.
and
I like
ask
it.
her for a clothing description, what the child had been wearing the last time that he had been seen?
Yes, sir.
And
They
did
found a
she-
sock in the pool. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what she said?
It was a Sesame Street pajama top, and then I believe like a blue gym style shorts.
Okay. And did you have a body worn camera on that day?
I did.
And did it record that interaction
Yes, sir.
and your other involvement at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you arrived initially,
Mhm.
and she approached Sergeant Stewart and gave this initial kind of blast of information.
Yep.
She said something to the effect of the door having been open, right?
Yep. Yes,
Did
sir.
you go and look at the front door to see what it looked like?
I did.
And at some point after doing that, did you go ask for her, the defendant, for some clarification on what the exact state of the door was at the time that she woke up and saw it open?
Yes, sir. I did.
And why did you go ask her for that clarification?
Just further knowledge, see if it was, really basically if it was kicked in, broken in, how it was opened, if it was locked, unlocked.
Did you see any of that stuff in the door frame? Any damage?
Thank you,
I did
Pam.
not, sir.
Okay.
You rock, girl.
Everything
Thank you.
appeared as a door should be.
Thank you for the support.
And other than those interactions with the defendant and searching,
I can't wait to get my judge outfit now.
What was the remainder of your involvement at the scene?
I'm ready.
What did it consist of?
So after the basic 15-20 minutes there, did the two searches of the house. I was tasked to walk on the search around the wooded area. I believe, can't remember the cardinal direction. Pretty much behind the property in the wood line there, going towards Veterans Parkway.
So many snakes. I almost stepped right on a rattlesnake behind their house. I was in the wood behind their house. I almost stepped on a rattlesnake.
Sergeant Stewart or Lieutenant Foster to resume your normal patrol duties?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 4 now.
Disdained.
Okay. So are you seeking to admit that?
Well, I need to lay a foundation.
Go ahead, please.
Judge Dolly on the job, okay? You've come into the people's court, the people of YouTube. You had Judge Joe Brown, you had Judge Judy, now you got Judge Dolly, best judge of them all.
How do you know that's what's on it?
Reviewed the footage and then signed, initial, and dated.
And does the footage on the
Objection!
tape fairly and accurately depict the events that you were involved in at the scene that day?
We're almost at 2,000 likes, guys. Come on, we can do it. We can do it.
No, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's Exhibit 4.
I just got me a wig for you guys. All right, and a gavel. Yes, I'm getting a white wig. I got the robe and the gavel. It'll be here Wednesday. Okay. I don't think it'll be here Wednesday morning for this trial, but Thursday, y'all get full Judge Dolly. All right. I'm putting all of you in jail. I'm sentencing all of your asses. I'll have my robe and gavel time it gets good. Okay. Time it gets good, we'll be ready to go. I'm going to do the sentencing and everything.
Brief excerpts, Your Honor. The first
I object.
will be on the timestamp in the top right corner of the file from 09:58 and 2 seconds. And I will note for the record when I stop the playback, this will be about 20 seconds.
Wiping those dry eyes. Yep.
What was your son wearing?
He was wearing Sesame Street, like the Toddler shirt, I'm running black shorts.
That's the babysitter up against the car.
All right. So I
Thank
think
you,
I asked
Rona.
earlier about the clothing.
Thank you for
description.
joining
I
up.
recall you saying blue shorts. Having watched that, do you want to revise that answer?
Yeah, it was the red or black shorts.
Red.
I mean, I'm bad with colors just in general, but yeah, it was gym style shorts. So.
Okay.
It was a rattlesnake that I almost stepped on back there behind the house. If he got behind that house, he would have got ate up by snakes. There's snakes all back there. Oh, wait till I get my judge outfit. It's going to get a lot better. Okay. It's going to be like court TV, but with Dolly as the judge.
Starting at 10:02. 53.
Now, how open was the door? It's about a foot.
She should wear a convict outfit, right? With some handcuffs, shackle her up, bring her in here with me.
Stop the playback at 10:03:14 per the timestamp. One moment, please, Your Honor.
We're going to be covering a lot of cases, so I got to have my outfit on fleek.
Officer Jackson, how long were you on scene that day?
I don't know an actual full-time amount. I don't believe no more than an hour.
So you just out there for an hour?
Give or take.
Okay. And again, but while you were there for that hour, you conducted 2 searches of the houses and at least 1 search of the woodline, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you said you searched in the house, did you go through the entire house?
Me and Gormley kind of broke it up. So I personally didn't go through every inch of the house. But he took a little bit, I took a little bit.
What was the part you took then?
The stain.
A little bit downstairs. I mean, it was a maze to begin with. So some of the downstairs, not the downstairs, I'm not really too sure. And then a few bedrooms on the upstairs and closets.
All right, well, let's talk about the downstairs. The front door that you walk in is I guess that's the one that's facing Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you walk in, you immediately see the couch, the TV screen, and all that area, correct?
If you're walking in, you have the crib right next to the door. Then to the left, the couch, and the TV on the other side. Yes, sir.
All right. And if you walk further back into the house, does it go back around to another part of the house?
Yes, sir.
And does it come around to the back side of the house?
Eventually.
And how's that? Well, how's that laid out? Is it a maze or?
Yeah, it was a complete maze on the inside. I know they're doing construction, so there was walls everywhere that kind of made you go left when you need to go right, kind of thing.
But let me ask you this, but I'm going to assume it's a normal house, right?
Yeah.
It has windows. And
yes, sir.
The front door is not the only door, is it?
No, sir.
And was there another door?
The back door.
And where does that back door go to?
To the pool back patio area.
Okay. And was that back door unlocked or open?
It was the door. It was open. It was unlocked. Yes, sir.
Okay. And whenever you went and I guess worked your way through the downstairs, did you notice anything of any importance?
At the time, no, sir.
Any contraband?
No, sir.
Any weapons?
No, sir.
Any, I guess, biological material?
I didn't see any, sir.
Okay. So, and you went through and searched the house twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you go upstairs and search as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I assume you went outside and searched the outside areas as well, correct?
Yes, sir. In the wood line.
And were you the only one searching, or were there other people searching too?
There's a few of us. Are you talking about inside or outside?
Both.
Throw the book at her.
Yeah, I know me and Gormley did the inside. I can't say if anyone else came in after us. And then on the back, there's several officers looking through the wood line.
Okay. And again, I know you're only there for a short time, but I'm just talking about what you saw. But there were a number of officers searching both inside and outside, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it safe to say that over that period of time, as time wore on, more people came, or?
Yeah, more people officers came, yeah.
So the numbers of people walking around doing the searching and in and out of the scene increased over the time you were there, not decreased?
Correct.
If you remember, and if you don't, that's fine too. Have the forensic tech showed up yet or no?
No, sir.
Okay, so these are all officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But not forensic technicians or people who are trained to collect evidence?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Officer Jefferson.
So then you contaminated the crime scene. Is what he's trying to get at.
No.
Lolo needs a bailiff outfit.
Any reason why this witness cannot be excused? Okay, you're excused.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
This right here.
Just leave right there.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Still not a tear in her eye.
The next witness. Is everybody good?
She perked up when they said call the next witness. She's like, who is it? Who is
I
it?
needed a break too. So let's break for 15 minutes. It's 3:15. Let's be back at 3:30.
Okay.
You was exiting?
All right. So we'll open the phone lines back up for a few. Let me pull the number up. All right. Let's open the phone lines. Phone lines are now open. Call-in numbers on the screen. Okay, so basically, her lawyer is trying to make it sound like that officer contaminated the crime scene. He's not an expert in forensics. He could have been stepping in things. He could have been touching things that he wasn't supposed to touch. Apparently, that sounds like they didn't have gloves on. He made a big deal over the gloves. Did you see him with gloves? Did they put on gloves? Did you see him coming out of the house taking off gloves? Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
Hi, this is Terry from Pennsylvania.
Hey, Terry.
I've been trying to call you like
We're on
thousands
break
of
until
times.
3:30.
Okay. What's going on with you?
I'm just checking in with you.
Oh, okay.
Certainly. I hope she fries.
I hope she fries too. And the whole thing is this: we're day one into the trial, and the day's almost up, and they haven't mentioned one time how this baby died.
Yeah.
Ain't that?
That's
Do you
sad.
find that strange?
Yes, I do.
I mean, in the Harmony Montgomery thing, they talked about this baby being beat to death every 5 seconds. We get to this case.
The prosecution even has an opening statement. I missed it.
Yeah, the prosecutors came out there. They had a pretty long one. It was probably an hour and some change long.
I don't know how I missed it.
he didn't go over when he got to the baby, he just jumped over it. And he said, we'll prove that later, but he didn't go into anything about how the baby died. Just that the baby ended up in the landfill. He completely glossed right over it. Like, the baby was alive in the playpen, then it won't. And then, you know, and then he was like, we're going to prove that how the baby died, but he didn't go into anything of the baby dying. If it was beat, it was nothing about, we're going to show you the murder weapon, nothing. So is there a murder weapon? Is there not a murder weapon? So you got a case with, you got no murder weapon. She hasn't said she's done it. You know, but you know, she's guilty of disposing of the corpse and lying to the cops. Of course that, but that ain't going to put her in prison for the rest of her life. They have to convict her of this murder charge. And they can't, I don't think they're going to be able to determine how this baby died. They're not even saying it, you know, which is weird to me. Absolutely weird. I would think they would have to go into, you know, unless they plan on doing it at the end, how this baby died.
That's very bizarre.
I think that's the most important thing in the trial is how the baby died.
Yeah.
You know, so, and you know, they don't know what she's going to say yet, but it looks like she's going to blame Danny. And I did ask her, did Danny ever put her hands on that kid? And she's told me, yeah. Right now, I don't know if I planted a seed in her head to her defense. Well, let me blame it on Danny, but it kind of looks like that because when the defense attorney was talking to the police, he was asking about Danny.
Well, you know, it's just like you keep saying the same thing with the Montgomery case.
Pointing the fingers at each other.
Yep.
They're
cowards.
It brings doubt. It does bring doubt because you go, well, what if she's telling the truth? And then some people be like, well, what if she's lying? You know, you get that 50-50, and it don't take but one person to believe her. And then they end up in a hung jury.
Yep.
So, and then the jury is 70, 7 men and 5 women.
Yeah, well,
I don't know the alternate.
That in a bag of chips anymore. So.
Definitely not. She swelled up like she swelled up a little bit like a jail swole, but
So I don't see any of the men looking at her.
I maybe not looking at her in a she's hot way, but a dude feeling sorry for her.
I don't know that too many dudes would feel sorry for her.
I kind of felt sorry for her in the beginning when they were, when she was crying and wanting to unalive herself. It kind of made me feel bad, but it didn't make me feel bad enough. It justifies her killing her baby, but it did make me feel bad for her that she's thrown her life away and she's such a young girl. I mean, I have a daughter her exact age, so maybe that's why I feel bad for her, but I wouldn't feel bad enough to let her go. Yeah, just be honest. I don't. But I feel bad for her. Like, I wish that stuff didn't happen to you, but you still shouldn't have done what you done.
You did it.
Yeah.
You did it.
So,
you came up in my feed because I follow others that you met at CrimeCon. And you popped up into my feed around the time of the Montgomery case and the Sebastian Rogers and Jen Soto. And I've been following you ever since.
Oh, thank you.
And you're amazing.
I thought I seen somebody behind me. I've been looking back. Like, I know there's some lady back there following me.
Yeah.
But I'm glad to have you here.
I enjoy it. It's the first time I've gotten through, and I'm like, why can't I ever get through?
Yeah, it's just luck of the dial, I guess.
You've got too many followers.
There's a few.
Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Well, you be good. You stay safe. And until next time, peace.
You stay healthy. Thank
I'm
you.
going to try my best. Sure. Bye-bye. Dolly.
Oh, my God. It's Alyssa from Canada again.
Hey, Alyssa again. Oh, my God. 2 times.
I still haven't gotten my bill, so I don't know what this is costing me.
Yeah, you're going to be homeless when this is done.
All right. Okay, so I know you have limited time.
Okay.
You know how they posted the video in the beginning of the trial of Leilani crying and dude, I also have to say I kind of felt bad for her.
See?
But listen. I think that because that was the state that pushed that first, right? Put that video out there.
Yeah.
So I think that video, they know, kind of like pulls at people's heartstrings. So they're going to put that out there first so that it gets it out of the way. And then you'll see like all the terrible shit that she's all about, right? And then it won't be like from the defense, it's from the state. Do you know what I mean? Like you gotta hold the gotta figure out what to post first.
I was thinking,
right?
okay, they're trying to prosecute her by making us feel bad for her, because that shows right there she wasn't in the right state of mind, because she was about to try to drive off a bridge.
Like I felt really like I thought, oh my God, like that's terrible. And exactly. So that's an interesting play, but I think they're just putting it out there so that the defense can't bring it in later and make you change your mind then. It kind of puts it out there now so that you can kind of build your
About it by the time it's over with.
case against her. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Like that's that. Don't you think that's kind of an interesting process? It's like I wanted to hear the defense side just because it's like interesting to see what card they'll play.
Yeah.
You know? Like,
yeah.
Like
if
Quinton aside, because like
if you're gonna hit her with bad stuff, you should do it on the last day, because that's what everybody remembers is that last day of court. They forget the first day, the second day. So if you hit her with all the bad stuff in that last day, you got better odds of them convicting her.
Exactly. And like I think that when one side puts something out, can the other, it's like I feel like taking ownership of that video first starts the state off stronger, because I think it'd be better now than then. Do you think?
Do you think they're going to go after Danny? Because I think that's their play. I honestly do. That's why the text message was up there about Danny. That's why the defense was asking about Danny. I think they're going to say Danny did it.
But do you think, like, I also kind of picked up, like, it seemed like the state was really trying to say he was, like, not involved in it.
Yeah, that he was asleep.
So like they kind of know.
I don't think anybody's going to believe that a drug addict slept through another drug addict doing drugs. You know,
like,
how could you sleep through that in that little room and not hear that baby? It almost sounds like BS, you know, like he knew. And not only that, but he lied on the 911 call, said he seen the baby at 6 a.m. The baby was already in the dumpster. How did you see it? He glossed over that too. He said that, you know, he got up, went to work, didn't pay too much attention to the child, but that ain't what he said in the 911 call. He said he seen the baby at 6 that morning.
But people aren't stupid, right? Like they'll bring that in front of him, don't you think?
Well, I'm sure when they bring his ass up on the stand, they're going to ask him why he said the door was open, but it was bolted. Well, how would you know that if you wasn't there? You know what I'm saying? You're saying things that don't make sense. They're inconsistencies, right? And like, if I noticed them, right, I think the jury's going to notice these inconsistencies in this thing too. And that brings in more doubt, you know, like it's all about doubt, because if there's any doubt, you can't convict the murder charges.
Aren't you surprised, like you said, like it's surprising that they didn't say how he died, because like I feel like when a trial starts, you expect to get information that has been withheld from the main people.
Yeah.
So it's surprising that that's not like put out there, I think.
You think he would have highlighted that a lot in the opening statements, that she beat this child to death. We have the murder weapon. We're going to show you the murder weapon, you know, and he didn't
know. You want to build that.
He didn't.
Yeah.
He just completely said, we're going to get to that later.
They both skirted over it.
Yeah.
Right. So it's going to be interesting, Dolly. You feel good about it though?
So far, I think they've done a really good job of proving she's a liar, but they haven't did anything to prove she killed this baby yet. I mean, if we were convicting her on being a liar, yeah, she's guilty. But if we're trying to convict on the killing of Quinton Simon right now, I would say, hey, there's no information about how the baby died. None.
And like we feel that way, like that it seems like they proved her as a liar, but like does the jury that has no idea about any of it, like, you know what I mean? Like it'd be interesting to not have any idea about the case going into this.
Yeah, if they went fresh, you know, and had no clue about what happened, but that would be hard. That was a big case down there in Savannah at the time. And, you know, you can hear about the case. You got to say that you can be unbiased in it. And that's all.
They'd still let you go in?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. You can hear about the case. You just got to be like that. You would be fair and unbiased. It don't matter if you heard about it.
I'm a metagame. Like I couldn't pretend I didn't know. Like, you know, when you're gaming, metagaming's when you like know the storyline, the outcome, and you pretend you don't know the outcome. I just can't do that. If I know the outcome, I can't not be biased. I'd be a terrible juror.
Yeah, I don't think I could be a good juror either. I just don't think.
Or would you be an amazing juror because you got like humanity and you're able to like look at everything and be like, what, I don't know. It's hard. You got to take the.
I mean, you would have to prove
have
to me.
emotions, but-
You would have to prove to me that she did it. Now, in my mind, I think she did it. From me being out there, me talking to her, just the whole experience. I think she did it. But still, you have to prove it. I can think it all day long. It don't mean that that's what happened. So, and I
was thinking, what if he went out? What if he ran out back, right? Got bit by a rattlesnake. She, like you said, it's crazy out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of snakes.
Totally neglecting him, right?
Yeah, but there's a fence. So I went behind where the fence is, and all that wood, it's loaded with snakes. I'm talking about
there's a fence
snakes.
first.
Yeah, there's a fence that blocks the woods from her backyard.
Okay, it's not just like in my mind. It's like it's like the jungle. Like
yeah,
like I have a bunch back, and it's like the jungle.
I have an even bigger set of woods in my backyard, but I don't have a fence that blocks the backyard, so you can walk into my backyard and walk into the woods. But my belief of your area where you live, it's just like crocodiles and snakes and shit, like jungle. Is it jungle in that area? Where she lives? No, it's city. It's like a residential neighborhood, but it does have a patch of woods behind her house. But then there's a road on the other side of those woods, so it's not a real big thick set of woods, but it's I would say it's a little marshy and loaded with snakes.
And also, just like, how do people around not notice these things? You know what I mean? Like, I hate it when people lie and they just think that everyone will just go with it. But it's like, you just logically think about things. And it's like, why would she go into didn't she go to a different state to throw the body just Quinton away?
No, she went 1.5 miles down the road. The Azalea Trailer Park is actually like 1.5 miles from her house. You only take, when you drive down Buckhalter, when you get to the end of it, you take a right. And as soon as you take that right, the trailer park's right there.
So is she saying she went to get the gel and then was smelling in her car and that's why she threw it in the dumpster?
Yeah, she said she had some shrimp and pasta in the car, so she threw that in the dumpster. But she said she was going to Misty's house to get the oral gel, but Misty didn't remember it because she was smoking crack. And then she said she never even talked to Misty, but she had some oral gel in her car. So one thing they have done is they prove she's a liar, right? They've done a good job at that.
I was telling my husband about your show, and I was talking about Billy Jawbone.
Jawbone. Oh, Lord, I can't wait till she takes the stand. I want to see Danny. I want to see her.
Do you think Leilani will take the stand? It's just so cringy. Everything she says is just like.
If she's going to point the finger, which I think that's what she's going to do, I think she should take the stand. If she's not,
don't you think you should?
If she's not going to point the finger and she goes with like the Casey Anthony, I think she shouldn't take the stand because that damages her. But if she goes with somebody else did it, she's going to need to take the stand and point the finger.
Don't you feel like it's so like, it really reminds me, I hate to bring it up, but like Harmony, it's the same like sick, gross drug.
Yeah, I kind of called it that they were going to point drugs and beating the kid. Yeah, I mean, you're high. You're not thinking like you usually.
Drugs are just the worst thing for when it comes to kids, horrible. Just so, and like you said, like, why can't you just bring a baby, like, if just beats the foundation, then enjoy your life,
All right, well, look,
I don't understand.
You're starting to break up really bad, and I appreciate you calling in. You be good, and you stay safe.
You take care, Dolly.
All right, peace.
Canada out.
Canada out. Hey. All right. So that was Canada. Everybody around the world's watching. Dolly. Yeah.
DJ, it's Blue.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, okay. I actually have a couple questions.
Okay, I have a couple answers. I don't know if they're right, but I'll answer what I can.
I hope you know the answer. Okay, my first question is, does Jawbone still live at Buckhalter?
No, they sold Buckhalter for $390,000.
Okay. My second question is, does she still have custody? I know Leilani. No.
The kids are in foster care. She has filed for try to get custody back of the kids, and that's still in the courts.
Okay, so the the two fathers don't have custody
No.
either?
I find that
Wow.
amazing. Like, no, I was thinking, why ain't Danny come back and get his kid?
SPCR 22.
All right,
Yeah.
Ford is back. So I gotta let you go.
J6.
Okay, bye.
All right, you be good. Peace.
Mr. Dean, are you ready to resume?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Hilliard?
Defense is ready as well, Judge.
Okay, let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel at table. We can bring the jurors in.
Take that phone number down. Look, not a tear. At least in the beginning, she tried to cry. She at least was trying to fake it. Now she's just like, oh, well, bone dry, cold as ice, willing to sacrifice your child. Okay. That's my best version of that song. Okay. Don't hate me.
Is there only one in there? Okay. I know. That's still pushing it.
There's 15 jurors, 3 alternates. Okay, they just muted the mics. They're waiting for all the jurors to get out there. Whoa. Got a little big on me there. All right, look, I don't see a tear, not a whimper, not no boogers hanging out her nose, no snot bubbles, no nothing, right? If I was up in there for something I didn't do, I'd be crying. There'd be snot running out my nose. I'm going to. All right, give me 1 minute, guys. All right.
Deputy Solomon, you please have a seat. Thank you. I think everyone needed that break. And Mr. Dean, the state may call its next witness.
Sean Wilkins.
Sean Wilkins.
Face the clerk, raise your right hand. The evidence you shall give the court and the jury the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. So let me know. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Sean Wilkins, S-H-A-W-N. My last name is Wilkins, W-I-L-K-I-N-S.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir? Where do you live now?
Currently, I live in Uxbridge, Massachusetts.
Ass.
Down here for this trial?
He's a masshole.
And where are you from originally?
I'm from Uxbridge, Massachusetts originally.
Okay, so you've gone home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do for a living these days, sir?
I'm currently employed as a public safety officer for Bryant University.
Okay. And that's
All right, we hit 2K. Did we hit 2K? Like
that is in the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, got it. Were you previously a police department with the Chatham County Police Department, or a police officer? With
oh, we did hit 2,000 likes.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you guys.
And what were the years that you were with the Chatham County Police?
If I recall correctly, I started in March of 2021 and ended in July of 2023.
So you've since left the department and moved back to your hometown.
Judge Dolly for president.
During your time with the Chatham County Police Department, what assignments or positions did you hold, in order, if you can remember?
Yes, so I started off as a patrolman, graduating the academy. After about a year of service, I applied to the CID, the Detective Division, and I was granted the
Object!
I believe in late September of 2022, and then I went back to patrol in
Thank you guys.
February of 2023,
2K likes.
where I remained until I left.
Now, you said the Detectives Division has an acronym CID. What does that stand for?
Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. So you mentioned you got to CID as a detective in, I think, September of 2022.
Yes, sir.
So as of October of 2022, were you working for the Chatham County Police Department as a detective?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you, on the morning of October 5th, 2022, respond to a missing child call at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, did you conduct an interview with the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes, I did.
And do you see her sitting in the courtroom today?
That I do, yes, sir.
Can you identify her by an article of clothing or where she's sitting, please?
She is currently in the table to the right of you, sitting down with the glasses on right there.
Witness has identified the defendant. Now, were you first on the scene for the detectives?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay, so you were the first detective to arrive there.
That is correct, yes.
Bunch of other police officers, but you're the first detective.
Yes.
And when you got there, what was the first thing you did? Did you walk right up to her and start talking to her, or did you get some background, or what?
No, I did not. At first, when I arrived on scene, I believe I was briefed by Lieutenant Foster, just giving a short synopsis of what the call was about. And then I would say approximately 5 minutes after that is when I engaged in a conversation with the defendant.
Now I'm displaying
A
on
lot
the
of empty
screen
seats in the court.
a slide from State's Exhibit.
Not yet.
3.
Leilani soap on a rope.
I think it is slide 12, although the numbers.
But we do have the Where's the Baby? Okay.
Do you see yourself in that
So
picture?
pick you up a bar. Where's the
yes,
baby
that is-
soap?
That's you wearing the dark
MyDollySoap.com.
jacket.
Yes, sir.
And is that Lieutenant Foster to your left in real life, but to the right in the photograph?
Yes, sir. That does appear to be Lieutenant Foster.
Now, would this image reflect the approximate time of your arrival at the scene and getting briefed by Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir. That is what appears to be happening. Yes.
All right, so going off of the timestamp, what time would that have been?
The timestamp reflects 10:44 a.m.
Does that sound right to you?
That does, yes.
And you said it was only maybe 5 minutes after this that you spoke to the defendant.
I would say so, yes, sir.
And where was it that you talked to her?
If I do recall correctly, I had gone through the back gate to where the defendant was at the time.
Are you referring to the swimming pool area, patio area in the back?
Roughly.
Okay. Who was out there at the time?
I would say the defendant, her brother, Mr. Paul, and her fiance, Mr. Daniel.
Okay. Did you separate the three of them to conduct your interviews?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ultimately end up talking to all three of them on the scene?
Ultimately, yes, I did at one point or another speak to all three.
I may go down there
I
before
wanna
they
ask you
found
specifically
guilty.
about your interview with the defendant. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Put her in the dumpster.
Did you ask her when the last time she had seen her child was?
That I did, yes, sir.
And what did she say to that?
It's a state
If I
holiday.
recall correctly, the defendant explained that she had gone to bed at approximately midnight that evening, and yes, that is approximately midnight that evening.
And was she putting that out there as the last time she had seen her child, Quinton, I should say, the missing child, sometime before she went to bed at midnight?
Yes, sir. When I had asked that question, I believe I did ask if she remembers putting Quinton down at that time. Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you when she had woken up in the morning?
I believe she explained that she woke up at 9 a.m. that morning.
9 o'clock. That's what she's
this
been
initial
saying.
Interview with you, the first detective on scene, she's putting herself in bed around midnight. Last time she saw Quinton was before that, and has herself waking up at 9 a.m.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Was your interview with the defendant audio recorded?
Yes, I did use an audio recording device for our interview on scene.
Did you have a body-worn camera at that time?
I do not believe I did at that time, no.
And is that because detectives didn't have body-worn cameras at that point?
Not normally. We did not wear body-worn cameras normally in our uniform.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 5?
That I do. That is correct.
Okay. And do you know what's on that disc?
I believe it is that audio recording from that morning with the defendant.
And have you listened to the contents of that disc, at least in part, to verify that that's what it is?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And does that recording fairly and accurately depict your interview with her at the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move
Okay.
the evidence of State's Exhibit 5.
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, I don't know how many days this is going to go, but this is day one, guys. If you're just tuning in, we're on day one, Georgia versus Leilani Simon. So far, they haven't went over anything that could have killed Quinton Simon, and they've made her out to be a liar. That's about it so far.
From the beginning of this recording, I'm going to start at the very beginning of the recording, and I'll state for the record when I stop the playback.
His sock, what they did, drain the floor and find a sock.
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that?
It was around 12.
12?
Okay. 12 when I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry. That's
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had them up too.
So I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open. So I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check on my kids, and he was going. All the rest were there. He was going.
It's all right. It's all right. Take some deep breaths.
And that was actually a 34-second clip that I cut out of the larger file that was admitted. And I'll make it clear for the court reporter and the clerk at some point on a break what portion of the larger file was actually played.
No issues, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Now, did you go to headquarters that day for follow-on interviews?
She gained a lot of weight.
Involving the defendant, Daniel?
Yes, they sold the house.
Yes, I did. That is correct.
And were you paired up with an FBI agent to participate in these interviews?
Casey Anthony all over again.
And do you remember who you were paired up with?
I do have my.
I don't know,
I
Susan.
can look at that just to remember the name.
Sure, if that would refresh your memory.
It depends on if she's pointing the finger or not. If she blames Danny, she's going to take the stand. If not, I don't think she will.
Yes, I was paired up with FBI Special Agent Taylor Burns.
And who did you all interview of the three?
The defendant's brother, Paul.
Okay. Now, sometime over the coming days, were you asked to submit a request to Verizon for phone records associated with a phone number for a Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yes, I was.
And did you do that?
Yes.
How did you do that?
There is a paper form.
I don't know who you're talking to there,
in which
do better, but you won't be talking for a little while. All right.
Number is registered to.
We don't have a problem with her gaining weight. It's just she's gained weight. It's obvious.
In which
so if you would have seen her in Georgia.
Are needed.
And did you submit that request to Verizon?
Yes, I did.
And did they produce responsive records to you?
We didn't say she was fat. We just said she gained weight.
Do they mail them to you in the mail or email them or what?
I believe it was an email, sir.
Okay. And when you got those records, did you forward those to the lead investigator, Marion Lennox, who's here in court with us?
I did, yes, sir.
I don't know who would want to live in that house, Kevin. So, like I said, we wasn't calling the woman fat. We're just saying she's gained weight.
Just a few.
Being off of drugs. JSTC said, "I'll say it, Dolly." There you go. I mean, it ain't about that. It's just pointing out a fact.
In Holliston, Massachusetts, for approximately 3 years.
I use my gavel. Time somebody out.
The Chatham County Police Department for about 2.5 years.
So from like 2018 to 2021, you were a police dispatcher. I guess you moved down here and were
patrolman at that time.
Patrolman at Chatham County.
Yes, and then transitioned to detective role in September of 2020.
Okay. And you were a detective from September and then went back to patrol in February?
That is correct, yes.
I was just curious. That's kind of a short time. Why?
I just didn't feel...
You didn't feel what?
Fulfilled, I guess, at in the detective unit.
So, and then when did you move back to Massachusetts?
So I left the detective unit in February of 2023 and was on patrol. And then I would say in July of 2023 is when I moved back to Massachusetts.
All right. So you've been up there about 15 months, a little bit more at this point in time.
I think that's fairly accurate.
You said you had a conversation with Ms. Simon at the patio area. And I believe Mr. Simon was there, Paul Simon was there, and was anyone else present?
I believe the defendant's fiance at the time, Daniel, was there. I don't remember how close in proximity he was, though.
Any children there?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Any children there?
That's what I said.
I can't recall.
Okay. How about any other adults?
There were a few adults. I think I talked to them sparingly after the interviews with the three, but I can't recall their relation to the defendant off the top of my head.
Thank you, JSTC.
And how long were you on the scene that day? We're talking October 5th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long were you actually on scene that day at 5:30?
Georgia has the death penalty.
From my arrival at 10:44 in the morning, I believe we didn't leave, if memory serves me correctly, maybe 5 or 6 p.m. Again, that's a ballpark estimate, though.
So at least 7 or 8 hours.
Roughly, yes, sir.
And when you did leave, my understanding is, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just trying to make sure I understand, but when you did leave 7 or 8 hours later, it was to go to the police station and conduct interviews, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So it wasn't like you just went home. You were there for 7 or 8 hours, and then you went and did an interview, correct?
No, sir. There was no downtime between leaving the scene and going to the station.
And that's kind of what I was getting to. Now, while you were on the scene for those 7 or 8 hours, was it an increasing number of people that were arriving on the scene?
I would say more resources had arrived on scene in an attempt to find Quinton at that time, yes.
So the number of people kept going up during that 7 or 8 hour period?
Yes, sir.
And to the best of your knowledge, was this all of your involvement in the case, to the best of your recollection?
Outside of my initial on-scene interview with the defendant and the interview with...
There you go, Missy.
And what Mr. Dean had asked me of the...
We can shame the killer, but nobody else.
In terms of major involvement, yes. After that, I was moved to more of a supportive role where I was just there to help as a body mostly.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. On the day that you were there on October 5th, did you conduct any of the searches on the house or anything like that while you were there?
Not any of the in-depth searches to my recollection. It
Emma?
was the interviews, conversations with the other detectives that had arrived on scene, and then the interviews shortly after.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dean?
The camera puts 10 pounds on you? Well, she must have about 15 cameras on her because she looked like she gained about 100 pounds.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving to all of my Canadians.
State may call its next witness.
They're running out of time today. How many witnesses are they going to call?
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's the honey
Could
buns.
you please introduce
There's some
yourself to the
swoles,
jury,
prison swoles.
spelling your first and last name.
It's Kiana, Keiana, Robbins, Robbins.
And then where do you work?
With Chatham County Police Department.
What is your position there?
Currently a detective.
How long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
6 years.
And did you work with any other police departments prior to starting with the Chatham County Police Department?
No, sir.
What assignments have you had at the Chatham County Police Department before becoming a detective?
I was on patrol for 3 years.
Okay. So that would put you joining the detectives
January of 2022.
January of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Now, were you on duty as a detective on the morning of October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
Where were you and what were you doing?
I was at the Islands Precinct, located at 54 Johnny Mercer Boulevard, in our detective's office at my desk.
Now, is that a ways away from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, it's about 30 minutes, give or take, 45.
Is that where your office is located?
I thought the babysitter and her daughter was today too.
Is that where all the detectives' offices are located?
Maybe that's going to be tomorrow.
Or all spread out?
That's our main office. We don't have any other offices at any other precincts.
Okay, so the CID offices, if I'm understanding you correctly, are in the Islands Precinct on Johnny Mercer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you become involved at some point that day in the investigation of the disappearance of Quinton Simon?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the scene yourself that day, 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
When roughly did you go there?
Around 6 o'clock, I believe, that evening, after getting a search warrant signed.
Okay, so you didn't go there till the evening, till after the search warrant was signed for your residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, earlier, before that, were you nevertheless
Yes, I think so.
involved from your desk at the Islands Precinct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, were you asked, or did you just decide to run the defendant's name, Leilani Simon, and see whether there were any vehicles registered to her that you could see in your system?
I was asked by the detectives on scene.
No problem, Don.
How did they ask you, over the radio, cell phone, or what?
Through text.
Okay. So who was on the scene at that point and have asked you to do that, if you remember?
I believe it was Detective Noble and Detective Wilkins.
Okay. So one or both of them asked you to run her name.
I'm not
about
wheezing.
registrations.
Yes, sir.
And did you see that any particular vehicle was registered to her?
I believe that there was a Dodge Journey registered to her.
Do you remember the tag number for the Dodge Journey?
Yes, it was TEN9300.
And is that
She can remember that?
tag?
Yes, sir.
One moment.
She got a good damn memory.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 6?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that is?
It appears to be a license plate reader from Flock.
Okay, a flock camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it fairly and accurately depict what a typical flock camera looks like?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this in as States Exhibit 6.
No objection, Judge. I've already seen it.
It's admitted.
And may I ask, rather than putting this up on the screen, if it could just be published by passing it to the jury?
That's fine, Judge.
And would the court like for me to do that, or would the court prefer that the deputy do that?
What does the state wish to do?
I'm fine.
Are these photos?
It's just a single photograph.
It's just one picture, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah, Lolo was just barking.
Now, what is a flock camera and what is the flock system?
So essentially, it's a license plate reader that is stationed throughout different areas throughout the U.S.
She was the guardian.
The Flock system is made only public to law enforcement agencies, so you have to have a username and a password through your agency to actually use it.
How long you been watching?
And did you have that on October 5th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Roughly how
She's
many
already been outside.
are there scattered around Chatham County? Off the top of your head, not looking for a firm number.
About 300.
And do you have access to the information from all of those?
Yes.
Do you have access to information from flock cameras in other places?
Yes, sir.
How does that work?
So essentially what it is the agency, say if we're here in Georgia, an agency in California can put us on their permissions list. And then what we can do is just add it or do what we call a hot list, which means say if there's a vehicle that you're looking for, if you have the tag, you can put it in the system and then it'll alert those individuals who are on the hot list. So I would have to say if I'm the owner of the hot list, I can add you as a user to see what the vehicle and where it hits at.
Now, what do these cameras do when a car drives by and the license plate comes into the field of view of the camera?
It just takes a picture of the license plate and the back of the vehicle.
And are those images maintained in the flock database that you have access to?
Yes, I think they hold for about 30 days.
And does it tell you
Who gives a
the
flock?
location of the camera that took the picture?
Yes, sir.
And you can see the picture itself?
Yes, sir.
Does it tell you the time that picture was taken by that camera?
Lolo just went outside when I went to
Do you
break
have
and
the
my camera went
ability,
off. I took
to,
Lolo
after
out.
the fact, search for a particular tag number in the flock database and see what, if any, cameras in the area or in other locations that you have permissions for the vehicle's tag has been photographed by?
Yes, sir.
And once you had this tag for the defendant's car, Georgia TEN 9300.
Yes, sir.
Did you look it up in the flock system?
Yes.
Okay. And you're doing this on October 5th, the morning of, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you see any results of note to you?
Yeah,
yes,
Rona, you can just hit up the Cash App or PayPal. One of my mods will help you.
October 4th.
And we'll put it towards the Christmas Wish Fund.
And so you were able to look at this and see, gosh, it looks like this car has been out driving around.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with that information, did you relay that to officers on scene?
Yes.
Who specifically do you remember relaying it to?
I contacted Lieutenant Foster.
Okay. And was he the on-scene commander at this point?
Yes, I believe so.
There you go. Rose just
And
posted
you
it.
told him, hey, I'm seeing flock hits late at night for this car.
Yes, and then I sent him a screenshot of my computer screen of the multiple hits on the flock camera.
And how did you send that to him?
Through text message.
Okay. Had you just taken a picture of your computer screen with your phone? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sent that to him?
Yes.
All right. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yeah, the Christmas Wish, we've already raised $325 from sales. Okay, by dollysoap.com. Good way to help a few families this Christmas.
Going out to the residence after a search warrant had been obtained for the residence.
Yes.
Who obtained that search warrant?
I did.
What do you have to do to get a search warrant?
You have to get the information you need from the detectives or whoever's on scene. essentially type up the search warrant and then submit it to your supervisor. The supervisor then approves or rejects it. Once it is approved, you would reach out to the judge who's on call or who's available. And then at that point, you send them the warrant. Once they find probable cause, and they'll sign it and then send it back to you to Cloud Gavel.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 7.
No objection, Judge.
And we've raised that 325 in 2 days. So that's not bad, guys. Thank you for everybody. And like I said, we're going to bless at least 3 families this Christmas. So that's what we're taking 25% of our sales and we're putting it towards that. All right. So if you got a few extra bucks, buy a Christmas gift, buy dollysoap.com.
Yes.
I would introduce this in State's Exhibit 7, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
That's why she's chunked up, because she's off them drugs.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Just 1 or 2, Judge. Detective Robbins, you secured the search warrant and you looked at the flock camera, and that was pretty much the beginning and end of your involvement in the case?
For the most part, yes, sir.
And did you ever respond to the scene that day or no?
To 535 Buckhalter?
Yes.
Yes, that evening around 6 o'clock p.m.
Okay. How long were you there?
Up until maybe 8 or 9, and then I went to the West Chatham Annex, which is where our property room is located.
That's all the questions I got, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, they didn't have much to ask, sir.
You need to redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You are excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
They can't be too far from wrapping it up.
The state may call its next witness.
They're trying to get all the witnesses today.
Eugene Foster.
They're trying to knock a lot of these officers out that don't have much to do with it.
You should give the court and the jury the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you. Step this way, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Eugene Foster. My first name is spelled Yujean. Last name is Foster, Foster.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir?
I currently live in Statesboro, Georgia.
And what do you do for a living these days?
I've let the dogs
I'm a
out.
retired police lieutenant, and I am currently working full-time at International Paper.
What are you doing for International Paper?
I'm a chemical operator.
Okay. And when did you retire as a police officer?
March of 2023, I retired.
And was that from the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any side jobs now in addition to International Paper?
Yes, sir. I guess I didn't have enough to do, so I worked part-time at the Chatham County Sheriff's Office as a police instructor.
As a police instructor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of topics do you instruct on?
I'm a level 3 instructor, so it's pretty much any topic out there I can teach. I teach driving, use of force, firearms, defensive tactics, legal issues, everything.
Now, at the time that you retired from the Chatham County Police
Yes,
Department, how many years of service did you have as a police officer?
Almost 27 years.
In what departments were those almost 27 years spent with?
Oddly enough, in '96, I started with the Chatham County SO. And then,
the sheriff's office?
yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry to interrupt.
Chatham County Sheriff's Office. And then I laterally transferred to the original Chatham County Police Department. And then we merged with the City of Savannah Police Department, which became the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department. And then in 2017, we had demerged, and I went back with the Chatham County Police Department.
Now, I don't necessarily want to ask you about every assignment that you held during your career as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing it's probably a lot of different things, correct?
Luckily, I was able to do various things.
Did you have, I guess, any experience as a detective specifically?
Yes, sir. For over 7 years, I was in detectives, and I was I was in auto vehicle theft, and then I went to violent crimes. I was in robbery, homicide, and during those 7 years, and I was also for a short period of time in an undercover unit.
And was that with the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Violent crimes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dealing with robberies and homicides?
Yes, sir.
I mean, he looks like a cop. He'd be a terrible undercover.
Yes,
sir. On October 5, 2022.
September 2025.
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was your position and assignment at that point?
I was the West Side Watch Commander for the Chatham County Police Department.
And who was your immediate subordinate in that role?
At that time, it was Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
Okay, so there goes Sergeant Stewart, and then next up the chain of command is you, Oscar.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you at some point that morning respond to 535 Buckhalter in response to a missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were not the first on scene, were you?
No, I was not.
Who else was there at the time that you got there? And I'm not asking for names, but just broadly speaking, who was there? What was going on?
The initial officer was there, which again, I'm not sure which one it was. I'd have to go back and look. But Sergeant Stewart was already on scene. And when I got there, he started briefing me on what he had already initially found out.
Okay. So you show up and you get briefed by Sergeant Stewart. At that point, do you become the senior man on scene, the on-scene commander?
At that time, yes, sir.
And did you, the story that was given initially was that the defendant had woken up at around 9 and the front door was open, right?
That was what I was initially told, yes, sir.
Did you take a look at that door?
I did.
Can you tell us what you remember about that door, if anything?
I remember actually checking the function of the door and actually opening it and closing it. And I realized that it wasn't something that was easily opened, and it wasn't necessarily a door that was quiet per se. When it opened, it made noises.
Are you describing like kind of a sticky door that you have to pull hard to open?
It required a little bit of.
To open, whatever the case may be.
Yes, sir. It required a little bit of force.
Did you have any contact with Detective Kiana Robbins? Well, not necessarily at the scene, but while you were at the scene, did you have some form of contact with her?
Yes, sir. If I remember correctly, I got a phone call from her. And while I was trying to assess everything and trying to allocate resources to potentially figure out what happened, I got a call, at which time she told me that the defendant's vehicle was seen on the flock camera the night before, going down Ageechee Road and then coming back down Ageechee Road.
Now, did you do anything with that information once you had it?
Yes.
They got it on that flock
camera.
camera.
I think when Sergeant Stewart briefly told me they had said that they had went to bed at a certain time the night before, I went back to her because then some just kind of got a little feeling. So I went back and I asked her. I said, at any point, did you ever leave the house for any reason? And then she told me no twice. She said, no, never left. I said, okay. I said, could maybe,
somebody use your car.
And thing. She said, no. So once she told me no, that kind of threw up another flag for me. I became concerned about that. And I remember talking to her in the backyard or back porch area. And I asked her, I said, could anyone, you sure you didn't leave the house? And then she said, oh, wait, I do remember I went up, I don't recall the address. It's the convenience store right in front of 4711 Ageechee Road, which is the same mobile home park. She had said that she went up there to get some Orajel, and she said that she went up there, and then she tried to show me her phone, and she said, matter of fact, I went up there at such and such time, and it's in my report, and I came back, and I was back home at about 1:25. And the odd thing, because I remember asking her, could anybody have possibly followed you home or anything like that when you left? Because, I mean, you're claiming that somebody came and took your child. Could somebody have possibly, maybe your ex-husband, somebody? She said, no, and that's when she told me about the Orajel. The concerning part about that to me was I've worked that area close to 27 years. That convenience store has never been open past midnight.
Now, did you as a lieutenant have a body worn camera on that day?
No, sir. It wasn't required.
That store does close early.
For me to have one.
And is that because, I guess, as a lieutenant, you're not typically the one out there making
Chevron at the Azalea Trailer Park.
So you just don't need it like a patrol officer does?
Correct. I'm usually after the fact.
Okay. But in any case,
That's what he said. Maybe an ex-husband.
You're referring to, wherein she gave you the Orajel, the Chevron Orajel story, or the convenience store Orajel story. Was that captured on somebody's body worn camera?
I believe on one of my officers' body cams, yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a
Yes, but then had it in the car.
as States Exhibit 8?
I do.
Do you know what is on this disc?
This is the body worn camera video of, if I remember correctly, EPO Gorman.
Okay. And does that particular excerpt that's on that disc capture the exchange that you just described? The asking her again, hey, are you sure you didn't go anywhere last night? And her telling you about this trip?
Yeah, she said she went to get Orajel.
Is that what's on there?
It is, because
From her friend that smoked crack.
was back there with the family when I came up. He was already back there. And I had asked her, I said, in any way, did you ever leave the home the night before at any time, and where somebody could have followed you back home and possibly come and took your child? And she said no. And then that's when she came and advised me of the incident to go get Orajel, and that's when she showed me her phone, tried to show me her phone, where the track of her phone, where she went, and she even told me exactly what time she came back home, and she was looking at her phone, and she told me 1:25 a.m. I was like, okay.
Now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
When you had this exchange, whether it's captured on Gormley's body cam, this was on the patio in the back pool area?
Yes, sir. It was actually on the back patio, back porch area right next to the pool.
And was it the defendant was obviously there because she's the one that you're talking to, right?
Yes, sir.
Was her boyfriend or fiance Daniel Youngkin there?
He was, and I believe so was her other children were there.
And what about her brother, Paul Simon? Is he there?
There was a family member. I don't know exactly what his name, because I don't remember talking to him. So if that was his name, that it may have been. But I do remember there was another male family member there.
Well, I've been here 7 hours, a little bit.
You mentioned that this was caught on his body cam. What was he doing back there with the three of them?
He was standing with them because I believe at that point I had already
Oh, they were nasty criminal beds.
instructed the officers to research the house again, looking for Quinton, just to make sure that maybe he wasn't hiding anywhere or anything of that nature for this type of cases, just to double check.
Let me see if I can pull the dumpsters up.
And for that,
I got a video of it.
Did you want these three people out of the house so the scene would be secure?
Basically, I had all of everybody who was in the house that was there out just to have the officers go and look for the child.
Okay. And Gormley's back there just kind of keeping an eye on the three of them?
Correct.
Your Honor, I don't know whether I've done it yet, but I would introduce this into evidence as State's Exhibit 8.
Mr. Hilliard.
What is it, Judge? I guess it's the Gormley's body cam?
Yes.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, it's admitted.
May I now publish this, Your Honor?
Okay, I don't have it handy. Lawyer's telling her, you're done, woman. What's up, Tennessee? Lisa, watching on Facebook. Yeah, there's cameras everywhere these days. Ring cameras, telephone pole cameras, store cameras. And there's a camera when you go right into the trailer park. It tells you you're on camera. There's a sign. When there's a chevron, it sits right here, right? And you go around the side of the chevron. That's what takes you into the trailer park. There's a sign that says this property is under 24-hour surveillance. Then you got to ride through the trailer park and go on a loop and come back up to where the chevron is, but on the other side. And then the dumpsters sit right there. So the dumpsters are in the front, but you got to ride through the whole trailer park to get to the dumpsters. And let me tell you, they are absolutely nasty. Like Criminal Med said, this is like a dirty area, dirty dumpsters. This ain't like some new clean area with clean dumpsters. This is some old filthy shit. So she picked like the worst trash in the world to throw them away in. And when you got to remember, when I got there, we were still searching for Quinton. So I was checking dumpsters, and most of the dumpsters around there were clean, right? They were clean dumpsters, trash bags in them. These dumpsters are just people slinging. You know, it's in a trailer park, not the nicest trailer park, and they just throw anything in them dumpsters and trash all around it. Like people go up to the dumpster to sling their trash out there and don't even put it in the dumpster. So it's covered with trash around it, old beds and couches. It's just nasty, just nasty. These ain't some dumpsters you would want to go dumpster diving in. That's for damn sure. You catch a bola. These are extra nasty dumpsters. Okay. I know most dumpsters are nasty, but these are extra nasty dumpsters. I can't wait to get my gavel and my wig. All right, we're going to be ready for court Wednesday. Well, Thursday. They're going to play this video again. They're going to play this thing 30 times.
Can you tell us now that we've got this up, can you tell us to the minute what time this exchange was at?
12:12 in the afternoon on the 5th of October.
Thank you.
Have patience for yourself. Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with Faith that maybe he could have followed you or something like that? Y'all didn't go anywhere? Maybe you yourself.
Yeah, I know. I got my tooth pulled yesterday.
That pool is so green. They were swimming in that too.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning, I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
They would pour bleach in it before they go swimming.
My friend that I used to work with, she got worried out because they didn't have any extra okay.
Did you go anywhere else?
Yeah, they swim in that and they put bleach in it. That's what the little girl told me that's going to testify. That before they get in it, they pour a couple gallons of bleach in it. And it would still be green. But they thought it was safe like that. Ugh.
Over here on right here on
right up the road, because I used to work at Bojangles, so I had a girl named Misty that.
I got a bar over for the canine. Okay, give me just a second. Yeah.
I had there's a girl named Misty that I used to work with that had dental problems as well, so I got in contact with her and asked her if she had Oreo, because I called several kids and they didn't have any.
Okay, did you notice anybody following you or anything?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you go back out at all anytime with the car?
When I did get back, there was a car, which is why that lady mentioned it, whatever. I was thinking that maybe the car was for people across the street, but it was another little gray car sitting out front of the house.
Okay.
So I was thinking it was for across the street from the neighbors. So I don't know.
So you said you got home about 1:30?
Yes.
That order would give you a rash, no doubt.
Okay, all right. Nobody followed me, right? Yeah, they're just going to ask you about it.
You mentioned earlier, and I want to make sure I heard you right, that there were, but before she told you about this trip at one, whatever it was, that she had given a time that she went to sleep, and she had given a time that she had woken up. And I think you said that she had twice told you that she didn't leave the house, didn't go anywhere during that time window. Is that right?
That's correct.
Not once, but twice?
Correct.
Now, are those statements captured in this exchange?
No fence around the pool, but they had a fence around the backyard.
Not captured on camera.
There was an others, and I believe when I first got there, I asked them what happened. And I believe that's the first time when she told me what time they went to sleep. But then on this time, I asked again after I had gotten a phone call from Detective Robbins, where they told me that her vehicle was seen on the flock camera system. That's when I went back to her and said, did you ever leave the house? And as soon as I approached her with it, the first thing she said was no. And then next thing you know, she said it. She shook her head again, and then she went, "Oh, wait a minute, the aura job." Okay.
Now, I want to move forward in time.
I wonder what she's writing.
Long after October 5th, but into later in the eventual landfill search that was a part of this investigation. Now, were you a part of the landfill search?
From the very beginning.
And what was your role or roles, I guess?
I had multiple roles. We were there to set up the initial site to start the search of the trash that was there. I was there prior to us starting the search. We were there getting equipment. Logistically speaking, I was there to make sure the equipment was there, resources, fueling the vehicles, making sure water was up there, bringing food. I mean, I was.
You was a runner. You were a gopher.
You involved in
you were the coffee guy. Go get the coffee.
There was enough PPE for all the searchers.
Yes, sir. I was part of that along with another individual from the department. We ended up setting up all the PPE in order to make sure.
Get my sandwich. You were that guy.
Going through this potentially biohazardous material and trash.
I'm sorry. And were you there for every day of the landfill search?
I was there every day.
Every day. Good man. I know it was hot. I was down there.
We would honestly, we literally, myself and another lieutenant showed up prior to everybody showing up. We were there at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we did not leave easily until 5 in the afternoon, 5:30 in the afternoon. And the only time I actually left is when we had a uniformed security, a uniformed police officer coming to do security of the landfill site after hours.
Tell me about the after hours security.
They didn't work the weekends though. Monday through Friday.
Broke down about 4:30, 5 o'clock to clean everybody up, decontaminate everybody. And then once all the searchers were bust out, I was the last person there waiting for the relief uniformed officer to come there and sit on the site. That way we had
somebody there all 24 hours.
Site 24/7. Somebody from the police department would have eyes on that site 24/7 from the time that we started to the time that we ended.
And are you talking about the entrance to the landfill on Little Neck Road, or are you talking about inside the landfill at the search area specifically, or both?
But there was security at the entrance of the landfill, but that was done by the city of Savannah because that was their area. The actual site where the volunteers and the people who were assigned to the search was actually done by Chatham County Police.
All right, I got an Amazon package.
Was the area kept well lit?
Let me go grab that, guys.
Yes, sir. We actually had floodlights that came on. The officers were instructed to turn them on when it got dark. Sometimes when we were still there, I would have them turned on before the officer even got there.
And what was the point of all this?
So we could have visibility of the area at all times. That way there would be no chance, any way, shape, or form that area could be contaminated by somebody other than the law enforcement searchers who were involved and police personnel. And of course, waste management personnel that were allowed to do that.
Now, did you pull that overnight security duty yourself at any point?
Unfortunately, a few times I had to, yes.
And what did that involve for you?
Basically being in a marked unit, being in a uniform, sitting there, looking at the landing where trash was brought to, I hate to say it that way, but trash was brought there to be searched, and looking at the site where they were actually pulling from to bring down to the landing. We had all that lit up to where you could actually see the whole thing.
Do you remember, were you present on the day that Quinton's remains were finally found?
Unfortunately, yes, I was.
And what were you doing at the landfill that day? What were your duties on that day?
Again, from based off of the logistics part and setting everything up and all that, while we were there and they were searching, we were actually stationed by, and every time something of significance was found, they alerted us. And then they would bring whatever certain items that they found and took it over to the forensic anthropologist to review.
And was that the last day of the landfill search?
Yes.
Overall, how many days would you say that you were out? You may not remember off the top of your head, but roughly how long did this landfill saga last for?
I remember it was.
All right, I'm back. I had to get that wax. I ordered a bunch of wax from Amazon.
It was a very extensive.
That shit was heavy.
Now, we've heard testimony from Sergeant Stewart and maybe to you from some degree that initially, the initial response to the scene on October 5th,
yes,
that there were search efforts focused in the house and in the areas around the house, the wooded areas, bodies of water, and so forth. Is that a normal protocol, the normal protocol for a missing children's call?
Yes, in the event that we don't immediately find the child. When I was there, I was the incident commander, so we were figuring out what happened from the initial story that we got.
It was 30 pounds, it was 40 pounds, something like that.
We covered all our bases and everything that happened. We initiated a further search pattern out that I had to coordinate, and we started getting volunteers. We contacted SEMA. SEMA got involved. A lot of resources were brought in to try to attempt to locate little Quinton.
Now, when we're talking about young children, the missing child call pertaining to a young
Yeah,
child,
it'll be 5 o'clock and 30 minutes there.
typical situation
Because this is 30 minutes delayed.
child is just eventually found nearby, either in the house in a closet or something like that, or in the
So
woods.
court ends by 5:30 their time, or
Luckily,
our time.
in my experience, very few times have we had a situation where, for an extended period of time, that we lost a child. A lot of times, in situations of children this young, they're usually hiding somewhere. Not to go off tangent here, but I mean, we've actually had one where the child was sleeping under a bunch of blankets, and that's when we ended up finding them 30 minutes later. But they usually are found within the house or within the immediate area of the house relatively soon. Luckily. Unfortunately, in this case, it didn't end up being that.
Yeah.
Sergeant Stewart has testified that one of the first things he did when he got there and got an initial statement was simply send a couple officers into the house to look for Quinton. Based on what you've just told us, does that seem to you to have been a sound approach, at least initially?
Yes, sir, because traditionally when a child is lost, usually the parents or family members are hysterical for the simple fact that, I can't find my child. So they tend not to search as well as a reasonable minded officer would when he comes to the scene and knows what to look for. So yes, that is a normal protocol. Well, let us check the house. Maybe we'll find them. And that's what was initially done.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
I think this will end up being the last witness for today. I think. Because time they cross-examine them, it'll be, because we're on a 30-minute delay. So court ends at 5. So I'm thinking this is the last guy.
Lieutenant Foster, how many people were searching at the landfill over the course of that 5 or 6 week period?
Easily between 20 to 30 a day.
And so let's say how many days? 45 days, let's say. So 20 or 30 a day times 45 days. That's a lot of people in there.
Correct.
Okay. In and out. And that's not counting everybody else who's coming in and out of the landfill in normal routine business, correct?
correct, but the majority of the searchers were the same.
I don't think I had a question before you. Did I?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to ask that the witness be allowed to complete his answer.
I don't believe
There wasn't a question.
So, Mr. Hilliard, I'm going to ask that you move on.
So Lieutenant Foster, so there was, I'd say, easily hundreds of people in and out of that place during this time frame, correct?
Not hundreds, no.
Not during the course of these several weeks?
Not hundreds, no.
Thousands then?
No, not thousands.
So if you had 20 or 30 people a day times 45 days, okay? Is it the same 20 or 30 people every day?
Majority of the days, yes, sir.
But not every day?
Not every day, no.
So it was different people?
Sometimes.
Okay. So that being said, this is a dump, correct?
It is.
So it's fair to say it's hundreds of people.
You have a number of people coming in, conducting normal business, and you have a number of people coming in, conducting searching, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate statement?
That is fair and accurate.
Okay. And you said a minute ago that you were genuinely, you didn't think that you were trying to protect against contamination at a dump site with all these people in and out of it.
Correct.
Is that genuinely what you just testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What's he getting at? Did somebody planted the body there?
At 535 Buckhalter Road, how many people were there on October 5th?
My entire west side, so we're talking 6 to 7 officers, my sergeant, myself, and then once we really started doing the search, command staff, federal authorities,
A whole bunch of cops.
The house is pretty much my officers, myself, and then the investigators that I know of.
So I guess it's a fair number of people that day at least. Okay. So now we just watched this little bit of video right here. You asked a question, but what the question that you asked, because that was you asking the question on that video, correct? That wasn't Officer Gormley.
Absolutely.
Right. So it was Gormley's cam, but it was you asking the question, right?
Yes.
And the question that I heard was, you asked if she went anywhere with the kids, and she said no. Okay. Was that the question that you asked?
I asked both. I mean, did you go anywhere? And then I asked, if you watch it again, I asked the second time, did you go anywhere with the kids?
Right.
And she first said she didn't go anywhere. No, was the answer no. And then I asked if she went anywhere with the kids. She said no.
Right.
And then, if I recall correctly from a few minutes ago, she said that she had to go get some orange juice.
Right. But this was at noon on October 5th, if I'm not correct. Correct?
Yes.
So, now, and I didn't understand because it was a little confusing to me, so correct me if I'm wrong. Mr. Dean then asked you if there was a prior statement to this, or if this was the statement that you were referring to. And I wasn't really sure what your answer was. Is this the statement that you were referring to when you said you had asked her if she went somewhere?
Yes, this is.
Okay. So
Yes, you said she did.
There wasn't some earlier statement. It was this statement, correct?
There was an earlier statement when I initially got there. I, of course, looked around to see where the baby was sleeping and things of that nature. And from what Sergeant Stewart briefed me on, because I asked what time.
I'm not asking you what Sergeant Stewart said. I'm asking if it was your question. If you asked the question earlier.
Yes, sir. If you let me finish, I would tell you. Then I spoke with her and spoke with her boyfriend and asked some relatively same questions. Well, what time did y'all go in? When was the last time you saw him?
All right. Well, let me ask you that. You said you asked her boyfriend. So did you ask her boyfriend or did you ask her? Those are two different things.
Both. They were both there together.
Right. But who answered? That's my question.
They both did.
Okay. So the boyfriend answered.
The boyfriend answered and gave me what time he last saw the child.
And what did he say? 6 a.m.?
An answer of when she recalled last seeing.
Okay. But that was the only other prior statement that you were talking about.
That I am involved with, correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the state have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, is that going to be the last witness for today? I'm thinking so, because they only got I don't know. They got 20 minutes left before 5. They may call somebody else.
Mr. Dean, as to your next witness, is it the witnesses thus far have been relatively short? Are we still in that vein with the next witness as well?
I think the next witness is going to be, I'm notoriously bad at predicting how long, but I think longer than any of the previous witnesses.
So they're going to call it.
I'll leave that information to court, and the court can plot the way forward.
Okay. I'd like to take up some housekeeping and timing issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to allow you to take a short break. I'm going to ask you to step into the jury room while we talk about scheduling.
Okay, so they're going to schedule some stuff up. That's the 6th. I don't know. She likes to take breaks. She's the boss. If she wants to take breaks, she can take all the breaks she wants. She may have a small bladder. Who knows? But it's about time for court to wrap up. So I knew they were going to ask, like, is this going to be a quick witness or is this going to be a long one? Because, it'll run past what time court's open till. So what I think they're going to do is go ahead and schedule everything, make sure that, there's time for everybody. And then they're going to, let court out for the day is what I'm thinking. So the producer just came in and told me we have 8 candles left. The Halloween harvest candles, we have 8 left. So thank you guys that have been buying buydollysoap.com. So we got soaps, lotions, body washes. We only have 8 candles left. Still got some lip balms. So if you ain't hit up buydollysoap.com yet, check it out. Makes great Christmas gifts.
I know we want to get as much done as we can. I'm concerned that if we start with the next witness, it may take some time. We can either break a little early and attend to any other things that we may need to let the jury go, or we can push through one more witness.
I'm fine with taking a break, Judge. I'll be quite frank. I'm biased because I have a little bit of a headache. So
I get it, and it's been a long day, but it's been a good day. So we're going to go ahead and break.
Okay.
We'll start back up in the morning at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock tomorrow.
The jurors actually they have their meeting instructions, and everybody's clear on that. Okay. Is there anything that we need to take up outside of the presence of the jury at this time before we recess?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
not from the defense, Judge.
All right. With that, let's bring the jurors back in so we can release them.
Okay. They're bringing the jurors back in. That is it for today, which, you know, not much on how the baby died. A whole day of court, and not one person went over how this baby died. Not one. So hopefully tomorrow I will be here, of course, with you guys live.
All right.
For court tomorrow.
Don't
be late.
Seat until we get a little closer to time for them to come in.
All right, so it's going to take a minute for the jury. Don't be late. Show up on time. Don't make me hold you in contempt, okay? If you're late in my courtroom, make sure you dress properly, okay? We will be here first thing tomorrow morning. Plus, of course, I'll be back with you guys later tonight. I got to go get dinner and stuff, hang out with PJ. And I think we're working on soaps and lotions and stuff tonight. That's what came in through Amazon, my candle wax and things like that. So we have 8 Halloween harvest candles left. We have a little bit of lip balm left. We have all the soaps are in stock. Okay. Dolly.
Hey, can you watch Vinny?
Can I watch who?
Vinny tonight.
Can I watch Vinny?
Yeah.
On what?
He's supposed to be like court TV.
Uh-huh.
He's supposed to be on tonight.
Yeah.
I was watching my big screen TV.
Uh-huh.
And they just said that he's going to be on tonight talking about it.
Oh, okay.
Leilani.
Yeah. All right, the jury's
Okay.
coming back in. You take it easy. Peace.
All right.
I think we're going to be covering some of the Delphi stuff, but yeah, we can check out a little bit of Vinny tonight. There'll be a few things that we go over because we had the Stephen Stearns in court today. We had the Delphi jury selection today. We had this in court today. So, and then, Thursday I'll have my wig and my judge outfit, right? I'm holding everybody in contempt. I'm just playing. So we're waiting for them to release the courts now. So like I said, we raised over 325. I haven't checked what we sold today, but in the last 2 days, we've raised $325 for our Christmas Wish campaign. And 25% of sales go to that. And we want to bless, we blessed 3 people last year. We're hoping to get 5 this year. So if you haven't, Dolly merch makes
So,
great
ladies and
Christmas
gentlemen,
gifts.
this
All right.
is going to be a good stopping point for us today. So I am going to release you for the
We may go over some of the
show
Sarah
is
Boone
not
stuff.
over. So I'm going to remind you of my instructions. Please don't discuss the case. Don't do any research. Don't let anyone talk with you about the case. Don't read, watch, listen, or consume any media, social or regular news. I do thank you for your time, your patience, your service. We will see you tomorrow.
You're welcome, Judge.
You know where to meet.
Same to you guys. I appreciate y'all being here.
We'll begin again. We're going to begin at 9 o'clock. That is the goal. All right. I wish you all a nice evening. You are excused.
Awesome. Okay, the same thing for you guys. I will be here with you tomorrow morning, probably a little bit earlier because I like to start before court so I can talk to you about what's going on, things like that. So I will see you guys, of course, tomorrow morning. And plus I'll see you tonight, of course. So make sure y'all stop back by tonight if you're awake and all that good stuff. So Dolly got to go get him some lunch because I didn't eat lunch because I've been here with you guys all day. So until I see you next, y'all be good, stay safe. And remember, if nobody loves you, Dolly does. And don't forget to like this video and tell me what you think about court today in the comment box down below. All right. Peace.